Chapter 36, Jodser. Chapter 36, G. Ode Slayer, why are you suddenly asking about this matter, Student Zio? Luo Tiancheng asked, growing curious after hearing Qin Zio's question. Gu Tong, too, was bewildered, failing to understand why Chen Zio would ask such a strange question. S.H.I. Plus Feng was merely a Tier 3 player. No matter how one looked at it, he wasn't suited to serve as the guild leader of a second-rate guild. It was especially true now that Shadow had gone under World Domination's wing. If Shadow allowed a Tier 3 player to continue serving as its guild leader, it would probably become a joke to everyone. Seeing the confusion in Luo Tiancheng's eyes, Chen Zio explained, "It's nothing. I just think that Instructor S.H.I. Plus is very strong. Even if he couldn't remain as Shadow's guild leader, he should have no problems taking on the position of an honorary elder. Yet now he is working as an instructor in the academy. So I couldn't help but find it puzzling. Strong? S.H.I. Plus Phone?" Luo Tiancheng laughed. "You must love your jokes, Student Zio. While I admit that S.H.I. Plus Phone is talented, to say that he is very strong is a joke. Also, it is as you've said. With his current strength, he is indeed worthy of becoming an honorary elder or even a vice guild leader. However, he failed to see the changing times and cherish the opportunity Director Lon gave him." "Is that really the case?" Chen Zio was a little surprised to hear Luo Tiancheng's words. "That's right." Luo Tiancheng nodded. Then, in a slightly envious tone, he said, "If I were him, I would have long since gone to beg Director Lon. I would be satisfied with even a vice guild leader position. At the very least, I would still hold real authority within the guild, and it is a much more comfortable position than a junior instructor." Hearing Luo Tiancheng's words, Chen Zio couldn't help but give the other party a strange look. She had a feeling that Luo Tiancheng must be joking with her. An internal force master was in existence even the various first-rate guilds would fight to recruit. Yet Shadow, a second-rate guild, had driven one away without hesitation. She really couldn't understand what was going through the heads of Shadow's shareholders. Moreover, even crazier was that Luo Tiancheng wanted an internal force master to go and beg Lon Hailong. Even the directors of the various first-rate guilds wouldn't dare to do such a thing. However, Chen Zio didn't think too much over this matter. This was Shadow's problem, after all. It had nothing to do with her. Next, she looked at Luo Tiancheng and asked, "Can you sell me some academy points, Instructor Luo?" Academy points. Luo Tiancheng was a little surprised to hear Chen Zio's request. It was normal for the academy's students to lack academy points. In comparison, the academy's instructors had vastly greater points since they had many more acquisition methods available to them. Hence, when students needed points, they tended to purchase points from instructors. It could be considered one of the several ways the academy's instructors generated income. However, when students reached Chen Zio's level, they would typically have no more need for academy points. Rather than purchasing points, Chen Zio should be selling her points to others. Thus, Luo Tiancheng was surprised. Even so, he still readily agreed to Chen Zio's request, asking, "How many do you want?" "I want everything you have," Chen Zio said without hesitation. "I have 300,000 points on me. Are you sure you want everything?" Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but ask. He had spent the past year or so ACCU, mulating these 300,000 points. With this many points, he could sponsor a talented student from enrollment until graduation and still have points to spare. In fact, he would have plenty to spare. After all, the stronger a student was in the academy, the less need they would have for the academy's resources. Rather than exchanging for resources, such students would use their points to exchange for credits instead. "MHM, I want everything," Chen Zio said affirmatively. "All right, I'll transfer them to you now." Luo Tiancheng also agreed to the transaction without hesitation. He even grew a little excited over the situation. After all, it was rare to have a student come and purchase so many points from him. However, he still couldn't help himself from asking, "What do you need so many points for, Student Zio?" If I recall correctly, there shouldn't be any events going on in the academy that require such a huge sum of points. Gu Tong also expressed his curiosity toward Luo Tianqing's question as he looked at Chen Zio. It was true that many places in the academy required significant expenditures of points. One example would be the academy's advanced training hall that cost 2,000 points per hour visit. However, even then, purchasing a Ma.'s civ sum of 300,000 points was still overkill. "It's nothing." In a slightly helpless tone, Chen Zio said, "I just need some points to attend CLA. SSES. I already spent all of my points attending the previous CLA. SS." Gu Tong felt his worldview cracking slightly when he heard Chen Zio's words. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, "Do you need so many points to attend CLA? SS?" That was 300,000 points they were talking about. With this many points, he could attend the CLA SES of senior instructors continuously until he graduated. "Student Zio, didn't you attend SHI plus Feng CLA SS just now?" Luo Tianqing was also surprised by Chen Zio's answer. Hurriedly, he asked, "Did he deliberately scam you because he found out that you were there to investigate him?" "No, Instructor SHI plus did not scam me. 10,000 points for a CLA. S is already very cheap," Chen Zio said, shaking his head. "Moreover, I'm afraid 300,000 points still isn't enough. I'll have to go and buy some more from the other instructors later on. 10,000 points for a CLA. SS is cheap?" Chen Zio's words dumbfounded Luo Tianqing and Gu Tong. They couldn't help but feel that Chen Zio was messing with them. Either that, or Chen Zio had gone crazy after getting provoked by SHI plus Feng. Even the academy's senior instructors would only charge a few hundred points per CLA. SS. Yet SHI plus Feng, a junior instructor, was charging 10,000 points. Moreover, even with such a price tag, Chen Zio still thought it was cheap and planned to go for more CLA. SSES. Who would believe this? However, after Chen Zio finished speaking, she promptly ran for the faculty office. Her hurried behavior made it seem like those instructors' points would disappear if she spent even a second longer here. Instructor Luo. While looking at Chen Zio's departing figure, Gu Tong couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Senior Zio was messing with us?" "I don't know. Even I can't figure out what's going through the mind of a genius like Student Zio," Luo Tianqing said, shaking his head. Then he turned to look at the teaching building behind him, a sneer appearing on his face as he continued. "However, that's it. I plus Feng is probably a goner this time. Instructors are only allowed to change the price of their CLA SES once a month. Moreover, junior instructors must hold at least 15 CLA SES a month and have at least 40 students attending their CLA SSES. They will be fired if they can't meet this quota." Luo Tianqing had originally thought he couldn't do anything about SHI plus Feng anymore. After all, SHI plus Feng had already taken in a genius as his apprentice, a loyal one at that. However, all of Luo Tianqing's worries had disappeared now. 10,000 points per CLA SS. How many students could possibly afford to attend such a CLA SS? Meanwhile, so long as SHI plus Feng was fired, he naturally couldn't remain as Wu Lingling's instructor anymore. At that time, he'd be nothing but an easy game. Miniature Ancient World, 100 Flow City, after ending his CLA SSHI plus Feng paid no heed to his students, simply telling them to practice the exercise he taught them previously and prohibiting them from entering D's domain until they could finish the whole workout in under 3 minutes. This CLA SAS assignment had left all of SHI plus Feng students in despair and confusion. After all, they needed 10 minutes to complete the exercise on average. Even someone as talented as Wu Lingling had only managed to lower her time to 5 minutes. It was simply a tall order to have them complete the whole exercise set in 3 minutes. Many students even suspected that S.H.I. plus Feng had only given them an impossible task because he didn't wish to teach them. What made things worse was that S.H.I. plus Feng had even prohibited them from logging into D's domain before complete H.I. plus-ing this task. While everyone was frantically grinding for levels and resources in the miniature ancient world, they were stuck doing exercises in the real world. Unlike his students, S.H.I. plus Feng had gone home without hesitation and logged into D's domain. Meanwhile, after returning to D's domain, S.H.I. plus Feng made his way to the hotel's core room and took out the hotel's deed, which had a magic array drawn on it. Then he started chanting an incantation while holding the deed against the core room's magic array, gradually removing the magic barrier sealing the hotel. System: Hotel's magic barrier has been fully unlocked. Do you wish to open the hotel? Open it, S.H.I. plus Feng answered. System: Please give your hotel a name. A name, S.H.I. plus Feng fell into thought for a moment as he looked at the system notification. Then he said, "Let's go with Candlelight then." He had relied on the Candlelight trading firm as his foundation to sweep across the entire D's domain continent's economy during his previous life. Now that he was restarting his campaign in D's domain, he planned to have Candlelight's name S.H.I. plus NE on the entire D's domain again. System: Naming successful. The Candlelight Hotel will be fully opened in 5 minutes. System: The Candlelight Hotel is currently a 1-star hotel. It requires 10,000 popularity points and 30,000 gold to become a 2-star hotel. Just reaching 2-star status costs 10,000 reputation points and 30,000 gold already? S.H.I. plus Feng was flabbergasted when he saw the hotel's upgrade cost. A 1-star hotel could be regarded as the most common hotel in an NPC city. Players could only recruit the most basic of NPCs as hotel staff. Meanwhile, apart from providing players a roof over their heads, a 1-star hotel did nothing else. It had no advanced functions whatsoever. Typically, players would only be willing to spend money to stay in a 1-star hotel if it was located in an NPC city with a special environment or a guild town or city close to a leveling spot. Otherwise, they'd be wasting their money for no reason. Meanwhile, on the main continent, the promotion of 1-star hotels located in NPC cities generally only required around 1,000 popularity points and several thousand gold. It seems I have no choice but to convert some of my credits into coins if I want to upgrade the hotel to 2-star status quickly. S.H.I. plus Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the shabby hotel lobby. He, a tier 6 sword D in the past, was now having a headache over money. Body would believe him if he shared this matter with other people in his previous life. When S.H.I. plus Feng was about to find a player merchant to exchange for coins, he suddenly received a call notification. Meanwhile, the caller was none other than Mysterious Moon's Zhuyalan. What's with the sudden call, Miss Nightingale? Did something happen? S.H.I. plus Feng asked curiously after answering the call. You sure are a straightforward person, Mr. Blackflame, Zhuyalan said, smiling. Responding in kind, she got straight to the point and said, I am indeed calling because something came up. Moreover, it is something big. May I know if you have time to spare right now, Mr. Blackflame? After thinking for a moment, S.H.I. plus Feng said, sort of. He was in no hurry to exchange for coins. After all, his hotel still needed to ACCU, emulate 10,000 popularity points before he could upgrade it. That's great. Zhuyalan grew happy immediately. We found the entrance of AHEL Mode Team Dungeon, and we wish to invite you to join us. May I know if you are willing to join us? AHEL mode team dungeon SHI plus Fong was a little stunned. Unlike the team dungeons found in the outside world, everything about the miniature ancient world's team dungeons was random. Not only did these team dungeons appear randomly, but even their difficulty was random, going from normal mode to hard mode and HELL mode. Naturally, the higher the difficulty, the greater the harvest one could obtain from these team dungeons. It was especially true for HELL mode team dungeons. These dungeons had a considerably high chance to drop 2 legacies instead of just 1. So, coming across AHELL mode team dungeon in the miniature ancient world was akin to hitting the jackpot. That's right, AHELL mode team dungeon, Zhuyalan said excitedly. Of course, I'm not asking you to work for free. If a second legacy appears, you can have it. What do you think? I'll pass on the legacy, SHI plus Fong said, shaking his head. I only want the priority to choose 3 items from the boss's loot. You don't want the legacy? Zhuyalan was surprised when she heard SHI plus Feng's words. The legacies dropped in the miniature ancient world's team dungeon didn't just provide knowledge on mana manipulation. It also provided players with the opportunity to acquire a hidden CLA. SS. Not only could a hidden CLA S increase one's strength, but it could also increase one's chances of getting promoted to higher tiers. This was also one of the reasons why so many experts from the main continent had flooded into the miniature ancient world. MHM. I don't need it. 3 items from the boss will do, SHI plus Fong said affirmatively. He had never been interested in the miniature ancient world's ancient legacies. It was especially true after he acquired that gray key. He had seen plenty of legacies during his previous life. This included legacies from ancient G. ODS. However, compared to the G.O. Slayer's legacy, even the legacies of ancient G.O. DS were slightly inferior. According to his research, the G.O. Slayer hadn't killed only Tier 6 G.O. DS. When the G.O. Slayer reached Tier 6, he had killed even ancient G.O. DS. It was precisely because of this that the G.O. Slayer had acquired his T.I.T. However, SHI plus Fong had already reached Tier 6 when he learned about the G.O. Slayer's legacy during his previous life. At that point, he could no longer learn the legacies of others. So he had no choice but to give up on the G.O. Slayer's legacy. Now that SHI plus Fong had restarted his progress from Tier 3, he naturally wouldn't consider any other legacies. All right. Zhuyalan agreed to SHI plus Feng's condition without hesitation. Then she sent SHI plus Fong a message and said, "This is our current location." All right, I'll head over immediately. After looking at the dungeon's coordinates, SHI plus Fong promptly set the hotel to hire employees automatically before setting out. While Zhuyalan held her conversation with SHI plus Fong, a gorgeous woman also stood beside her. This woman was none other than Lin Yaoyue, who had only entered the miniature ancient world recently. Meanwhile, as soon as Zhuyalan ended her call with SHI plus Fong, Lin Yaoyue frowned in dissatisfaction as she said, "You've gone too far, Yalan. This is the boss of AHEL mode team dungeon we were talking about. Do you know how many refinement realm experts will go crazy just for 1 item? Yet, not only did you promise that guy 3 items, but you're even letting him have first pick for all 3 of them. The others in the guild will definitely grow dissatisfied once they learn about this." Zhuyalan nodded in response to her friend's complaints. Then she smiled and said, "I understand, but he's really strong. He's an expert who managed to secure an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum. He is definitely much stronger than your average refinement realm expert." "Let's hope he is as strong as you say he is," Lin Yaoyue said, rolling her eyes at Zhui Yalin. Then she looked at the other guild team standing a short distance away, a wary expression appearing on her face as she continued. Although we got lucky and found the dungeon's entrance this time, the Star Alliance's side has acted quickly as well. Hopefully, the Star Alliance doesn't send someone powerful. The Star Alliance was a veteran first-rate guild in D's domain. Even after experiencing the dozen or so major upheavals that had occurred in D's domain, it had remained standing firmly. The strength of its foundations far surpassed that of Mysterious Moon without question. When Mysterious Moon's executives learned that the Star Alliance was using 100 Flow City as its base in the miniature ancient world, they had promptly dispatched a large number of experts to the miniature ancient world as reinforcements. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyue was one of these experts. Zhuo Yalin nodded when she heard Lin Yaoyue's words. Then, when she looked at the 200 or so players gathered a short distance away, fighting spirit appeared in her eyes as she said, "So what if they send a powerful expert? The Star Alliance might be strong on the main continent, but that remains to be seen in the miniature ancient world." However, shortly after Zhui Yalin finished speaking, the atmosphere over at the Star Alliance's side suddenly turned silent and solemn. The next moment, the 200-plus Star Alliance members separated into two groups, forming a wide and open path between them. Afterward, a stalwart man in his 40s walked down this path and quietly observed the dungeon entrance that had formed only a while ago. During this time, every Star Alliance member looked at this middle-aged man with a reverent look on their faces. Meanwhile, upon seeing this middle-aged man, Zhui Yalin and Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Galaxy Past! Why is the Star Alliance's first-generation guild leader here? Chapter 37, Galaxy Past. Chapter 37, Galaxy Past. Why is he here? Both Zhui Yalin and Lin Yaoyue were shocked and confused when Galaxy Past appeared among the Star Alliance's team. Galaxy Past could be regarded as a legendary figure in D's domain. When he was in his 30s, he had made the decision to have the Star Alliance, which wasn't particularly well known in the virtual gaming industry back then, tackle D's domain using all of its available assets. Afterward, he had led the Star Alliance to prominence in the Star Moon Kingdom, defeating several rival first-rate guilds in the process, and developing the Star Alliance into a top-tier, first-rate guild capable of competing against even super first-rate guilds. Moreover, he had done so while refusing all investment offers made by powerful international corporations. Because of his feats, he became a big shot known by all in D's domain. However, not long ago, Galaxy Past suddenly announced his retirement and handed his position to Purple Eye, another legendary individual coming from the Star Alliance and one of the top 16 contenders for the current Ten Saints League. Afterward, he vanished from the public scene, and Body had heard from him ever since. Yet now, Galaxy Past had suddenly appeared in the wilderness here. While Zhui Yalin, Lin Yaoyue, and the other members of Mysterious Moon were shocked by Galaxy Past's sudden appearance, Galaxy Past's plus feeded his attention away from the dungeon's entrance and turned around. Then he started slowly making his way toward Zhui Yalin and Lin Yaoyue. "It seems you two are Mysterious Moon's leaders this time around." After scrutinizing Zhui Yalin and Lin Yaoyue for a moment, Galaxy Past praised, "Not bad. It seems Confused Heart's efforts these past years hadn't gone to waste if he managed to nurture geniuses like you two. Mysterious Moon won't have to worry about not having people to run it in the future." "You jest, Guild Leader Galaxy," Zhui Yalin replied humbly after composing herself. "We are still too weak to take on the great responsibility of leading the guild. Elder Heart has always urged us to learn from Senior Purple Eye." Hearing Zhui Yalin's words, Lin Yaoyue lowered her head and kept silent, a bitter smile appearing on her face. Although Elder Confused Heart was only Mysterious Moon's great elder and not the guild leader, his position in the guild was the highest. Even the guild leader needed to treat Elder Confused Heart respectfully and carefully listen to his suggestions. This was because Elder Confused Heart was responsible for teaching most of the guild's peak experts. Lin Yaoyue and Zhui Yalan were also disciples of Elder Confused Heart. Meanwhile, only apex experts such as Galaxy Past would be worthy of referring to the Great Elder as OL Confused Heart. I'm not the one responsible for teaching Purple Eye. I don't have that kind of ability either. She has relied entirely on her efforts to reach her current strength, Galaxy Past said, shaking his head. Then he let out a soft sigh as he continued. If I had OL Confused Heart's teaching abilities, the Star Alliance wouldn't be stuck as just a first-rate guild right now. Zhuo Yalan remained silent in response to Galaxy Past's words. It was just as Galaxy Past had said. If the Star Alliance could produce a sufficient number of peak experts, it would have long since become a super first-rate guild by now. After all, the Star Alliance currently had a GO, D-ranked expert, in its ranks. Meanwhile, this person was none other than the Star Alliance's current guild leader, Win Ji. Oh, D Purple Eye. After getting emotional for a moment, Galaxy Past suddenly put on a stern gaze as he said, All right, I've wasted enough time talking. The Star Alliance wants this HEL mode team dungeon. However, I don't want others saying that I am bullying two little girls. So I will give you 3 chances to challenge me. So long as you can last 3 moves against me, the Star Alliance will give up on this dungeon. Of course, if you don't wish to accept this challenge, I don't mind starting an all-out fight here, either. Zhui Yalan was at a loss for words when she heard Galaxy Past's words. The other mysterious moon experts, standing behind Zhui Yalan, also grew silent. If any other executive from the Star Alliance had said these words, they would have chosen to fight without hesitation. After all, everyone present was currently Tier 3. Even if there was a difference in combat standards, the difference in actual combat power wouldn't be significant. However, it was an entirely different matter if Galaxy Past were the one saying these words. Not only was Galaxy Past the Star Alliance's former guild leader, but he was also a Tier 5 Apex expert during his peak. Even on the scale of the entire D's domain, he could be considered a top-ranking expert. Even if Galaxy Past had regressed to Tier 3 now, the strength he could exhibit would still be far beyond the imagination of ordinary experts. It was no exaggeration to say that he could single-handedly turn the tides of a battle involving thousands. I can give you 10 minutes to consider, Galaxy Past said. Then, after giving Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue one last look, he turned around and returned to his team to start preparing for the upcoming dungeon raid. His behavior made it seem like he didn't care what choices Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue made. Meanwhile, after Galaxy Past walked away, Lin Yaoyue looked toward Zhui Yalan and whispered, What should we do? Neither the guild leader nor Elder Heart is in the miniature ancient world. It doesn't matter whether we choose to fight one-on-one or as a group. We won't have any advantages either way. In Mysterious Moon, the guild leader and Elder Confused Heart were the only people who could win against Galaxy Past. Although the guild had other Apex experts, they would have difficulty even matching Galaxy Past, let alone defeat him. Not to mention, these Apex experts were elusive individuals. It was also highly unlikely that any of them had entered the miniature ancient world, since that would mean restarting their progress from Tier 3. Unless an Apex expert had great determination and willpower, they absolutely would not set foot into the miniature ancient world. Indeed, we don't have any advantages, Zhui Yalan said, nodding. Then Pa's cyanate fighting spirit appeared in her eyes as she continued. However, we must still try and fight for this team dungeon. Are you insane? Hearing her friend's words, Lin Yaoyue hurriedly said, Our team can't afford to take on such a loss right now. The various powers that had entered the miniature ancient world were currently frantically developing their influence and increasing their levels. Meanwhile, for the sake of raiding the HEL mode team dungeon this time, Mysterious Moon had already gathered most of its experts. If all of these experts got killed and regressed to level 100, it would become very difficult for them to catch up to the experts of other guilds. How stupid do you think I am? Zhuo Yalan couldn't help but smile when she saw the nervous look on Lin Yaoyue's face. What I mean is that we should go for the one-on-one challenge. Even if we lose, it won't affect the big picture. Also, I will be taking one of the 3 spots. As for the 2 other spots, they'll go to whoever is willing to take up the challenge. I'll take up one as well, then, Lin Yaoyue said, gritting her teeth. If they were on the main continent, she absolutely would not dare to challenge Galaxy Past. After all, a Tier 5 expert could kill them with a flick of a finger. However, Galaxy Past had also regressed to Tier 3 now. She wanted to use this opportunity to see how much of a difference there existed between herself and an Apex expert. Was it really true that she couldn't last even 3 moves? That's great. We can also use this chance to see who has improved more during this period. Zhuo Yalan said with a smile. Afterward, Zhuo Yalan brought up the remaining slot to the other team members, checking to see if there were any other volunteers. Then, in no time at all, a tall and robust level 101 berserker clad in epic set equipment walked out of the crowd. Meanwhile, when Zhuo Yalan announced her decision to challenge Galaxy Past to a one-on-one fight, the Star Alliance's members instantly exploded into rage. Are you really going to accept their challenge, guild leader? That's right. They're merely a bunch of blind and ignorant brats. Who do they think they are to challenge you, guild leader? That's right, that's right. Let's just kill them all. The Star Alliance's core experts present voiced their dissatisfaction with Zhuo Yalan's decision, one after another. Everyone in the Star Alliance respected and revered Galaxy Past. Even if Galaxy Past had withdrawn from the front lines, he was still the Star Alliance's guild leader in everyone's eyes. Hence, seeing someone daring to challenge Galaxy Past angered them greatly. Enough! Be quiet! Galaxy Past said sternly. I was the one who suggested this challenge, so don't go blaming them. Also, I have already said many times that I am no longer the guild leader. Just call me Elder. After getting reprimanded by Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's members instantly fell silent. And, body voiced their complaints and dissatisfaction anymore. Though their eyes looked like they could kill when they looked at Zhuo Yalan and the others. Meanwhile, when Zhuo Yalan walked into the clearing, separating the 2 teams, and sensed the burning gazes the Star Alliance's members were giving her, she couldn't help but smile bitterly as she thought to herself, is there a need to react like that? You can make the first move, little girl, Galaxy Past said after entering the PvP site. Then, while watching Zhuo Yalan unsheath the 2 daggers hanging on the back of her waist, he shook his head and said, You shouldn't have stepped forward first. Zhuo Yalan was an SSA, Sin, so the foremost thing she should do was understand her opponent. The more she understood her opponent, the higher her chances of executing a successful ambush. It was especially important that she succeeded in ambush. Plussing a berserker like him. The berserker was a heavy armor CLA. SS. Not only would an Sin have a difficult time damaging a berserker with their weapons, but so long as the Sin's ambush got countered or resisted the Sin would fall into a Civ state immediately. Now that he had given Mysterious Moon 3 chances to challenge him, the optimal choice for Zhuo Yalan to make would be to have the other 2 challengers probe him first. Yet, Zhuo Yalan had chosen to step forward first. I know. Zhuo Yalan nodded, her eyes BRIMMING with fighting spirit, she said, but I want to see how far I can go with my true strength. Good. As expected of confused heart's disciple, Galaxy Past said in approval. In that case, come at me. After saying so, Galaxy Past started walking closer toward Zhuo Yalan. However, he showed no intention of drawing his weapon at all. Meanwhile, Zhuo Yalan didn't hold back even after seeing this. choosing to activate stealth and the Tier 3 shadow split without hesitation. Not only did she vanish from everyone's vision, but she even split into 3 copies of herself while in stealth. Then, all 3 of her copies charged at the unarmed Galaxy passed from 3 different directions. Formless steps. This little girl is quite skilled. Many of the Star Alliance's older generation experts were surprised when they noticed Zhui Yalin disappearing from their perception completely. As the Star Alliance's older generation experts, they had experienced countless battles throughout their career in D's domain. They had naturally seen many Sin experts as well. Hence, they knew that Sins capable of erasing their presences completely were experts who had trained in formless steps to the extreme. Formless steps was one of D's domain's most complicated top-ranking advanced combat techniques. Typically, only experts who had reached the Void Realm could master this combat technique. Meanwhile, Sins could erase their presences completely while in stealth after mastering this skill. This, in turn, would allow them to challenge even opponents that were much stronger themselves. Has she mastered it already? Lin Yaiyue was also surprised and overjoyed to see Zhui Yalin using formless steps. Formless steps. This was one of Elder Confused Heart's strongest moves. He had successfully cynated many Apex experts by relying on this combat technique. Although Zhui Yalin had only recently reached the Flowing Water Realm, now that she had mastered formless steps, she should have no problem withstanding 3 moves from Galaxy Past. What a pity! On the battlefield, Galaxy Past muttered softly after looking at his surroundings. Then he took a sidestep and suddenly threw a punch behind him. Tier 3 skill, Mountain Splitter. It was a skill that increased one's strength by 60% and doubled one's damage and destructive power for one attack. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive sound, Zhui Yalin's figure suddenly appeared behind Galaxy Past. Then, like a cannonball, her body flew across the air and landed 30 yards away. When she landed, her HP started plummeting rapidly, showing no signs of stopping even after reaching a critical level. How is this possible? He killed her in one hit. Mysterious Moon's experts gaped in shock when they saw Zhui Yalin getting sent flying. Although they had long since known that Zhui Yalin wasn't a match for Galaxy Past, they didn't think that Zhui Yalin, one of the younger generation's geniuses cultivated by the guild, would get killed in one hit. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Yaiyue was the first to react as she hurriedly shouted, "Healers, save her quickly!" Upon hearing Lin Yaiyue's words, the healers on Mysterious Moon's team promptly snapped out of their daze and started casting healing spells on Lin Yaiyue. In D's domain, even if players received damage that exceeded their HP threshold, so long as their HP did not reach 0, it was still possible to heal them using special healing spells. Meanwhile, the struck player could avoid death so long as the healers managed to out-heal the damage dealt. After several healing lights landed on Zhui Yalin's body, her HP eventually stopped falling and settled at 1. Then, subsequent heals quickly brought her back to full HP. However, as Zhui Yalin had already entered a heavily injured state, it would take some time before she could fully recover her combat power. After recovering her HP, Zhui Yalin slowly stood up and looked at Galaxy Past reluctantly, saying, "I lost. Are you wondering why I can see through your formless steps so easily?" Galaxy Past asked, a smile appearing on his face when he saw the unreconciled look on Zhui Yalin's face. "Yes, my formless steps should have been perfect," Zhui Yalin said, nodding. "Even if someone managed to see through her formless steps, it shouldn't be possible for them to strike directly at her defensive blind spot." Yet, Galaxy Past had done so without a shred of hesitation. His attack was so quick and precise that she didn't even have time to defend herself. Shaking his head, Galaxy Past said, "Your formless steps might be good, but it is far from perfect. It was especially true when you were attacking. Your killing intent was too obvious, or should I say immature. You didn't try to package it at all. In my eyes, you might as well not have entered stealth. I didn't package my killing intent. Zhuo Yalin was rendered speechless when she heard Galaxy Past's words. Could something like killing intent even be packaged? Not to mention, it had already taken all of her focus to maintain formless steps. She couldn't afford to split her attention to do other things at all. Galaxy Past did not continue explaining. Instead, he looked to the other members of Mysterious Moon and asked, "All right, who's next?" Even though Galaxy Past spoke in a calm and neutral voice, none of Mysterious Moon's members dared to step forward. Even Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but hesitate. Even someone as strong as Zhu Yalin had lost without knowing how. So how could any of them stand a chance against Galaxy Past? Just when Mysterious Moon's members would forfeit the rest of the challenge, a cloaked man with a black long sword by his waist sighed softly before walking out of the crowd and asking, "May I?" Chapter 38. Fair Fight. Chapter 38. Fair Fight. Who is he? He doesn't seem like someone from Mysterious Moon. There's no guild emblem on him. Since you're not someone from Mysterious Moon, what are you making trouble for? Get lost. Do you really think just anyone will have the qualifications to challenge our guild leader? The Star Alliance's members were enraged when they looked at the young man who had walked out of the crowd, many of them having the urge to just charge forward and kill him immediately. Who is he? Did our guild have such a member? Meanwhile, Mysterious Moon's members were confused when they looked at the cloaked young man. Mr. Blackflame. Zhuo Yalin immediately recognized the cloaked young man when she saw the other party. He was none other than S.H.I. plus Feng, the person whom she had invited to help raid the H.E.L. Mode team dungeon this time. Black Flame. Lin Yaoyue also turned to look at S.H.I. plus Feng when she heard Zhuo Yalin's words. Then a look of surprise appeared in her eyes as she asked, "Is he the expert you were talking about?" At this time, although S.H.I. plus Feng was wearing a black cloak to hide his information, the cloak didn't do much to hide the shape of his easily recognizable starter's equipment. Lin Yaoyue found it hard to believe that an expert capable of scoring an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's Epic Challenge would still be using starter's equipment, even until now. It should be known that any Tier 3 expert who had spent some time playing D's domain could easily acquire a level 100 dark gold set equipment when entering the miniature ancient world. MHMTM. Zhuo Yalin nodded, a hint of excitement appearing in her eyes. We finally have a chance now. A chance? No matter how Lin Yaoyue looked at S.H.I. plus Feng, the latter did not seem like an expert at all. So, she couldn't help but doubt her friend's judgment. Are you sure? He's still using starter's equipment, while Galaxy Past is using the 8-piece Blood Dragon set. That set is labeled as one of the 9 strongest level 100 epic set equipment in 100 Flow City. Just the boost it provides to the strength attribute is enough to let a Tier 3 player rival Tier 4 players. Lin Yaoyue wouldn't have doubted S.H.I. plus Feng's abilities if he was at least geared in an 8-piece epic set equipment like Zhuo Yalin. Suppose that was the case, they might have a small chance of winning. But starter's equipment versus the Blood Dragon set? There was already an insurmountable difference in just the basic attributes the two provided. An ordinary expert geared in the Blood Dragon set could beat up even a Refinement Realm expert in level 100 Dark Gold set equipment, let alone someone geared in Secret Silver Starter's equipment. Upon hearing Lin Yaoyue's concerns, Zhuo Yalin also finally noticed the state of S.H.I. plus Feng's equipment. Suddenly, her confidence wavered as she hesitantly said, "It should be fine." Meanwhile, when Zhuo Yalin and Lin Yaoyue were conversing with each other, S.H.I. plus Feng had also arrived in front of Galaxy Past. Not bad. You are a very courageous young man, Galaxy Past said, smiling as he examined S.H.I. plus Feng. You say that you want to challenge me, but can you represent Mysterious Moon? I'll need to ask, S.H.I. Plus Fong said. He honestly wasn't sure whether Mysterious Moon would let him represent it. So he turned to Zhui Yalan and asked, Miss Nightingale, can I fight on behalf of Mysterious Moon? If you are willing, Mysterious Moon won't have any problems with it, Mr. Black Flame, Zhui Yalan said, nodding. Good. Since Mysterious Moon doesn't have any problem, I don't have any problems with it, either, Galaxy Pass said when he saw Zhui Yalan nodding. Then he returned his gaze to S.H.I. Plus Fong and said, Young man, I won't bully you as a senior, so you can make the first move. No need. Let's just have a fair fight, S.H.I. Plus Fong said, shaking his head. Honestly, S.H.I. Plus Fong felt rather complicated facing Galaxy Past, who was talking to him from the perspective of a senior. The Zero Wing Guild S.H.I. Plus Fong created during his previous life had clashed with the Star Alliance on many occasions. However, later on, Zero Wing had already grown to a state where the Star Alliance couldn't even hope to match. So, whether it was the Star Alliance or Galaxy Past, both had long since faded out of S.H.I. Plus Fong's vision. Now, that S.H.I. Plus Fong was meeting with Galaxy Past again, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Even if the current Galaxy Past did not know him, S.H.I. Plus Fong still found it a rare opportunity to meet someone familiar in this foreign world. At this time, apart from the H.E.L.L. mode regional dungeon, a larger part of the reason why S.H.I. Plus Fong had stepped forward was to see how strong Galaxy Past had become after fighting in G.O.D's domain for 10 years. Meanwhile, upon hearing S.H.I. Plus Fong's words, the Star Alliance's members couldn't help but laugh. He really thinks he can fight with the guild leader. Even Nightingale with her 8-piece set equipment had fallen after receiving one punch from our guild leader. So how dare he utter such bold words while clad in starter's equipment? That's right. The guild leader is too soft-hearted. If he fights fairly, those people probably wouldn't even know how they died. The Star Alliance's members ran their mouths one after another, their words causing Mysterious Moon's members to feel angry and ashamed. This was because everything the Star Alliance's members said was true. If even Zhui Yalan, the 3rd Legion's vice commander, couldn't last more than a punch against Galaxy Past, anyone else who challenged Galaxy Past would probably suffer an even more miserable fate. So Mysterious Moon's members had no choice but to keep quiet in this situation and pray this H.I. Plus Fong wouldn't lose too miserably. Okay. Galaxy Past looked at S.H.I. Plus Fong in admiration when he heard the other party asking for a fair fight. Let me see if you can make me give you a fair fight, then. After saying so, Galaxy Past leaped into the air and threw a punch at S.H.I. Plus Fong. Tier 3 Legacy Skill, Tiger Transformation. Immediately, Galaxy Past's body increased in size, his height reaching 4 meters. The intensity of the aura he radiated also soared, transforming from a calm sea into a violent storm that threatened to devour all life. His fist had even transformed into a tiger claw the size of a boulder. When Galaxy Past's fist fell, even the S.P.A.C. around it had started cracking. It was as if his punch was bringing down the entire sky with it. It was an attack that could neither be dodged nor blocked. It's over! Zhui Yalan's complexion paled when she saw Galaxy Past's attack. Tiger Transformation was one of the skills Galaxy Past was known for. Not only did the attack have a wide AoE, but it also had a Stonies. H.I. plus indestructive power. Moreover, the skill even doubled its user's strength during the attack. One could say that it was a mini berserk skill. When used against an opponent with weaker basic attributes, the skill could achieve a cruise. H.I. plusing victory. Most importantly, Galaxy Past's actions were simply too fast to keep up with. Even with her standards, she had failed to react immediately when Galaxy Past had launched his attack. She reacted to his attack only after he had activated Tiger Transformation and his fist was falling. If she were standing in S.H.I. plus Feng's shoes, it would have already been too late for her to do anything. In such a situation, the only thing she could do was watch as Galaxy Past's fist came for her. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening boom, a shockwave spread across the battlefield, covering a radius of several hundred yards. Within several dozen yards of the shockwave's epicenter, dust and dirt were also sent flying over a dozen meters into the air. Ha ha ha! He's a goner for sure. Serves him right for behaving so arrogantly. Even Mysterious Moon's healers won't be able to save him now. The guild leader is too serious. He's only going up against a newbie, yet he even brought out Tiger Transformation. I guess that kid got a worthwhile death. The Star Alliance's members started chatting merrily when they looked at the dust clouds surrounding the battlefield. They were not surprised by this outcome at the slightest. As for Mysterious Moon's members, their expressions turned very gloomy. It was especially true for Zhui Yalan. It was another one-hit knockout. While Mysterious Moon's members were shaking their heads and sighing, the dust on the battlefield also gradually settled. However, to everyone's surprise, they could faintly see two figures standing among the dust clouds. How is this possible? He didn't die? Everyone was shocked when S.H.I. plus Feng's figure appeared among the dust clouds. At this time, not only was S.H.I. plus Feng still standing, but he didn't even lose a single point of his HP. As for Galaxy Past, he had missed his punch and created a crater several meters deep beside S.H.I. plus Feng. Did the guild leader miss his attack? That shouldn't be the case. With the guild leader's strength, he wouldn't miss even if he closed his eyes. The Star Alliance's members were greatly surprised by this scene. None of them could make sense of the situation. Meanwhile, Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaiwe were even more confused by this situation, their minds failing to understand how Galaxy Past had missed his attack. At this moment, out of everyone present, only Galaxy Past looked at S.H.I. plus Feng with a serious gaze. Unlike everyone else, he knew that he didn't mess up his attack just now. Instead, S.H.I. plus Feng had preemptively dodged his attack. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the instant he started moving, S.H.I. plus Feng had seemingly already seen through his attack trajectory and dodged to the side ahead of time. Moreover, he had failed to get a hold of S.H.I. plus Feng's evasive trajectory. Gee, owed speed response? Luck? These thoughts surfaced in Galaxy Past's mind one after another. However, S.H.I. plus Feng seemingly paid no heed to his extraordinary evasion as he looked at Galaxy Past and asked calmly, "Can you get serious now?" Chapter 2965, Chapter 39, Sword Technique. Swords OBT. Chapter 2965, Chapter 39, Sword Technique. Swords OBT. Get serious? What bold words! That's right. He only dodged the guild leader's punch by instinct. He would have long since died if the guild leader got serious. Although S.H.I. plus Feng did not speak loudly, everyone present was a Tier 3 expert. They could hear him loud and clear even from over 100 yards away with their senses and physique. Meanwhile, the Star Alliance's experts promptly rose to a clamor upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's question. In the opinions of the Star Alliance's experts, S.H.I. plus Feng must have relied on luck to dodge Galaxy Past's punch. After all, the difference in basic attributes between the 8-piece Blood Dragon set and the Secret Silver Rank Starter's equipment was more than double. Faced against Galaxy Past's Tiger Transformation, even the peak experts in the Professional League's A-League would have an extremely difficult time dodging it. After all, Galaxy Past was only half a step away from reaching the legendary tier. His ability to perceive and predict the movements of Void Realm experts had already reached the extreme. In comparison, SHI plus Feng was merely ANO, body using starter's equipment. In a situation where his basic attributes were vastly inferior to Galaxy Past, luck was the only reasonable explanation for his success in dodging Galaxy Past attack. A fluke. Zhuo Yalan was also surprised and confused when she looked at SHI plus Feng. In her opinion, it was simply impossible to dodge Galaxy Past attack that had been empowered by Tiger transformation. Even if SHI plus Feng was an expert capable of achieving an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's Epic Challenge, she didn't think he could evade Galaxy Past attack. It was especially true when he was only geared in starter's equipment. While a commotion was happening outside the PvP area, Galaxy Past suddenly smiled. Good. Very good. It's been a long time since I met an expert like you. Galaxy Past said, a hint of fighting spirit appearing in his eyes as he looked at SHI plus Feng. Although I don't know whether luck was involved just now, you are now qualified for me to get serious. After saying so, Galaxy Past moved his finger around at the empty SPAC before him. He had obviously called out his system interface and was doing something with it. A moment later, a Civ saber appeared in Galaxy Past's hand, the weapon matching his height. The saber had a snowy white body made out of a special type of crystal. Just the weapon's emergence had caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Meanwhile, the instant Galaxy Past held onto the saber, the intensity of the aura he radiated also increased significantly. Now he felt more like a humanoid beast than a player, and everyone present felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them. It's Ice Roar. Madness. This is madness. He actually brought a famed saber to the miniature ancient world. Can anyone even match him now? When Mysterious Moon's members saw the great sword in Galaxy Past's hand, every one of them felt their sanity falling a little. During D's domain's 10 years of operation, players didn't just pay attention to the various experts in the game. They had also made various ranking lists for the various weapons that existed in D's domain. Among them were lists for famed swords, famed sabers, etc. Every list had 100 entries, and the lists recorded weapons beneath the legendary rank. Meanwhile, any weapon capable of making these lists was unquestionably a weapon with powerful basic attributes and heaven-defying abilities that could drastically increase its wielder's combat power. Some weapons could even allow their users to transcend tiers. Meanwhile, Ice Roar was ranked 83 in the ranking list for famed sabers. It was also known as the River Sealer. Although Ice Roar was only an epic weapon, its combat effects were not the slightest bit inferior to fragmented legendary weapons. It was a delay weapon that one couldn't even acquire even after offering up an entire guild town. Upon seeing Ice Roar, Zhuo Yalan's expression instantly turned grave. Only experts who had reached her caliber would understand just how terrifying an expert like Galaxy Past could become if he had a weapon like Ice Roar. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he would become invincible among Tier 3. Meanwhile, after holding on to Ice Roar's hilt, Galaxy Past casually swung the Civ saber. Boom! Immediately, a dazzling energy blade cut through the air and flew up to 50 yards away, transforming the SY plane in its path into an icy plane. Afterward, Galaxy Past looked toward SHI plus Feng and proudly said, "All right, receive my second move." After saying so, Galaxy Past raised Ice Roar and swung it at SHI plus Feng, who stood less than 15 yards away. Similar to before, Galaxy Past Slash had generated another energy blade. However, unlike the one before, this energy blade continuously distorted its shape and altered its trajectory mid-flight, making it impossible for others to predict its trajectory. Advanced combat technique, curved light. Then when SHI plus Feng was evading the energy blade, Galaxy Pass suddenly stepped forward and rapidly rotated his body. Tier 3 Legacy Skill, Frenzied Gale. Immediately, Galaxy Pass transformed into an icy tornado that devoured all life around him. How is this possible? Zhuo Yalin's mouth widened slightly when she saw Galaxy Pass transforming into an icy tornado. It's actually a fusion technique. Combat techniques in D's domain were different from skills and spells. So long as players successfully learned combat technique, they could use it repeatedly without having to wait for a cooldown. Moreover, the power of a combat technique was in no way inferior to the average skill and spell. However, the downside of combat techniques was the significant stamina and concentration consumption. The expenditure was so significant that first-rate experts would exhaust themselves just by using an ordinary combat technique, while refinement realm experts would barely be able to use an advanced combat technique. As for fusing combat techniques with skills and spells, that was a feat even most peak experts had trouble accomplishing. However, so long as one could accomplish this feat, not only would the power of their skills and spells increase drastically, but their skills and spells would also carry some of their combat techniques' properties. These results could easily allow expert players to transcend tiers. The guild leader is finally getting serious. Let's see how that kid dodges the guild leader's attack now. The guild leader can clash with even mythic monsters using his ice tornado. The move even has a wide AoE of 50 yards. There's no way that kid can evade the guild leader's attack. The Star Alliance's members grew excited when they saw Galaxy Pass transforming into an icy tornado. At this moment, they could already foresee the moment plus Feng got shredded to death. Meanwhile, inside the PvP area, plus Feng finally unsheathed the winter of Eternal Night after seeing the approaching icy tornado. That's not a bad move, but it is still not enough to kill me, plus Feng calmly commented while he leisurely brandished his longsword. Sword technique. Swords. Suddenly, a galaxy of stars formed around plus Feng. Then, when the icy tornado was about to hit plus Feng, it suddenly veered past him, landing not a single hit on him. When the icy tornado eventually disappeared, the battlefield had also transformed into a river of ice. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, plus Feng remained standing on the battlefield. Moreover, the area within 5 yards of him did not contain even a single speck of frost. No, this can't be. I must be dreaming. Everyone couldn't help but rub their eyes in doubt when they saw this scene, their minds refusing to believe the reality before them. How did you? At this moment, even Galaxy Past was flabbergasted when he saw plus Feng coming out of his attack and scathed. Never did he imagine such an outcome would occur. However, before Galaxy Past could speak his mind, plus Feng suddenly raised the winter of Eternal Night and said, "Now that I've received your attack, it's time you received mine." After saying so, plus Feng swung down his sword. Sword technique. Sword's transmigration. Chapter 2966, Chapter 40. Who is he? Chapter 2966, Chapter 40. Who is he? When the winter of Eternal Night descended, everyone immediately saw a snowy white lotus flower blooming around plus Feng, the sight beautiful and transcendental. A bronze combat technique. Galaxy Past's expression turned unprecedentedly grave when he saw this snowy white lotus. Combat techniques in D's domain could be differentiated into various ranks. Meanwhile, ranked above advanced combat techniques were bronze combat techniques, and combat techniques of this rank were so rare that even most Tier 5 experts didn't possess one. However, so long as a Tier 5 expert managed to acquire a bronze combat technique, their combat power would instantly skyrocket to the peak of Tier 5. It wouldn't even matter even if they only had average equipment standards. The reason for this was because bronze combat techniques provided players with the strength to transcend tiers. This remained true even for Tier 5 existences. I have to block it. When Galaxy Past saw the gigantic lotus flower moving toward him, he promptly let out a shout as he used the Tier 3 Legacy Berserk skill, Savage Odie's Howl. Suddenly, an illusory behemoth appeared around Galaxy Past as his basic attributes doubled. The SPAC surrounding him also began to shatter, looking as if it couldn't withstand the new source of power that dwelled within his body. Then, after activating his Berserk skill, Galaxy Past promptly brandished his saber against the approaching lotus flower. Advanced combat technique, Skybreaker. All of a sudden, several blades of light shot out from Galaxy Past's saber before merging to form a gigantic saber that crashed into the lotus flower. Boom! A deafening boom shook the area within 1,000 yards of the battlefield. The trembling ground and spreading shockwaves could even be felt by the spectating players standing over 100 yards away. In addition, the GRAS land within a 100-yard radius of the collision had also transformed into barren land, and the ground had sunk by more than 10 meters. I don't think even top-tier Tier 4 players can deform the terrain to such an extent. Are they really Tier 3 players? Mysterious Moon's members subconsciously gasped when they looked at the state of the battlefield. In D's domain, players were known to become superhumans after reaching Tier 3. However, when it came to destructive power, even a large-scale destruction spell used by a Tier 3 magical CLA S player couldn't deform the terrain to such a great extent. Typically, only after reaching Tier 4 would players have the strength to do so. Even then, the area of destruction would be limited. Few Tier 4 players could cause as much destruction as plus Fong and Galaxy Past did. It should be known that there was a huge gap in strength between Tier 3 and Tier 4. There was even a saying in D's domain which stated that all those beneath Tier 4 were ants. Through this saying, one could tell how much stronger Tier 4 players were than Tier 3 players. Looking at the destroyed terrain before her, Zhui Yalin dazedly muttered, "Is this a fight between first-generation experts?" Lin Yaoyue also nodded in agreement when she overheard Zhui Yalin's mutterings. Her eyes filled with shock and excitement, although she had seen countless experts class. Plus Yin D's domain's professional league before. She had never seen players causing such devastation at Tier 3. This was, without a doubt, her first time. Rather than a fight between Tier 3 players, it'd be more apt to call this a fight between two behemoths. While everyone was in a state of shock, the dust clouds covering the battlefield also gradually dissipated, revealing two people staring off at each other. Unlike plus Phone, though, Galaxy Past's HP was no longer in a pristine state. Instead, 10% of it was missing. Evidently, Galaxy Past had lost in his clash with plus Phone. The guild leader lost? How is this possible? The guild leader even used his Berserk skill already. How could he still lose? The Star Alliance's experts were flabbergasted when they saw the state of Galaxy Past's HP, their minds unable to accept this reality. With the combination of a Tier 3 Legacy Berserk skill and an advanced combat technique, Galaxy Past should be able to exert as much power as a level 100 mythic monster with his attacks. Yet, even with such power, he still lost to a player geared in starter's equipment. Who could possibly believe this? At this time, let alone the Star Alliance's members, even Mysterious Moon's members were stunned by this situation. Yaoyue, does this mean we won? Zhui Yalin asked, her eyes blinking in disbelief. It should be. Lin Yaoyue nodded stiffly as she looked at plus Fong. She, too, found this outcome unbelievable. This Was Galaxy Past they were talking about? Galaxy Past was a mighty expert standing at the top of D's domain. He was considered top tier even among Tier 5 experts. Yet, even after wearing the 8-piece Blood Dragon set and wielding the famed saber Ice Roar, Galaxy Past had still lost. If news of this matter spread, it would certainly cause an uproar in the entire D's domain. Black Flame, is it? Looking at Plus Fang's cloaked figure, Galaxy Past asked in an excited voice, "With your strength, there is no way you would appear in a small place like the miniature ancient world. Moreover, out of all the experts I know of in D's domain, I don't recall an expert like you. May I know if you are a person from that side?" An expert with a bronze combat technique capable of defeating him while using only starter's equipment couldn't be a nameless person in D's domain. Yet, Galaxy Past had never heard of the name of Black Flame. There was also no possibility of one of D's domain's big shots starting a sub-account. D's domain didn't allow players to have 2 accounts, after all. There was also no way any of those big shots would be willing to abandon their accounts and start all over again. Thus, the only explanation left for Plus Fang's existence was that he was someone from that side. Someone from that side? What side? What does the guild leader mean? The surrounding spectators grew confused when they heard Galaxy Past's words. What did he mean by someone from that side? When Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue heard Galaxy Past's words, though, their expressions instantly changed as they turned to look at us. Plus Fang in shock and surprise. No way. He's someone from that side. Ordinary experts in D's domain and even the middle management of the various major powers would probably be confused if they heard Galaxy Past's words. However, it was a different story for Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue, who were reserve executives of first-rate guilds. Thanks to their status, they had the qualifications to touch upon information not privy to most ordinary powers in D's domain. Meanwhile, according to what they heard from their superiors, there wasn't just one world of D's domain, but many instead. Moreover, these other versions of D's domain were played by people from other planes of reality. Take the latest expansion pack, for example. When everyone heard that a war between 2 worlds of D's domain was going to be held, most people only some that the people from the other D's domain were merely other people from the same reality. After all, Earth wasn't the sole living place for humans. Humans living on other planets might be playing D's domain as well. Meanwhile, communication between planets was incredibly difficult, so it wasn't strange that they hadn't heard about humans on other planets playing D's domain until now. However, according to their understanding, the players from other versions of D's domain weren't living in the same reality as them at all. When Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue first learned of this information, both of them had found it to be unbelievable. They thought it was nothing more than fantasy. However, after their superiors showed them evidence, they came to understand that all of this was true. Moreover, they also came to understand that the virtual reality game known as D's domain definitely wasn't as simple as everyone imagined it to be. Instead, it was a game that wagered the fate of humanity. Chapter 41. Its name is Zero Wing. Chapter 41. Its name is Zero Wing. Yalan, should we inform Elder Heart now? If Black Flame is from that side, I'm afraid we won't have the qualifications to handle this matter, Lin Yaoyue said, reminding her friend, who was still in a daze, of the severity of the situation. If the man known as Black Flame really came from that side, his value would be unimaginable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that matters involving him were already outside their authority. According to the information they got from Mysterious Moon, the overall standard of Outer World players was generally stronger than the players in their D's domain. In addition, these Outer World players also said them in terms of training efficiency by a large margin. If they could join forces with an outer world power, they might be able to raise the strength of their guild members by a large margin. It might even be possible to instantly elevate the guild's rank by one whole level. However, this still wasn't the most important point. Rather than training methods, what was crucial to the various powers of their D's domain was the outer world's material resources. According to investigative reports, outer worlds had many precious resources not available in their D's domain. While these resources were deemed worthless by these outer worlds, they would become incredibly valuable when put in their D's domain. Some of these resources could even provide players with significant help in improving their personal strength. Meanwhile, seeing how abnormally strong Black Flame was, there was no way he would be an body in the outer world he came from. He might even have a massive power backing him. If this was the case, the person known as Black Flame was no different than a mountain of endless treasures to them. All forces in D's domain would go crazy for him. It should be known that even after the World Sage had opened, players still couldn't freely travel between the two linked worlds of D's domain. Setting aside the various travel restrictions, just the resistance put up by the local powers would become a huge limiting factor. After all, none of the two worlds' local powers would casually allow outsiders from entering their world and plundering the resources there. It was only natural that they would desperately fight to control the World Sage and protect their resources. Seeing that Black Flame had managed to appear in the miniature ancient world despite this fact, it proved that Black Flame must have a secret path that allowed him to travel between different worlds of D's domain. Meanwhile, the value of such a secret path went without saying. However, Mysterious Moon wasn't the only guild that had discovered this matter thus far. There was also the Star Alliance, a guild which was stronger than Mysterious Moon. If they handled this situation poorly, they would become the sinners of Mysterious Moon. No wonder he is using starter's equipment, even though he has such a Stonies plussing skills. So this is the reason why. At this time, Zhui Yalin also came back to her senses. When she remembered the scene when she first saw plus Fong, she felt that she had finally strung things together. Then she nodded and said, "You're right. Although we still can't be sure if Black Flame is someone from that side, Guild Leader Galaxy's insight and experience make it unlikely that he will be wrong. I'll log off now and contact Elder Hart and the others. Before that, you must find a way to fight for this opportunity. Yaiwe." After saying so, Zhui Yalin promptly logged out of the game, not daring to waste even a moment. In the meantime, Lin Yaiwe took a deep breath to calm her frantic heart. Then, she quickly walked up to plus Fong. Meanwhile, plus Fong was a little surprised by Galaxy Past's inquiry. He didn't think Galaxy Past would mistake him for a player from another D's domain. However, it made sense after he thought about it. A nameless expert wearing starter's equipment had defeated a highly celebrated Apex expert in D's domain. No matter how one thought about it, there was no way such a situation could happen. Unless, of course, this nameless expert didn't originate from this world. After letting out a sigh, plus Fong looked at Galaxy Past and said, "With the current situation, I doubt you'll believe me even if I deny it, right?" "You jest. I'm sure an expert like you is a man of your word. Moreover, you don't need to lie to me, right?" Galaxy Past said, smiling. However, even though he spoke as if he would believe plus Fong regardless of plus Fang's answer, the confidence and determination in his eyes said otherwise. Seeing the look of determination on Galaxy Past's face, plus Fong helplessly nodded and said, quietly, "Okay, I admit that I am not from this world." It was pointless for plus Fong to explain himself and clear up Galaxy Past's misunderstanding. Rather than waste his time on such a futile effort, he might as well keep up the misunderstanding and make the best of the situation. plus Feng was well aware that a solo player couldn't progress far in D's domain. If a player wished to climb to great heights, they would need the support of an organization. Even he, a former Tier 6 Sword D, was no exception. Originally plus Feng had planned to develop his own force after he had developed his strength and foundation a little more. Now, though he could just skip this process. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyue, who had just walked over, shuddered upon seeing plus Feng nodding. It's actually true? An inexplicable sense of excitement filled Lin Yaoyue as she looked at plus Feng's cloaked figure. However, she maintained a calm expression on her face, pretending as if she found this matter to be insignificant. I knew you couldn't be bothered to lie to me, Galaxy Pass said. He, too, grew a little excited after hearing plus Feng's affirmation. I haven't had time to introduce myself before. I am Galaxy Past, the former guild leader of the Star Alliance, a first-rate power in this D's domain. May I know which outer world power you come from, Mr. Black Flame? Zero Wing, plus Feng said, memories of his previous life suddenly surfacing in his mind. Then, after reminiscing for a brief moment, he added, It's a relatively idle power. However, it is also the strongest power in the D's domain I come from. When talking about Zero Wing plus Feng's words exuded the pride and confidence of a superior. The emotions in plus Feng's voice were so vivid that Galaxy Past could even feel the influence Zero Wing held in the D's domain plus Feng originated from. The strongest power. Meanwhile, after hearing plus Feng's statement, both Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue were secretly shocked. At the same time, the enthusiasm in their hearts also cooled down a little. Neither of them had thought that plus Feng would have such a huge origin. Originally, they had wanted to fight for trading rights with plus Feng by relying on the influence and strength of their respective first-rate guilds. However, all of their previous thoughts had become a joke at this moment. If a guild could call itself the strongest power in D's domain, one could easily imagine how frightening the strength and influence it held was. It should be known that even if the current 5 great super guilds banded together, they wouldn't dare to call themselves the strongest power in D's domain. Yet plus Feng had spoken without hesitation. Through this, they could tell that Zero Wing's strength in plus Feng's world was undisputed. It was also unlikely that plus Feng would lie to them. After all, experts were prideful creatures. It was especially true for experts of plus Feng's caliber. In addition, they were well versed at reading people, thanks to their experiences. Meanwhile, they could tell that plus Feng wasn't lying when he said he came from the strongest power in his D's domain. In that case, how could the strongest power of an entire D's domain possibly put first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance and Mysterious Moon in its eyes? I know you want to trade with me, or rather, you want to make deals with the power behind me. Plus Feng smiled when he noticed the expressions of the two people before him turning a little ugly. Unfortunately, the guilds behind you do not have such qualifications. Even so, there's no need for you to be discouraged. Although the guilds behind you aren't qualified to be equal trading partners, your guilds have the chance to become an affiliated power. May I know if you two are interested? Chapter 2968, Chapter 42, Zero Wings Foundation. Chapter 2968, Chapter 42, Zero Wings Foundation, an affiliated power. Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue were stunned when they heard plus Feng's words. Then, complicated emotions appeared on their faces. If the person saying these words to them was an plus Feng, the representative of Zero Wing, but a representative of some other superpower instead. Their answers would have told this person to get lost without hesitation. Although there were many first-rate guilds in G. Oh, D's domain. It didn't mean that they were weaklings. A typical first-rate guild would have control over 100 major cities or more. Top-tier, first-rate guilds would even have control over an entire medium-sized kingdom. Hence, first-rate guilds were by no means pushovers. It was especially true for their two guilds. They were confident that their respective guilds could become a super first-rate guild and join the ranks of G. Oh, D's domain's superpowers in the future. At that time, apart from the 5 great super guilds, there would be no other existence that their two guilds would be afraid of offending. Thus, asking their two guilds to become affiliated powers was nothing but a joke. After pondering in silence for a moment, Lin Yaoyue took a deep breath and said in a neutral tone, "I'm afraid I do not have the authority to give you an answer right now, Mr. Black Flame. I will have to discuss your offer with my superiors first. I'm afraid I will also have to discuss it over with my guild's current guild leader," Galaxy Pass said, nodding in agreement with Lin Yaoyue. "Do you think that my condition is a little too brazen?" SHI. Plus Feng wasn't surprised when he heard Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue rejecting his offer. Chuckling, he said, "Don't be so quick to shoot down my offer. I understand the pride you have for your respective guilds. After all, a first-rate guild is only one step away from joining the ranks of superpowers. I'm guessing that your respective guilds aren't even afraid of ordinary superpowers right now, much less becoming an affiliated power to one." Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue remained silent as they looked at SHI plus Feng, evidently agreeing with what SHI plus Feng had just said. "Since you wish to consider, take your time doing so," SHI plus Feng said. "However, before that, I plan to show you Zero Wing's foundations. How about making a decision after that? May I know how you plan to display it, Mr. Black Flame?" Galaxy Past asked curiously. Lin Yaoyue also nodded her head, her eyes looking at SHI plus Feng with curiosity. There was no way any of their guilds would willingly become an affiliated power without something to convince them. Though even if SHI plus Feng did show them Zero Wing's might, their two guilds would most likely still reject his offer. After all, their two guilds possessed great ambitions for the future. How could they possibly submit themselves to another power just for some small profits? However, it'd be a lie if they said that they weren't curious about how powerful outer world powers were. After thinking for a moment, SHI plus Feng said, "How about we raid this team dungeon together?" "Raid this team dungeon? Does that mean you plan on having your guild's other experts come over?" Galaxy Past's eyes brightened. The strength of a power relied heavily on the number and quality of the experts it possessed. If he could use this opportunity to see the number and quality of experts Zero Wing possessed, he could make a rough guess of Zero Wing's strength. "No, it'll be just me," SHI plus Feng said, shaking his head. "Only one person." Lin Yaoyue was stunned. She failed to understand SHI plus Feng's intentions. "How will you display Zero Wing's strength, then?" A power's foundation couldn't be composed of just one expert. Even if a guild had a Tier 6G, D-ranked expert leading it, it would simply be evaluated as a top-tier, first-rate guild in G. D's domain. "I'll show it through our mana technique," SHI plus Feng said with a faint smile. "Mana technique?" Lin Yaoyue grew even more confused. Any expert at Tier 4 or above would come into contact with mana techniques. It was because mana techniques were a form of manipulating mana, just like how combat techniques were a form of manipulating the physical body. Meanwhile, after reaching Tier 4, players would need to learn a lot about mana usage, since only by doing so could they display the power of Tier 4 skills and spells. Hence, so long as players reached Tier 4, they would have to touch upon knowledge of this aspect, even if they didn't want it. Meanwhile, mana techniques were the best tools for learning how to manipulate mana. However, while mana techniques might be rare in D's domain, their rarity hadn't reached a point where they could be considered priceless. Even first-rate powers would have a few mana techniques in their possession, let alone superpowers. Thus, mana techniques couldn't be used to prove a guild's strength. You'll understand once we reach the boss, S.H.I. Plusfong said, not bothering to explain himself. What do you two think? The Star Alliance has no problem with this arrangement, Galaxy Past said nonchalantly. Since he had already lost the challenge, the Star Alliance naturally wouldn't have anything to do with this L-mode team dungeon any longer. However, while he couldn't acquire the items inside the team dungeon, getting the opportunity to understand an outer world expert wasn't a bad idea either. After all, the current powers of D's domain had incredibly little information on outer world players. Mysterious Moon doesn't have any problem with this arrangement either, Lin Yayue said, nodding. Good. We'll form a 1,000-man team and enter right away then, S.H.I. Plusfong said. Then he sent a team invitation to Galaxy Past and Lin Yayue. Meanwhile, neither Galaxy Past nor Lin Yayue had a problem with S.H.I. Plusfong becoming the leader of the team. After all, they wouldn't have felt reconciled if they had let each other lead the team. Rather than have one of them lead the team and the other feeling unreconciled, they might as well let S.H.I. Plusfong become the team leader. After joining S.H.I. Plusfong's team, Galaxy Past and Lin Yayue had their respective team disband and join S.H.I. Plusfong's team. In less than 10 minutes, a team of 1,000 top-tier experts was formed and ready to enter the H.E.L.L mode team dungeon. The inside of the miniature Ancient Worlds team dungeons was completely different from that of the Outside Worlds team dungeons. The inside of the team dungeon was so massive that it looked more like a regional dungeon instead. Moreover, not only were there level 103 to level 105 Great Lord ranked demonic beasts, but there were also plenty of level 105 Grand Lord ranked demonic beasts leading these Great Lords. Even the smallest group of monsters in the team dungeon had at least several thousand Great Lords and 50 Grand Lords, while some of the bigger groups had over 100 Grand Lords and a mythic ranked demonic beasts leading them. Rather than a dungeon raid, it felt more like they were fighting on a primordial battlefield instead. Moreover, these demonic beasts behaved more like soldiers than monsters. Not only did they move in unison, but they would also always fight in groups instead of alone. An ordinary Tier 3 expert team would stand no chance against these organized monsters. However, faced against the elites of 2 first-rate guilds, these demonic beasts were still a little lacking. Even the weakest expert on the team was geared in a mix of level 100 dark gold and epic equipment. In addition, there were over a dozen refinement realm experts on the team, plus Lin Yayue and Galaxy Past. Lin Yayue was a great mage who had reached the flowing water realm. She was akin to a human-shaped cannon, and she could instantly cast Tier 3 AoE spells one after another. As for Galaxy Past, he was a domain realm berserker. Even when mythic-ranked demonic beasts tried to attack Lin Yayue and stop her rampage, none of them could get close to her because of Galaxy Past. In less than 5 hours, S.H.I. Plusfong and the others had already successfully arrived at the central castle inside the team dungeon. And here I thought this H.E.L.L mode team dungeon was going to be challenging. It seems I overestimated it. That's not true. We already killed 4 mythic monsters on our way here. These mythic monsters could already be regarded as the final boss in other dungeons. Moreover, you shouldn't forget that our team consists of the core experts of 2 first-rate guilds. Any other team would have gotten annihilated several times by now. That's right. Didn't you see Guild Leader Galaxy stopping a level 105 mythic monster all by himself? I doubt you can find another expert with such strength in the miniature ancient world. Everyone was thrilled when they arrived in front of the ancient castle. It also didn't look like they had just experienced a series of tough battles at all, since none of them looked tired. This should be where the legacy is located, right? Everyone's already rested, so should we open the door now? Lin Yaoyue asked S.H.I. plus Feng when she saw that everyone was mostly rested. S.H.I. plus Feng had hardly ever fought on their way here. Apart from when he needed to protect the healers, he spent most of his time commanding the team. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyue had to admit that S.H.I. plus Feng was an incredibly capable commander, his commands maximizing the team's combat power. However, even until now, she had yet to see the foundation S.H.I. plus Feng had promised to display. Now that they were about to fight the final boss, she couldn't help but wonder what the mana technique S.H.I. plus Feng mentioned was all about. "All right, open it," S.H.I. plus Feng said as he stood up from the stone pedestal he sat on. Upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's command, the several dozen berserkers on the team approached the maw. Civ stone doors that measured 30 meters in height. Then they pushed against it with all their might, opening it slowly. When a gap formed between the doors, an ancient aura promptly flooded out of the gap. At the same time, a vast courtyard with a dragon statue in the middle entered everyone's eyes. There were also divine runes engraved across the courtyard ground. Meanwhile, as the doors gradually opened, not only did the runes on the ground light up as if awakened, but the dragon statue in the middle also started to tremble and crack. Then, under everyone's gaze, the statue exploded, and a real dragon appeared in its place. A Tier 4 bronze dragon? How is this possible? Why would a dragon appear in AHELL mode team dungeon? Everyone was stunned when they looked at the 80-meter tall bronze dragon. Schwartold, dragon mythic, level 105 HP. Dragons were the personification of destruction in G.O.D's domain. They were also the apex race of G.O.D's domain. Even a Tier 3 infant dragon was more than capable of destroying a city by themselves, while a Tier 4 adult dragon could plunge an entire kingdom into despair and possibly even annihilation. Let's retreat quickly, Mr. Black Flame. A Tier 4 dragon isn't something current players can go up against, Lin Yaoyue hurriedly suggested. Even Tier 5 players would have a headache fighting a Tier 4 dragon, let alone Tier 3 players like themselves. Unless they could get the help of a Tier 5 expert, only death would await them if they tried to challenge Schwartold. A dragon? No, that's not right. After looking at the engravings on the ground, S.H.I. plus Feng said, while he might be a bona fide Tier 4 dragon, he has already died for quite some time by the looks of it. His body is merely being controlled by the runes on the ground. That should be the case. Galaxy Past agreed with S.H.I. plus Feng's analysis. If this HELL mode team dungeon really requires players to fight against a Tier 4 dragon, I doubt there is any team in the current miniature ancient world capable of raiding this dungeon. Looking at the raid environment, I believe we are required to figure out a way to destroy the pillars with engravings located around the battlefield. If we do that, the dragon will probably fall on its own. That is true, but we have to face a Tier 4 dragon as we destroy those pillars, Lin Yaoyue said, feeling a little exasperated. Even if they had the strength to destroy the pillars, they had to survive the dragon's onslaught before they could do so. However, even if all of them combined their strength, they probably couldn't survive even a hit from the Tier 4 dragon. Indeed, if we cannot face the dragon's attacks, destroying those pillars will be nothing but a dream, Galaxy Pass said, nodding in agreement. It seems our only option now is to retreat. Let's leave quickly then. If the dragon starts attacking us, none of us should think of leaving, Lin Yaoyue hurriedly said. Hold on a second, S.H.I. S.H.I. plus Feng suddenly said, "Although we have to face a Tier 4 dragon, we are not without a chance." A chance? Looking at S.H.I. plus Feng in confusion, Lin Yayue asked, "What chance?" Honestly, Lin Yayue felt reluctant to give up on the raid so easily. After all, this was one of the miniature ancient world's legacies they were talking about. If she could get her hands on it, she might be able to improve herself further. However, no matter how she looked at it, there was simply no way they could go up against a Tier 4 dragon. "I'm not sure if I can succeed, but I will only know after I try." After saying so, S.H.I. plus Feng took a step forward, instantly entering Schwartold's area of influence. Immediately, the bronze dragon stood up from its resting position and swung one of its maw. Civ claws at S.H.I. plus Feng. Is he crazy? Lin Yayue was momentarily dumbfounded by this situation. At this time, even Galaxy Past couldn't help but gape in shock at this scene. He didn't think that S.H.I. plus Feng meant this when the other party said he would try. S.H.I. plus Feng had just provoked a Tier 4 dragon. Although it is a little early, I can use this opportunity to test out the effects of this move, S.H.I. plus Feng thought as he looked at the approaching claw that destabilized the surrounding SPC. Then he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night, wielded it over his head with both hands, and activated the sword skill Radiant Night, which increased the rank of his attack by 2. Immediately afterward, S.H.I. plus Feng swung down his sword against the approaching dragon claw. First Sword Light Shadow. Chapter 43. One Sword to Shake the Ages. Chapter 43. One sword to shake the ages when S.H.I. plus Feng swung the Winter of Eternal Night. An illusory sword measuring over 12 meters long suddenly appeared. Then, the illusory sword created a dark trail in the air as it descended toward the oncoming dragon claw, the constantly extending spatial tear making it seem as if the sky was being cleaved in half. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening boom, spatial cracks appeared all around the courtyard. Immediately afterward, a shock wave spread across the courtyard, the shock wave so strong that everyone standing outside the courtyard's entrance had stumbled backward. Even Galaxy Past, a player as strong as a Tier 4 mythic monster, had to take half a step back before he managed to stabilize his body. Was he not serious during our previous fight? Galaxy Past was shocked when he saw the state of the courtyard. Although Galaxy Past dared not say that he was the strongest Tier 5 player before coming to the miniature ancient world, he still considered himself one of the top-ranking Tier 5 experts in God's domain back then. Now that he had entered the miniature ancient world with the Blood Dragon set and famed Saber Ice Roar, he felt he should be an invincible existence here. Even if there was someone stronger than him, the gap in strength between them should be limited. An example would be how S.H.I. plus Feng was only slightly stronger than him even after relying on a powerful bronze combat technique. However, what was up with this situation? Right now, S.H.I. plus Feng had not only shattered S.P.A.C. with one move, but he had even forcibly stopped a Tier 4 dragon's attack. This was no longer at the level of just being slightly stronger. S.H.I. plus Feng was already standing in a completely different dimension. Is this the mana technique he spoke of? Lin Yayue was also dumbfounded by this scene. She had seen experts using mana techniques before, and the power of these mana techniques went without saying. The boost in power a mana technique provided could practically rival a Tier 4 Berserk skill. However, even the strongest mana technique she knew of could not let a Tier 3 player contend against a Tier 4 dragon. Dragons were existences regarded as invincible among opponents of the same tier. Even domain realm experts would need to have an advantage of at least one tier to go up against a dragon of the same level. Meanwhile, experts capable of going up against dragons of the same tier were regarded as legendary individuals in God's domain. When everyone was in shock, a figure flew out of the shattered S. SPAC in the courtyard center and landed around 20 yards away. As expected of a Tier 4 dragon, it still has such power even though it is already dead. SHI Plus Fong revealed a bitter smile as he looked at his trembling hands and humming weapon. It seems this is the limit of this move. Light Shadow was the first of 3 parts of the Holy Annihilation Mana technique that the Heavenly Blue Saint Iliadi was known for. Even though Light Shadow was only the weakest out of the 3 parts, it's still Serpa said the standard of the mana techniques used by ordinary Tier 6E. Oh yes, not only did one require an extremely powerful physique to use Light Shadow, but one would also need an incredibly high concentration standard. Under normal circumstances, a Tier 3 player should be incapable of executing Light Shadow perfectly. However, thanks to his legendary mana body and Winter of Eternal Night SHI, Plus Fong managed to turn the impossible possible. Unfortunately, even with the complete Light Shadow at his disposal SHI, Plus Fong still didn't have enough strength to go up against a Tier 4 dragon. After only one exchange, not only did he get sent flying, but he had also lost around 1/3 of his HP. In other words, he would be killed after receiving 3 more normal attacks from Schwartold. Before SHI Plus Fong could finish lamenting his weakness, Schwartold suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the air. Then it raised its claw once more and started gathering mana around it. Evidently, the bronze dragon planned to use a skill or spell this time instead of a normal attack. Not good. That's the Tier 4 dragon magic, Meteor. Lin Yaoyue's complexion paled when she saw the magic arrays forming around Schwartold's claw. Dragon magic was a type of ancient magic that Serpa said the magic found in modern D's domain. Under the same tier, the power of dragon magic far Serpa said that of ordinary magic. The cast time was also much shorter. Dragon magic was one of the reasons that made dragons invincible among opponents of the same tier. Meanwhile, among Tier 4 dragon magic, Meteor was a large-scale destruction spell capable of obliterating an area of several hundred yards in one hit. It's over. There's no way we can run away in time. How can this be? Everyone's expressions turned ugly when they looked at the bronze dragon in the air. Dragon magic of the destruction variety wasn't just capable of destroying physical objects. After the spell's power reached a certain extent, it could even destroy souls, which also included the souls of players. If they got hit by Schwartold's meteor now, even if their souls didn't get erased, their souls would still enter a heavily injured state. They would most likely be prohibited from logging into D's domain for at least half a month if that happened. If they were still on the main continent, they wouldn't have minded losing half a month's worth of progress. However, now that everyone was desperately fighting for resources in the miniature ancient world, losing half a month's worth of progress would create an insurmountable gap between them and the experts of other guilds. At this time, even Galaxy Past couldn't help but smile bitterly at this situation. He had originally come with the goal of spectating. He didn't think he would end up getting dragged into such a mess. This would become a huge loss for the Star Alliance. However, when everyone was quietly waiting for death to claim them, SHI Plus Fong suddenly shouted in the team chat saying, "Guild Leader Galaxy, I'll pin down the boss while you figure out a way to destroy those stone pillars." Pin down the boss? Didn't you try that already? Galaxy Past couldn't help but grow confused when he saw SHI Plus Fong suddenly charging at the bronze dragon once more. It was already a miracle that SHI Plus Fong had managed to receive the bronze dragon's normal attack without dying previously. After all, SHI Plus Fong was only geared in starter's equipment right now. There was no way SHI Plus Fong could stand a chance against Tier 4 dragon magic. It should be known that the legendary individuals who had managed to clash against dragons of the same tier had done so while being fully geared in delay equipment. Had they repeated their feats using only secret silver equipment, they would have died 10 times out of 10. Not to mention SHI plus Fong was currently 1 tier lower than a tier 4 bronze dragon. Only death would await him if he tried to stop the bronze dragon's tier 4 dragon magic with the move he used before. The move before might not work, but I still have another move I can try, SHI plus Fong said in a serious tone. However, you need to move quickly. I won't be able to hold it down for very long. He still has another move? Galaxy Past was momentarily stunned. Then, just when he thought of dissuading SHI plus Fong, he saw SHI plus Fong leap into the air and stay suspended in midair. He's hovering. Isn't the flight ability only available at tier 4? Could it be a tier 3 skill or spell? Everyone was once again shocked when they looked at SHI plus Fong hovering in the air. No, he's using his mana domain to fly. Moreover, it's a complete mana domain. Galaxy Past also felt flabbergasted by this situation. Is he really human? How can he already use a complete mana domain at tier 3? An epic mana body. Does he have an epic mana body? Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but rub her eyes and wonder if she was dreaming when she saw SHI plus Fong flying. Unlike ordinary expert players, she knew that players would need to fulfill one condition if they wished to use a complete mana domain at tier 3, and that was to have an epic mana body, something that even tier 6G, D-ranked experts dreamed of obtaining. Roar. When everyone was in shock, Schwartold let loose an angry roar, seemingly dissatisfied with SHI plus Fong standing at the same height as him. In the blink of an eye, the magic array surrounding his claw finished forming, and he promptly smashed his claw down at SHI plus Fong. Come! Seeing the descending claw, SHI plus Fong raised the winter of eternal night once more. This time, though, he got into a stance for a horizontal slash instead of a vertical slash. Immediately afterward, both the mana in the courtyard and the mana in the void started gathering around the winter of eternal night. The speed at which mana gathered dozens of times faster than that of Schwartold's meteor. The mana vortex that formed had even taken on physical properties already. Second sword, Holy Devour! SHI plus Fong swung his sword, summoning a torrent of blinding flames that brightly illuminated the entire courtyard, the flames devouring even SPAC itself as they made their way toward the oncoming dragon claw. Boom! 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 The collision between the torrent of flames and the dragon claw was akin to a collision between two meteors. Flames instantly flooded the entire courtyard, and the entire sky had transformed into an empty void. Meanwhile, after the flames in the void vanished, the bronze dragon in midair could be seen pushed back by half a step from its original position. Several scales had also fallen off its claw, and dark golden blood could be seen flowing from its wounds. Chapter 44, the fifth person? Chapter 44, the fifth person? The dragon's injured. He managed to injure a tier 4 dragon? Is he even human? Everyone gasped when they saw the dark golden blood flowing down from Schwartold's claw, their minds having a hard time believing this situation. Looking at SHI plus Fong suspended in midair, Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but ask Galaxy Past, if Black Flame can injure a tier 4 dragon at tier 3, he should be on par with those legendary individuals. Right, Guild Leader Galaxy? No. I'm afraid that even those legendary individuals are incapable of accomplishing plussing such a feat, Galaxy Pass said, shaking his head after snapping out of his daze. I think only those four are capable of doing something like this. Those regarded as legends in D's domain were D-ranked experts who had accomplished many miraculous feats and possessed Estonies. Plussing battle records. However, Galaxy Past had never heard of anyone ever managing to injure a tier 4 dragon while they were only at tier 3. Those four. When Lin Yaoyue heard Galaxy Past's lysis A deep sense of awe and yearning also appeared in her eyes. If one were to try and decide who is the strongest among the many D-ranked experts in D's domain, it would only lead to an endless and inconclusive argument. However, if one were to point out which D-ranked experts shouldn't be provoked at any costs, it would have to be those 4 D-ranked experts. Unlike other D-ranked experts, those 4 were the real deal. They were existences capable of holding their ground against Tier 6 DS all by themselves. The strength of Tier 6 DS was undisputed in D's domain. Even creatures as strong as dragons had no choice but to submit in front of DS. This was because any random D possessed the strength to transcend tiers. They were not existences that ordinary dragons could hope to match. Meanwhile, it was also because of the existence of these 4 D-ranked experts that the 5 great super guilds wouldn't dare to call themselves the strongest, even if all 5 of them banded together. Only this was a secret only known to a small number of people. Typically, only the executives of first-rate powers and superpowers would know about this secret. As for everyone else, they recognized the 5 great super guilds as the strongest powers in D's domain. Now that S-H-I plus Feng had displayed strength on par with those 4, Lin Yayue had no choice but to start reconsidering S-H-I plus Feng's previous offer. At this moment, though, S-H-I plus Feng wasn't faring as well as everyone thought as he faced the bronze dragon before him. Sure enough, Holy Devour isn't something that can be used at Tier 3. I'll be drained of concentration and stamina if I use it a few more times, S-H-I plus Feng thought, a bitter smile appearing on his face as he looked at his trembling arm. Originally, S-H-I plus Feng had only planned to display light shadows effects to let Galaxy Past and Lin Yayue become aware of the existence of such a special mana usage method. After all, there was a significant difference, even among mana techniques. In the case of the average mana technique, it could only increase a player's combat power to a certain extent and help players familiarize themselves with the basic principles of mana. However, in the case of powerful mana techniques, not only could they allow players to transcend tiers, but they could also improve players' control over mana drastically. Meanwhile, even stronger mana techniques would be the ones created by saints. Not only could these mana techniques allow players to thoroughly grasp the basic operating principles of mana, but they could also grant players the opportunity to master a law. The Holy Annihilation mana technique was something the Heavenly Blue Saint had created. Mana techniques of such caliber were extraordinarily rare even among the many worlds of D's domain H-I plus Feng had visited during his previous life. Meanwhile, so long as players perfectly mastered a mana technique, they could create countless copies of the technique's manual and share it with others, just like combat techniques. Only achieving perfect mastery over a mana technique was very challenging. Even among Tier 6 D-ranked experts, few could achieve such a feat, however. As luck would have it, SHI plus Feng had perfectly mastered the Holy Annihilation mana technique. So, he could make as many copies of Holy Annihilation's manual as he wanted. This was also why he was confident in negotiating with the Star Alliance and Mysterious Moon. However, SHI plus Feng felt that he had just incurred a huge loss. Not only did he fail to let Light Shadow's effects SHI plus NE, but he had even used Holy Devour, something that he shouldn't be using at Tier 3. To make matters worse, even after using Holy Devour, he had only managed to push back the bronze dragon and nothing more. There isn't much time left. It seems I have no choice but to go for broke. After taking a look at Radiant Knight's remaining duration, SHI plus Feng shouted in the team chat, Guild Leader Galaxy, 10 seconds. I can only hold the boss for 10 seconds. Only 10? Galaxy Past was surprised when he heard SHI plus Feng's words. He didn't think that SHI plus Feng could only pin down the bronze dragon for such a short time. However, after thinking it over, he felt this was a reasonable outcome. After all, it was already unbelievable that SHI plus phone could hold off a Tier 4 dragon for 10 seconds, using only starter's equipment. Immediately, Galaxy Past responded, "Okay, since that's the case, we'll go all out as well, destroying all pillars in 10 seconds. How is that even possible?" When Lin Yaiwe looked at the stone pillars located around the courtyard, she couldn't help but feel that the time SHI plus Feng had given them was too short. There were 3 stone pillars in the courtyard, and every one of them had a magic barrier protecting them. Moreover, based on the structure of the barriers, she could tell that these barriers were created by Tier 4 defensive magic arrays. Attacks under Tier 4 would do little to no effect against them. Moreover, even if their team could launch attacks at the Tier 4 standard, they still needed to deplete the mana reserves of these barriers. In other words, they needed to overcome 3 Tier 4 defensive magic arrays in the short time of 10 seconds. It should be known that even the weakest Tier 4 defensive magic array would need over 100 Tier 4 attacks to deplete. Currently, Galaxy Past was the only person on the team capable of launching Tier 4 attacks. No matter how Lin Yaiwe looked at it, there was no way Galaxy Past could destroy 3 Tier 4 defensive magic arrays in 10 seconds. Just leave it to us, little girl. Once we start charging for the pillars, all you need to do is dump as many AoE spells on the pillars as you can, Galaxy Past said with a confident smile. Lin Yaiwe grew even more confused after hearing Galaxy Past's words. She couldn't understand what the other party planned to do. However, she still nodded and said, "That won't be a problem. However, AoE spells don't differentiate between friend and foe. Don't blame me if you get hurt." "Don't worry. We've long since gotten used to such matters," Galaxy Past said nonchalantly. Then he looked at the 8 Refinement Realm experts behind him and said, "All right, let's begin." Hearing Galaxy Past's words, the 8 Refinement Realm experts from the Star Alliance smiled bitterly. Then they each took out a blood-red crystal from their bags and started chanting an incantation. As soon as the 8 Refinement Realm experts were done chanting, blood-red magic arrays started appearing around Galaxy Past. Then a massive amount of mana flooded Galaxy Past's body, causing his aura to increase in intensity rapidly. A battle array. Lin Yaiwe was dumbfounded when she saw the scene. Battle arrays were incredibly rare in D's domain, as they allowed a group of players to share their mana and increase their combat power significantly. However, the various large guilds treated battle arrays as their trump cards. No guild would take out their battle array for use without an important reason. Even though she was a reserve executive of Mysterious Moon, she had never gotten the opportunity to personally see a battle array in action. After all, battle arrays were consumables that would disappear after use. There was no way guilds would use such precious items to raid a dungeon. Before Lin Yaiwe could recover her senses, Galaxy Past had already transformed into an afterimage as he dashed straight for the nearest stone pillar. His speed was so fast that even Tier 3 experts had a hard time catching him with their eyes. Roar! Meanwhile, the instant Galaxy Past started charging for one of the pillars, the bronze dragon in the air also let loose an angry roar. Evidently, Schwartold had realized Galaxy Past's intentions. "Don't even think of getting away from me." However, SHI plus phone naturally wouldn't allow Schwartold to interrupt Galaxy Past. Immediately, he sent another Holy Devour SMAs. HI plussing into the bronze dragon. Meanwhile, seeing the dazzling torrent of flames appearing once more, Schwartold hurriedly dismissed his thoughts of stopping Galaxy Past and swiped its tail at the flames. It dared not receive the full brunt of SHI plus Fang's attack with its body at all. Boom! 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 Subsequently, intense shock waves shook the entire castle, and the SPAC above the courtyard transformed into a dark void. Good. I nearly thought I was a goner. Galaxy Past breathed a deep sigh of relief when he saw S.H.I. plus Fong successfully stopping the bronze dragon. Then he promptly started Brandis. H.I. plussing his saber against a magic barrier in front of him. 1 SLAs. H. plus 2 slashes. 3 slashes. For slashes. Advanced combat technique. Sky Breaker. For energy blades converged into 1 before SMAs. H.I. plus ing into the magic barrier, the powerful attack instantly reducing the barrier's defensive properties by a large margin. Attack it quickly. Galaxy Past hurriedly shouted upon seeing the magic barrier weakening. Heeding Galaxy Past command, Lin Yaoyue and the other magical CLA.S players who had already finished chanting the incantation for a large-scale combination spell promptly released their spell at the weakened magic barrier. Boom! After just 1 hit, the weakened magic barrier started cracking slowly. Then, after this phenomenon continued for 2 seconds, the magic barrier disappeared, and the stone pillar it protected transformed into dust. In the meantime, Galaxy Past had already arrived in front of the second stone pillar and executed another sky breaker against the magic barrier before him. Seeing this, Lin Yaoyue started double casting without hesitation and bombarded the weakened magic barrier with a series of spells. 5 seconds later, the second stone pillar also turned to dust. Despicable intruders, you have angered me. Along with the second pillar's destruction, Schwartold's anger also reached its peak. Immediately, he flapped his wings and soared higher into the sky, having no intention of getting entangled with S.H.I. plus Fong any longer. Then, after putting 100 yards between himself and S.H.I. plus Fong, he opened his mouth. As soon as the bronze dragon opened his mouth, time in the surrounding area had seemingly stopped for a moment. Then, all mana within the area disappeared into the bronze dragon's mouth, the absence of mana causing everyone to feel uncomfortable and suffocated. Die. The bronze dragon let loose an angry roar. Then, a destructive beam of light that was as bright as the sun shot out of the bronze dragon's mouth. Not good. It's a dragon breath. That's cheating. Why is his dragon breath's preparation time so short? Everyone fell into despair when they saw the descending beam of light. Dragon breath was the strongest attack a dragon was capable of using. It was stronger than even dragon magic. Meanwhile, the dragon breath used by a Tier 4 dragon could instantly destroy an entire city. It simply wasn't something that a bunch of Tier 3 players could stop. At this time, S.H.I. plus Fong also wore a grave expression on his face. Immediately, he swung the Winter of Eternal Night horizontally and activated World of Frost. Afterward, with S.H.I. plus Fong as the center, the temperature within a 500-yard radius instantly plummeted. Then Ninema Civ Frost swords appeared out of thin air, the presence of these swords causing the surrounding S.P.A.C. to tremble. Go. With a pale complexion, S.H.I. plus Fong manipulated the 9 frost swords and executed Light Shadow with all 9 of them. He fused a mana technique with a skill. How is this possible? When Lin Yaoyue and the others saw S.H.I. plus Fong using Light Shadow with all 9 frost swords, they were so shocked that they had even forgotten about their fear of the oncoming dragon breath. It was common knowledge that mana techniques were special means of manipulating mana. In essence, mana techniques were the same as skills and spells. The only difference was that mana techniques did not rely on magic arrays to take form. Hence, it should be impossible to use mana techniques in conjunction with skills and spells. At most, players could mana techniques with support skills and spells that buffed their combat performance indirectly. Yet, now S.H.I. plus Fong was using mana to manipulate mana, achieving a true fusion between mana technique and skill. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out in the sky as the frost swords clashed with the dragon breath one after another. Meanwhile, along with the destruction of each frost sword, the power of Schwartold's dragon breath also grew weaker and weaker. By the time the seventh frost sword had disappeared, Schwartold's dragon breath had also faded out of existence. At the same time as S.H.I. plus Fong successfully stopped the dragon breath, Galaxy Past and the others had also destroyed the last stone pillar, which in turn caused the bronze dragon in the sky to transform into dust with a reluctant expression. Chapter 45, Dragon's Loot. Chapter 45, Dragon's Loot. We did it! We won! Everyone cheered out loud when they saw the bronze dragon disappearing. Although everyone present had raided many H.E.L. L-mode team dungeons in the past, this was undoubtedly the first time they raided one with a Tier 4 dragon guarding it. Moreover, they had done so while still being at Tier 3 only. This was a feat that could go down in the annals of G.O.D's domain. While everyone was celebrating in joy and excitement, the sound of a system notification entered their ears. System, congratulations! You are the first team to have raided the H.E.L. L-mode team dungeon, Sleeping Dragon's Castle. 100 Flow City reputation, plus 100. Level plus 1, legacy skill point plus 5. What abundant rewards! As expected of the miniature ancient world. I can't believe it gave us a whole level. It would be great if we can get a few more of these rewards. 100 city reputation points. With this many points, we can already start accepting city quests from the Adventurers Association. Everyone was flabbergasted by the abundant first clear reward. It was especially true for the Star Alliance's members. This was a pleasant surprise to all of them. Setting aside the EXP they gained, just the 5 legacy skill points reward was already more than enough to make the time they spent here worthwhile. In G.O.D's domain, players could only learn their respective CLA's legacy skills through spending legacy skill points. However, obtaining legacy skill points outside of the leveling up was incredibly difficult. Typically, only epic quests would award legacy skill points. Even then, players could only get 3 to 5 points per quest. For experts of their caliber, the value of legacy skill points far said that of top-tier weapons and equipment. Now that everyone on the team had received 5 legacy skill points, it was as if everyone had just completed an epic quest. The first clear reward was truly generous. However, after a moment of excitement, everyone quickly had their attention drawn toward the rain of light that had appeared after the bronze dragon's death. When the bundles of light landed on the ground one after another, they transformed into glittering items and quickly formed a small mountain. Eventually, when the rain of light ended and 2 stone tablets radiating a dark purple glow appeared, both the Star Alliance's and Mysterious Moon's members couldn't help but gulp. C.R.A.P. Are you kidding me? This is insane. 2 ancient legacies. Moreover, both are peak legacies. Mysterious Moon really lucked out this time. They might even get 2 apex combatants, thanks to these legacies. At this moment, even Galaxy Past, who was originally behaving indifferently toward the bronze dragon's loot, couldn't help but grow envious when he saw the 2 peak legacies hovering in the air. If players wished to have a better future in G.O.D's domain, they would have to climb to higher tiers. Meanwhile, the best way to improve one's tier was to obtain a hidden CLA.SS. While it was true that hidden CLA.SES tended to increase the difficulty of leveling up and getting promoted to higher tiers, the difficulty increase was negligible compared to the boost in combat power and knowledge players could obtain. Players would still have a net positive gain after obtaining a hidden CLA.SS. According to the statistics players in G.O.D's domain had made throughout the years, even a basic CLA.SS legacy could increase an expert player's chances of reaching Tier 4 by 10%, while an advanced legacy provided a 30% increase. and a peak legacy provided a 50% increase. In the case of peak legacies, they could even increase players' chances of reaching Tier 5 by roughly 10%. While 10% might not seem like much, it should be known that Tier 4 experts would have to go to H, L, and back to even increase their chances of reaching Tier 5 by 1%. An increase of 10% would require a Tier 4 player to experience numerous fortuitous opportunities to obtain. We hit the jackpot. 2 peak legacies. With this, Vice Commander Sky and Vice Commander Nightingale will have a chance at reaching Tier 5. What do you mean they have a chance? The 2 Vice Commanders already had a huge chance at reaching Tier 5 originally. If they receive a peak legacy on top of that, it's almost guaranteed that they'll reach Tier 5. If we gain 2 more Tier 5 experts, our guild will instantly enter the ranks of top-tier first-rate guilds. Mysterious Moon's members grew ecstatic as they looked at the 2 stone tablets floating in the air. The strength of a guild depended on the number of experts it possessed. In the case of first-rate guilds, their strength was determined based on the number of Tier 5 experts they possessed. Meanwhile, if a first-rate guild possessed 10 Tier 5 experts, it would be categorized as a top-tier first-rate guild. Of course, if a first-rate guild had 1 Tier 6 ranked expert, it could similarly be categorized as such. Previously, Mysterious Moon had always been stuck at just 9 Tier 5 experts. Hence, it could never enter the ranks of top-tier first-rate guilds. Now that Mysterious Moon had acquired 2 peak legacies, it was almost certain that Mysterious Moon would become a top-tier first-rate guild in the future. However, during the time Mysterious Moon's members were celebrating joyfully, Lin Yaoyue suddenly approached S.H.I. plus Feng and took a deep breath, saying, "Mr. Black Flame, although you have previously told Nightingale that you don't need any legacies, a peak legacy is far more valuable than the average legacy. I believe you will need it as well. However, may I ask if you can let Mysterious Moon have both of them? Mysterious Moon is willing to pay you the appropriate price." Upon hearing Lin Yaoyue's words, Mysterious Moon's members instantly fell silent. Then they turned to look at S.H.I. plus Feng, their hearts palpitating anxiously. Peak CLA. S legacies possessed extraordinary value in G.O.D's domain. When confronted with 2 peak legacies, even super guilds would break their promises without hesitation, let alone an outer world player power. If the person they were dealing with was an ordinary expert, they wouldn't have bothered negotiating at all. They would have simply gone along with their previous agreement and taken the 2 peak legacies for themselves. However, the person they currently faced was S.H.I. plus Feng, an existence capable of contending against a Tier 4 bronze dragon at Tier 3. S.H.I. plus Feng could decide their life and death with nothing more than a thought. Not to mention, the Star Alliance was also present. So long as S.H.I. plus Feng gave the word, the Star Alliance would probably be willing to work for him and split the loot with him, so long as he gave the word. What a smart little girl. No wonder OL, Confused Heart, has so many praises for her and the other girl. Galaxy's smile secretly revealed a bitter smile as he watched Lin Yaoyue calmly negotiating with S.H.I. plus Feng. If it weren't for S.H.I. plus Feng's presence, Galaxy Past wouldn't be polite with Mysterious Moon at all. As for their previous agreement, that was nothing but a joke. In G.O.D's domain, strength was everything. Even super guilds would be tempted by the prospect of gaining 2 Tier 5 players, let alone first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance. However, unbeknownst to Galaxy Past, Lin Yaoyue wasn't as calm as she showed herself to be. On the contrary, her heart started beating rapidly in fear as soon as she finished speaking. She was very much afraid that S.H.I. plus Feng would refuse her offer. "You don't have to test me, Miss Clear Sky," S.H.I. plus Feng said as he looked at Lin Yaoyue. Then, in a contemptuous tone, he continued, "A promise is a promise. It is just 2 peak legacies. Zero Wing isn't so desperate to renege on a promise for this bit of resources. This bit of resources? Lin Yaoyue was rendered speechless when she heard S.H.I. plus Feng's contemptuous words. Even if S.H.I. plus Feng was a legendary expert, she still felt that S.H.I. plus Feng was being too boastful in his words. At this time, even Galaxy Past, who was watching from nearby, was at a loss for words. A peak legacy was essentially a shortcut to reaching Tier 5. Even if Zero Wing was as powerful as S.H.I. plus Feng said it was, there was no way it could ignore 2 peak legacies. After all, reaching Tier 6 was incredibly challenging in D's domain. Luck and strength were both needed in abundance, and it was no longer a goal that could be reached simply by dumping a ton of resources. Hence, Tier 5 players were considered the main fighting force of the various superpowers. Don't believe me? After taking a look at Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past, S.H.I. plus Feng took out several memory crystals that could be bought from any NPC grocery store and said, "I believe you must have seen the mana technique I used before, right?" Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past silently nodded in agreement. The sight of a Tier 3 player repulsing a Tier 4 dragon without relying on external strength was something they could never forget, even if they wanted to. S.H.I. plus Feng's usage of mana was simply brilliant. Seeing the look of fascination on Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past's faces, S.H.I. plus Feng fiddled with the memory crystals in his right hand and said slowly, "The complete guide to the mana technique you just saw is recorded inside these memory crystals." Chapter 46, Zero Wing's Initial Establishment. Chapter 46, Zero Wing's Initial Establishment. The mana technique just now is recorded inside this memory crystal. As soon as S.H.I. plus Feng finished speaking, Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past promptly turned their gazes toward the 5 memory crystals in S.H.I. plus Feng's hand, their eyes filled with shock and burning desire. The tier progression in D's domain was brutal. The higher one reached, the more difficult it would be to make further progress. It was especially true for players seeking to reach Tier 5 and beyond. They would have to develop their physique and control over mana to an extremely high standard. Meanwhile, between peak legacies and mana techniques, peak legacies served mainly to improve a player's physique, whereas mana techniques served to improve a player's control over mana. Both were essential for players seeking to ascend to higher tiers. However, the mana technique S.H.I. plus Feng had previously displayed was unprecedented. It wouldn't even be an overstatement to say that the mana control he exhibited was at a divine level. If they could master such a mana technique, let alone reaching Tier 5, even reaching Tier 6 might not be a problem. In comparison, a peak legacy's value paled significantly. After all, a peak legacy provided almost no help to players in getting promoted to Tier 6. These things should be enough to prove my point, right? S.H.I. plus Feng said, a faint smile appearing on his face as he looked at Lin Yaoyue's and Galaxy Past's expressions. Just one copy of this mana technique should be worth 4 or 5 peak legacies, right? Indeed, Galaxy Past said, nodding as he walked closer to S.H.I. plus Feng and Lin Yaoyue. Then, with overflowing desire in his eyes, he continued, "It is just as you say, Mr. Black Flame. Let alone 4 or 5 peak legacies, the various superpowers will probably be willing to trade 10 peak legacies for just one copy of this mana technique." At the end of the day, a peak legacy could only be used to produce a Tier 5 expert. However, the mana technique in S.H.I. plus Feng's possession could increase a player's chances of reaching Tier 6 significantly. Just this point alone was more than enough to cause all superpowers in D's domain to go crazy for it. After all, the value of a Tier 6 D-ranked expert easily exceeded the total value of 10 Tier 5 experts. Although powers with only one Tier 6 D-ranked expert could only be considered a top-tier first-rate power, it would become a first-rate power that no superpower would dare to provoke. Meanwhile, if a power had 2 Tier 6G, D-ranked experts, it would be considered a superpower regardless of the standard of its other members. This showed just how powerful Tier 6G, D-ranked experts were. "It seems I have indeed been ignorant, Mr. Black Flame," Lin Yayue said as she retracted her gaze from the memory crystals. Then she looked at S.H.I. plus Feng and tentatively asked, "May I know if you are willing to sell this mana technique, Mr. Black Flame?" Compared to a peak legacy S.H.I. plus Feng's mana technique would be of much greater help to a magical CLA S player like herself. If she could get her hands on one of those memory crystals, she would have a much easier time progressing on the path of becoming a Mage G. OD. If you are willing to sell it, the Star Alliance will pay double of whatever Mysterious Moon offers. Mr. Black Flame. Galaxy Pass said without hesitation. He did not hide his desire for the Holy Annihilation mana technique at all. Guild Leader Galaxy U. Lin Yayue grew anxious when she heard Galaxy Past's offer. Unlike Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's former guild leader, she was only a reserve executive of Mysterious Moon. Meanwhile, her desire to obtain the Holy Annihilation mana technique was for her personal benefit. Mysterious Moon definitely wouldn't be willing to pay too high a price for her. Seeing that the 2 people before him were about to break into an argument, S.H.I. plus Feng promptly stored the memory crystals away and said, "You 2 don't need to argue over it. There's no way I can sell this thing. It's not for sale." Galaxy Past and Lin Yayue were visibly disappointed when they heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words. However, they felt that it made sense after giving it some thought. Such a precious mana technique could be used as a guild's foundation. How could S.H.I. plus Feng possibly sell them? It was true that mana techniques were similar to combat techniques in that they could be duplicated infinitely once a player had achieved perfect mastery over them. It was also true that players could benefit massively by selling these duplicates. However, by doing so, players would also be strengthening potential rivals and enemies. They would essentially be putting the cart before the horse. Although I won't be selling this Holy Annihilation mana technique, that doesn't mean you don't have a chance at obtaining it, S.H.I. plus Feng said when he saw the crestfallen looks of Lin Yayue and Galaxy Past. "It simply depends on whether you are interested in my offer." Hearing this, Galaxy Past hurriedly nodded and said, "Of course I am interested. May I know what your offer is, Mr. Black Flame?" Before entering the miniature ancient world, Galaxy Past had been stuck at Tier 5 for many years. Now that there was a chance for him to reach Tier 6, he would be lying if he said he wasn't interested. Meanwhile, Lin Yayue also silently nodded in response to S.H.I. plus Feng's words. Although her stances differed from Galaxy Past, she was well aware of her limits. With her current talent, it'd be challenging for her to even reach Tier 5, let alone Tier 6. However, if she had the Holy Annihilation mana technique, she was certain she could reach Tier 5 at the very least. Become an outer member of Zero Wing, and you'll have the opportunity to learn the Holy Annihilation mana technique. Looking at the 2 people before him, S.H.I. plus Feng proudly said, "Normally, you 2 wouldn't have any chances at joining Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing is looking to develop in this world, so it is indeed of talents and resources. While you 2 aren't particularly skilled, you still barely qualify." After thinking about it, Galaxy Past asked, "Do you mean for us to abandon our current guilds and join Zero Wing, Mr. Black Flame?" Hearing this, Lin Yayue also grew a little hesitant. After all, abandoning Mysterious Moon to join an unknown outer world power was simply too big of a risk. "No," shaking his head, S.H.I. plus Feng said, "I previously mentioned that Zero Wing is a rather idle power. It is especially true for outer members. There aren't many restrictions in place for outer members. Becoming an outer member is more like joining an adventure alliance than joining a guild. Once you two join, you can do whatever you want so long as you don't make an enemy out of Zero Wing. You can also complete orders or tasks issued by Zero Wing to earn points and exchange them for Zero Wing's resources. In the past, after the subworld, he operated and gained access to the many worlds of D's domain. The big shots of the various subworlds had used a similar method to form alliances with his subworld's various powers. Compared to taking over other subworlds, this was a much more feasible method for a power to gain access to the resources of other subworlds. Now that the subworld he resided in had yet to gain full access to the many subworlds, he could use this chance to lay a foundation for himself in advance. If that's the case, I am willing to join, Lin Yayue said without hesitation. I don't have a problem with it, either, Galaxy Pass said, nodding. The two of them definitely couldn't give up their existing guilds to join Zero Wing. However, it was a different story if SHI Plus Fong was only having them join a casual organization as individuals. Such an arrangement was no different than players joining the Adventurers AIS Association. Both sides would only take what they needed from each other. It wouldn't affect their positions in their current guilds. Good. SHI Plus Fong nodded slightly. Then he took out 2 magic contracts he had prepared beforehand and handed them to Lin Yayue and Galaxy Pass, saying, "Sign it if you two don't have any problems with the contract." Magic contracts were the highest degree of protection in D's domain. It was also the main means the subworld alliances used to bind their members. Once players signed a magic contract, it didn't matter which subworld they were in. So long as they went against the contract's terms, the penalty stated on the contract would take effect immediately. Even Tier 6 D-ranked experts couldn't escape the contract's effects. After receiving the magic contract, Galaxy Pass and Lin Yayue gave the stated terms a read. The contract was relatively simple. It prohibited them from becoming enemies with Zero Wing and leaking its secrets to players outside the guild. Of the 2 clauses, the second one would remain in effect even after they left or got dismissed from Zero Wing. Meanwhile, they would be prohibited from logging into D's domain forever if they break any of these conditions. After reading the contract's content, Lin Yayue looked at SHI Plus Fong and asked, "Mr. Blackflame, am I allowed to invite others to join after entering Zero Wing?" Chapter 47, Zero Wing's Members. H.I plus P slots. Chapter 47, Zero Wing's Members. H.I plus P slots. Upon hearing Lin Yayue's question, Galaxy Pass couldn't help but turn his gaze to SHI Plus Fong. He, too, was concerned about this issue. While Galaxy Pass might not know how strong Zero Wing was exactly, he had seen SHI Plus Fang's prowess with his own 2 eyes. 1 sword to shake a dragon. This was a frightening battle record that only 4 other people could accomplish in D's domain. Meanwhile, every one of these 4 people was in existence the various super guilds feared. Just this point alone was more than enough reason for him to join Zero Wing's alliance. Not to mention, there was even the benefit of being able to exchange for the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. If he could get a bunch of his companions to join Zero Wing, it would become a lot easier to ACCU. Emulate contributions in Zero Wing. 1. Seeing the expectant gazes the 2 people were giving him, SHI Plus Fong slowly said, "Each of you will have only 1 invitation slot. Moreover, the people you invite must be at the refinement realm at the very least. If the invited player wishes to have an invitation slot, they need to reach the flowing water realm first. Depending on the combat standards of the invited players, you will also receive a corresponding amount of points. Zero Wing's points will follow the value of D's domain's coins, with 1 point equaling 1 gold coin. You will receive 1,000 points for Refinement Realm Experts, 3,000 points for Flowing Water Realm Experts, and 10,000 points for Void Realm Experts. If you manage to invite a Domain Realm Expert, not only will you receive 50,000 points, but you will also receive an additional invitation slot. If you yourself reach the domain realm, you will also receive an additional invitation slot. Originally, SHI plus Feng had planned to have Lin Yayue and Galaxy Past invite as many people as possible so that Zero Wing could grow strong quickly. However, rapid development would only lead to Zero Wing's early destruction with his current strength and resources. Moreover, after experiencing the world after the many subworlds of D's domain gained free access to each other, he knew that numbers would only be important during the early phase. Later down the line, it was quality that mattered. Hence, SHI plus Feng planned to raise his requirements this time and develop Zero Wing into a true alliance of experts. He would develop Zero Wing into an organization similar to Demon's Gate and ASSA. An organization feared by even the big shots of the various subworlds. Part of the reason why Demon's Gate was feared was because it had 9 experts with the strength to solo kill Tier 6G ODS. However, what made the various big shots truly fear Demon's Gate was when the organization had destroyed an entire subworld. Back then, news of the matter had shaken the many subworlds, and Demon's Gate's existence instantly became taboo among the many subworlds. Body dared to offend Demon's Gate even at the slightest. 1 point equals 1 gold coin? That's a generous invitation bonus, Galaxy Past muttered in surprise. Then, in a disappointed tone, he continued, but I'd rather have a smaller reward and more invitation slots instead. Lin Yayue also nodded slightly when she heard Galaxy Past mutterings. Receiving 1,000 gold's worth of Zero Wing points just for recruiting a refinement realm expert was certainly a generous reward. After all, at the current market rate, 1,000 gold was worth 100,000 credits. That was already enough money to cover an ordinary family's living expenses for a year. Not to mention, after the miniature ancient world was released, the price of coins was continuously rising. In the miniature ancient world, where using low-quality equipment was out of the question, players could get a relatively good level 100 epic weapon with 1,000 gold. That would increase an expert player's strength significantly. However, for executives of first-rate guilds like themselves, Zero Wing's invitation slots were much more important than the invitation rewards. If there wasn't an invitation limit, they could invite many experts and companions to join them in completing Zero Wing's tasks and acquiring points. They would also have an easier time communicating with their allies. After all, Zero Wing's contract explicitly prohibited them from sharing Zero Wing's secrets with outsiders. Now that they could only invite 1 player each, they would have to carefully consider whom to use their invitation slot on. By their most conservative estimates, a mana technique as powerful as the Holy Annihilation technique should be worth 50 million points at the very least. After all, a peak legacy typically sold for 10 million gold on the main continent, which was already enough to empty the working capital of an ordinary first-rate guild. Meanwhile, 50 million gold was an astronomical sum that neither the Star Alliance nor Mysterious Moon possessed. The only fortunate matter was that they could exchange for the Holy Annihilation technique as soon as they had enough Zero Wing points. In comparison, they wouldn't be able to purchase a peak legacy even if they had the money to do so. If you want to acquire more invitation slots, you will have to think of ways to improve yourselves, SHI plus Feng said, a faint smile appearing on his face when he saw the bitter faces on Galaxy Past and Lin Yayue. Now that you've signed the contract, if you wish to acquire points, exchange for resources, or invite your companions into the guild, you can do so at 100 Flow City's Candlelight Hotel. However, I advise you to consider who you use your invitation slot on, since points won't be so easy to come by. With that said, I will be taking my leave now. After saying so, SHI plus Feng extended his arms in the direction of Schwartold's loot. Immediately afterward, 3 items radiating a purplish golden hue flew into SHI plus Feng's hand. At a glance, anyone could tell that these 3 items were extraordinary. Their value was most likely second to only the peak legacies dropped. However, N.O. body present had any qualms with S.H.I. plus phone claiming these 3 items. On the contrary, they felt that it was only right that he did so. After all, a GO deranked expert service wasn't something one could normally buy with just 3 items from a Tier 4 Dragon's loot. After obtaining the 3 items, S.H.I. plus phone took out a return scroll for 100 Flow City and activated it, showing no intentions of staying for even a moment longer. He left already? Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she saw S.H.I. plus phone disappearing from the dungeon. She would benefit immensely if she could receive even a little bit of guidance from a GO deranked expert. The progress she could make wouldn't be something she could achieve with just hard work alone. Do you really think GO deranked experts have a lot of time on their hands? Galaxy Pass said, rolling his eyes at Lin Yaoyue. Experts of their caliber have many things they need to consider and deal with. The volume of work they have on their plates is not something we can hope to imagine. The fact that a GO deranked expert is willing to spend so much time talking to us can already be considered a rare opportunity. So stop being greedy. Right now, what you should be thinking of is who you are going to invite. Thanks to his many interactions with Purple Eye, who is now a Tier 6 GO deranked expert, Galaxy Pass knew exactly how busy a Tier 6 GO deranked expert was. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even a second of their time was incredibly precious. The reason was that players would get to touch upon some of the true secrets of GO's domain after reaching Tier 6. Meanwhile, the things they did and the considerations they had to make were no longer restricted to only the world they lived in. Instead, their focus was on a much wider world. However, what Galaxy Pass did not know was that S.H.I. plus Fang's swift departure wasn't due to any of the reasons he summed. Instead, S.H.I. plus Feng had left because he had exhausted both his stamina and concentration after overusing Holy Devour, and he was in urgent need of rest. Meanwhile, after hearing Galaxy Pass' reminder, Lin Yaoyue quickly decided who she should invite. Obtaining 0 wing points, is it? I should discuss it properly with Yalin. Lin Yaoyue didn't intend on notifying the guild regarding 0 Wing's invitation this time. Instead, she planned to tell only Zhui Yalin and have her friend join 0 Wing, secretly. After all, S.H.I. plus Feng had only mentioned 0 Wing's matter to her and Galaxy Past. Everyone else on the team was excluded from the conversation. Meanwhile, after all was said and done, Lin Yaoyue and Zhui Yalin were only reserve executives in Mysterious Moon. Although they would receive priority for resources in the guild, it didn't mean they would receive the best resources available. Lin Yaoyue was certain that should she tell this matter to the guild leader or elder Confused Heart, they would undoubtedly take her slot away. Once that happened, it would take ages before she could earn another slot to invite Zhui Yalin into 0 Wing. Subsequently, after the Star Alliance's and Mysterious Moon's members disbanded the team and left the dungeon, Galaxy Past chose to log out of the game immediately. This trip to the miniature ancient world wasn't a waste after all. If I have this mana technique, I'm sure my strength will rise to the next level. When Galaxy Pass stepped out of his virtual gaming cabin and rewatched the footage he recorded of S.H.I. plus Fang's fight with the Bronze Dragon, he couldn't help but grow ecstatic. Points. I need to get more points. After rewatching S.H.I. plus Fang's battle video a few times, Galaxy Past promptly called up his contact list on his Quantum Watch. Then he scrolled to the very bottom of the list and clicked on the name he had rarely ever contacted. Although fear briefly appeared in his eyes when he clicked on this name, he eventually chose to call this person still. Since he could gain 1 additional slot by inviting a domain realm expert, it'd be a waste to invite anyone weaker. Galaxy Past? What's an old man like you calling me for? The lithe figure that appeared above Galaxy Past's Quantum Watch said, her voice full of contempt. I don't remember us being familiar with each other. It is true that we aren't familiar. However, Miss Soul, I have a proposition that you will definitely be interested in. Galaxy Pass said, even when faced with the other party's arrogance, he did not get angry in the slightest. On the contrary, he met the other party's arrogance with a smile. This was because the other party was Hidden Soul, one of the former commanders of the infamous Flower of Seven Sins. Chapter 48. Ancient Gods Blood. Chapter 48. Ancient D's Blood 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. After exiting the teleportation hall, S.H.I. Plusphone hurriedly made his way to the hotel and slumped down to the ground with a pale complexion. Sure enough, it's still too much for me to use it repeatedly. I'll probably have to refrain from combat for the next 2 days. S.H.I. Plusphone breathed out a deep sigh when he looked at his trembling hands under his cloak. At the same time, he also felt glad as he thought. Thankfully, they didn't notice anything. It'd be a huge embarrass meant otherwise. The Holy Annihilation Mana technique was powerful, but its flaws were also evident. It placed too huge of a burden on the user's stamina and concentration, and it simply wasn't something players could use at Tier 3. Even using it at Tier 4 was pus. H.I. Plussing the envelope a little. S.H.I. Plusphone might have behaved normally when he fought against Schwartold, even going as far as to use Holy Devour to repulse the Bronze Dragon, but that was entirely because of his legendary mana body and the Winter of Eternal Night's heaven-defying skill. Otherwise, even if he managed to use Holy Devour, he wouldn't have been able to injure the Bronze Dragon. Instead, he would get smacked to death like a fly. Moreover, the burden Holy Devour placed on his body would have reached unimaginable levels, and it might have even injured his mind and soul. If he hadn't achieved perfect mastery over the Holy Annihilation technique long ago, the instant he executed his first Holy Devour, he would have probably lost consciousness already. Even then, the few seconds he fought with the Bronze Dragon had nearly paralyzed him. His mind had also fallen into a weakened state, and he had only been holding on thanks to his strong willpower. In the end, he even had to go through the troublesome way of picking up his loot using his mana domain to protect his and Zero Wing's image. Although I overexerted myself this time, judging by those two's reactions, they shouldn't doubt my words for the time being. When S.H.I. Plusphone recalled the longing expressions Galaxy Past and Lin Yaiwa wore on their faces, a hint of expectation appeared in his eyes. Next, all I need to do is have them gather those items for me. Then I'll be able to challenge the Slayer's legacy. So long as I acquire the Slayer's complete legacy, I'll have enough confidence to clash against those outer world big shots once we gain access to the other subworlds. The current subworld he resided in was different from the subworld he fought in during his previous life. Back then, because he had become a Tier 6 Sword God very early on, he had propelled his subworld's development significantly, allowing it to gain access to the greater world of God's domain much sooner. Meanwhile, powers from other subworlds had nearly taken over their entire subworld when that happened. This was because, unlike their subworld, the other subworlds had gained access to the greater God's domain much sooner than they did. The amount of time these outer world powers had to develop themselves was over 10 times more than they did. The foundation these outer world powers had built for themselves was far superior to the powers of their subworld. In a sense, their subworld was akin to a baby competing against adults. Fortunately, thanks to the suppression of the world's power, they were able to catch a breather and gradually reclaim their lost world. Meanwhile, this process had taken 3 years to accomplish. Although the current subworld he resided in had already been developing for 10 years, it was merely a slightly bigger baby in the eyes of the other subworlds. It was still nothing but easy prey. Hence, before this subworld gained access to the greater God's domain, he needed to make sufficient preparations. Otherwise, let alone returning to his peak, even reaching Tier 6 would most likely become a dream. This was because promotion to Tier 6 required a large amount of 7 Luminaries crystals. Meanwhile, 7 Luminaries crystals were a rare and precious commodity even in the Greater D's domain. It was also one of the main factors limiting players from reaching Tier 6. Shortly after S.H.I. plus Fong entered the hotel and sat on the floor, a beautiful woman dressed in a black uniform approached him. After giving S.H.I. plus Fong a curious look, the NPC receptionist Blakenna asked, "You don't look so well, owner. Should I call a cleric here?" "No need. I'll be fine after a little rest," S.H.I. plus Fong said, shaking his head. "How many customers have visited the hotel while I was away?" Now that D's domain had been developing for 10 years, the intelligence of NPCs was no different than that of players. The only thing that separated NPCs from players was their need to follow certain protocols. Because of the intelligence of NPCs, many players would even make friends with NPCs in D's domain. Players were now treating D's domain as a real world. A total of 2 people visited. They are currently staying in the basic guest rooms, Blakenna said as she handed S.H.I. plus Fong a detailed list. S.H.I. plus Fong couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the list. Originally, he thought that many players would come to rest here since the hotel was located near the teleportation hall. After all, not only could players get rid of the foreign energy in their bodies much more quickly by resting in a hotel, but they could also emulate the double EXP buff. Yet, even after such a long time had said, not one player had visited the hotel. The 2 customers the hotel welcomed were both NPCs. "Should I get you a cup of water, owner?" Blakenna asked with concern when she saw S.H.I. plus Feng's complexion becoming paler. "No, I'm fine." S.H.I. plus Feng shook his head. "It seems I won't be able to attract people here unless I make some sacrifices." According to his initial estimates, now that the miniature ancient world had only opened recently, players were unlikely to skimp on hotel fees to facilitate their grinding process. Hence, the hotel business should be booming around this time. It should be especially so for a hotel close to the teleportation hall. However, the miniature ancient world's players were much looser with their money than expected. Rather than staying at a 1-star hotel, players had chosen to rest in higher-ranking hotels instead. The 30,000 gold required to upgrade the Candlelight Hotel to 2-star status wasn't a problem for S.H.I. plus Fong right now. He could instantly acquire it, so long as he issued a few tasks to Galaxy Past and Lin Yaiwe. Although doing so would slightly affect Zero Wing's image, it was a necessary sacrifice. However, while money might not be a problem, the 10,000 popularity points needed to reach 2-star status was a problem. If a hotel wanted to grow its popularity, players and NPCs would need to stay in it. Afterward, S.H.I. plus Fong had Blakenna help him to the hotel's core control room. Then he had the receptionist help him buy 3,000 magic crystals and various magic materials from player merchants using his remaining gold coins, essentially bankrupting himself. S.H.I. plus Fong wasn't just a Tier 6 sword D during his previous life. He was also a Grandmaster Magician. Although he didn't have any magic array designs and couldn't construct complicated Grandmaster magic arrays by memory alone. So long as he had enough materials, constructing a master mana gathering magic array still wasn't a problem for him. After working continuously for 3 hours, S.H.I. plus Fong looked at the magic array he drew in satisfaction. With this magic array, luring players and NPCs shouldn't be a problem anymore. The ancient magic array 7-star magic world was one of the mainstream master-ranked mana gathering magic arrays in the Greater D's domain. Although it cost a hefty 600 magic crystals daily to maintain, it could increase the mana density of the affected area by 50% and speed up the removal of foreign energy by 50%. In the Greater Oh, D's domain, the 7-star magic world, was one of the must-have magic arrays for housing. After solving the hotel's customer problem, S.H.I. Plus Fong returned to his advanced guest room and activated its defensive magic array. Then, he carefully took out the 3 items he looted from the bronze dragon. I didn't think I would see these things here. This miniature ancient world really is extraordinary. S.H.I. Plus Fong couldn't help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the 3 items before him. S.H.I. Plus Fong had already seen through the ident. 1. Tie of these 3 items when he picked them up with his mana domain. He was also incredibly familiar with these 3 items. They were a rare and highly demanded resource among the Outer World powers. Mana Protection Crystal. The Mana Protection Crystal was one of the main reasons why Outer World experts were as powerful as they were. This was because the Mana Protection Crystal's main purpose was to improve a player's mana body. Indeed, it could improve a player's most fundamental mana body. So long as these mana protection crystals were refined using a magic array, it was possible to extract a few strands of an ancient God's blood from it. Meanwhile, these few strands of blood could be used to strengthen a player's mana body. Of course, each player could only use 1 strand of ancient God's blood in their lifetime. Moreover, the blood could only strengthen a mana body up to the basic epic rank. Although the effects were significantly weaker than the miniature ancient world's demon D's blood, the ancient D's blood was still amazing nonetheless. After all, once players constructed their mana body at Tier 3, they couldn't replace it or reconstruct it. Even players who managed to reach Tier 6 were no exception. These crystals are quite large. I wonder how many strands of blood I can extract? Afterward, S.H.I. Plus Fong started carving a magic array while observing the 3 mana protection crystals hovering in midair, his eyes full of expectations. 100 Flow City, Teleportation Hall. The main street outside the teleportation hall was crowded with players. After a day of grinding, many players had returned to the city, and all of them were discussing their harvests with great enthusiasm. However, amidst the lively crowd, 2 cloaked players silently approached the Candlelight Hotel. Of these 2 cloaked players, one was a man and the other was a woman. Although the woman had concealed her appearance with her cloak, the cloak couldn't hide her stunning body. At a glance, one could tell that this woman was a breathtaking beauty, and many young men walking nearby couldn't help but turn to look at her. "Is this the place you talked about?" the cloaked woman asked the middle-aged man beside her after taking a look at the Candlelight Hotel. "It should be," the middle-aged man said, nodding. "I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, be prepared for the consequences." The woman gave the middle-aged man a long look before pus. H.I. Plussing opened the hotel's doors and walking into the establishment. TL notes, Greater God's domain is a term the author introduces in Chapter 71, but I am introducing it in advance as a replacement for many/various worlds of God's domain. From my understanding of the term, Greater God's domain refers to the network of subworlds, not the main world of God's domain. I'm not sure if the main world is included in this network, though. Chapter 49, Sin of Pride. Chapter 49, Sin of Pride. After seeing the cloaked woman enter the Candlelight Hotel, the middle-aged man couldn't help but grow worried as he looked at the ordinary-looking hotel before him. Let's hope Mr. Black Flame didn't lie to me. Otherwise, this fierce woman will definitely turn the entire Star Alliance upside down. The middle-aged man prayed before following the cloaked woman into the hotel. If Lin Yaoyue was present right now, she would definitely be greatly surprised. This was because the middle-aged man was none other than Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's former guild leader and a Tier 5 Apex expert during his peak. Yet, as strong as he was, Galaxy Past was actually behaving timidly around a woman. It was simply unbelievable. However, only Galaxy Past knew just how frightening the woman he brought was. She was someone even the various superpowers feared. Hidden Soul. Hidden Soul was a legendary ASSA sin in G.O.D's domain. At the same time, she was also one of the former commanders of the Flower of Seven Sins, G.O.D's domain's strongest Synation organization. A few years ago, Hidden Soul had killed even the guild leader of a super guild before. Back then, her achievement had shaken the entire G.O.D's domain and propelled her to become a legendary individual known by all. Although Hidden Soul had never managed to reach Tier 6 all these years, she was undoubtedly one of the trickiest players to deal with under Tier 6. It was especially true when the battlefield was set in the wilderness. She would become a death G.O.D with the cover the wilderness afforded her. In the past, one Tier 6 Berserker G.O.D had even publicly expressed that Hidden Soul had nearly signated him out in the wild. Hence, even though Hidden Soul was only a Tier 5 player, no Tier 6 G.O.D ranked expert dared to underestimate her. If not for the sake of obtaining 0 wing points and 1 additional invitation slot, Galaxy Past definitely wouldn't have sought the help of Hidden Soul. While Galaxy Past was inwardly praying, he suddenly noticed Hidden Soul stop moving abruptly after entering the hotel. Did something happen? Galaxy Past's heart thumped as he hurriedly stepped forward. The instant Galaxy Past entered the Candlelight Hotel, he immediately felt his body brimmed with energy and his mind becoming refreshed. At this moment, he even had the illusion that he had just woken up from a dream. How can the mana here be so dense? Galaxy Past was filled with disbelief when he sensed the near-misty state of the mana in the air. Mana was the foundation of everything in G.O.D's domain. It was true that the miniature ancient world's environment rivaled that of ancient times, and the density of the ambient mana here far said that of the main continent. Meanwhile, this mana density would be further amplified under the magic arrays of hotels. However, compared to the environment found in other hotels, the environment in the Candlelight Hotel was on a whole other level. Specifically, there was a qualitative difference between the mana in the Candlelight Hotel and the mana in other hotels. If players trained in such a mana-rich environment, it would help significantly in improving their control over mana. Not only is the mana here dense, but it is also very stable. I can sense the operation of the magical elements much more clearly here, Hidden Soul commented, opening her eyes after carefully analyzing the mana around her. Even those super guilds will have a hard time letting an ordinary hotel gain such a mana-rich environment. It seems you didn't lie to me. Of course, you've seen that battle video for yourself. You should know as well as I do that such an expert has never been seen in our G.O.D's domain, Galaxy Past said with a hint of pride. Indeed, out of the experts I know, none of them resemble him. The attack he used to injure the bronze dragon is especially something. Out of everyone in G.O.D's domain, only those 4 could probably accomplish a similar feat, but there is no way those 4 would be so free as to come to this place, Hidden Soul said, nodding. However, she still held a skeptical ATTI. Tuda, she added, but I still don't think that person and the 0 wing that you spoke of can help me reach Tier 6. Unlike Galaxy Past, Hidden Soul used to be the commander of the Flower of Seven Sins, Sin of Pride. She had free access to the Flower of Seven Sins information network, which was only slightly inferior to the secret Pavilion's information network. She even had the fortune of visiting other G.O.D's domains linked to their G.O.D's domain. Thus, the things she knew of far exceeded that of Galaxy Past. The other G.O.D's domains she visited were much stronger than their G.O.D's domain. Yet, even the strongest powers in these G.O.D's domains didn't have the foundation necessary to help her reach Tier 6. This was because the cause of her inability to reach Tier 6 was no longer related to her combat standard. Her combat standard had long since said many Tier 6 G.O.D ranked experts. The standard of her mana control was even top tier among Tier 6G, ranked experts. Even if she were to fight S, H, I, plus Fong, someone capable of ting heads with a Tier 4 bronze dragon, she was confident she could hold her ground and potentially kill him even. After all, combat with monsters was completely different from combat with other players. Seeing Hidden Soul's confidence, Galaxy Pass's confidence also started wavering a little. Even so, he still firmly said, "I understand, but isn't that why I called you here, to verify it personally?" Galaxy Past didn't know exactly how strong the guild, known as Zero Wing, was. However, judging by the strength S, HI, plus Fong had displayed thus far, Zero Wing was definitely stronger than the current 5 great super guilds. After all, Zero Wing could afford to let AG, D-ranked expert like S, HI, plus Fong come to the miniature ancient world to restart his progress. This point alone was more than enough to prove Zero Wing's strength. If a guild wasn't overflowing with Tier 6G, D-ranked experts, there'd be no way it would dare let a Tier 6G, D-ranked expert retrain his account. Since Zero Wing had so many Tier 6G, D-ranked experts, it shouldn't be difficult to help Hidden Soul, whose combat standard Serpa S said ordinary Tier 6G, D-ranked experts reached Tier 6. Amidst the conversation between Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past, Blakeana approached the two and asked, "Welcome to the Candlelight Hotel. May I know if you two need any help?" H-E-L, Lo, we wish to meet with Mr. Blackflame. May I know if he is in? Galaxy Past asked, getting straight to the point. All right, please wait for a moment. I will notify the owner of your request, Blakeana said, nodding before contacting S. H-I plus phone. Second floor advanced room. After refining the mana protection crystals for 10 minutes, the 3 crystals gradually disintegrated in the magic array S. H-I plus Feng drew and revealed several strands of purple gold blood. Then, as soon as these strands of blood were freed from their containers, they started rapidly absorbing the rich mana in the room, depleting the room of mana in just 3 seconds. Meanwhile, after absorbing all that mana, the purple gold blood radiated an ancient divine might that filled the entire room. Success! S-H-I plus Fong grew excited when he looked at the strands of purple gold blood hovering and flowing before him. I can't believe I managed to extract 12 strands of ancient D's blood from just 3 crystals. Those outer-world powers will probably die from envy if they learn of this. While mana protection crystals could be found in the greater D's domain, every crystal would involve a struggle between a group of Tier 6G, D-ranked experts. Some Tier 6G, D-ranked experts even sustained severe injuries during these struggles and required astronomical amounts of resources to recover. Hence, one could easily imagine the value of the mana protection crystal. Meanwhile, mana protection crystals typically yielded only 2 strands of ancient D's blood, with larger ones yielding 3 strands at most. Yet S-H-I plus Fong had extracted 4 strands of blood from each mana protection crystal, netting himself 12 strands in total. Meanwhile, shortly after S-H-I plus Fong finished extracting the ancient D's blood, he suddenly received a call from Blakeana. Owner, 2 people have come to the hotel asking to meet you. They are a man and a woman. Do you want to meet them? Blakeana asked. A man and a woman? S-H-I plus Fong quickly stored the ancient D's blood away after hearing this. Then he said, "Bring them here, then." Shortly afterward, Blakeana knocked on the room's door. "I have brought them here, owner," Blakeana said from outside the door. "You can head back to work. Have them enter on their own," S-H-I plus Fong said casually as he tidied up the magic crystal dust and remnant magic materials on the floor. After hearing S-H-I plus Feng's words, Blakenna bowed slightly to Galaxy Past and Hidden Soul before returning downstairs by herself. You want us to enter on our own. Let's see if you are as powerful as Galaxy Past says you are then. Hidden Soul smirked and unsheathed the tattered short sword she carried on her back when she heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words. Immediately. Then, she abruptly opened the door and dashed inside, leaving behind an afterimage. Chapter 50. Frightening Zero Wing. Chapter 50. Frightening Zero Wing. Stop! Soul. Galaxy Past panicked when he saw Hidden Soul Das. H.I. plussing into the room with her short sword drawn. Although he had long since known that Hidden Soul was a crazy woman, he didn't think that she would try to test S.H.I. plus Feng's strength as soon as they met. Maniac. Hidden Soul was a true maniac. However, ignoring Galaxy Past's words, Hidden Soul promptly vanished from Galaxy Past's vision and perception. The standard of her footwork and body technique were leagues ahead of Zhui Yalin's. It's over. Galaxy Past fell into despair when he saw Hidden Soul vanish. H.I. plussing. Originally, he had wanted to rely on Hidden Soul to help him earn points at a quicker rate. Yet, now Hidden Soul had ended up trying to Sinate S.H.I. plus foam. There was no way he could salvage the situation now. Hidden Soul was labeled as a Death G.O.D. in G.O.D.'s domain because she could kill almost anyone within 10 steps of her. Even Tier 6 G.O.D. ranked experts were at risk of death if they weren't careful. It should be known that there was a gigantic gap in basic attributes between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players. So it was almost impossible for a Tier 5 player to Sinate a Tier 6 player. Although Hidden Soul had regressed to Tier 3 now, even Tier 4 experts were probably at risk of dying at her blade, let alone Tier 3 experts. Just when Galaxy Past thought that he had ruined his partners, H.I. plus P with Zero Wing, he suddenly heard a loud boom coming from inside the room. It sounded like something cross. H.I. plussing to the ground. Upon hearing this sound, he hurriedly entered the room with a worried heart. However, as soon as Galaxy Past entered the room, he was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Currently, inside the S.P.A. Sias living room, Galaxy Past saw S.H.I. plus phone quietly sitting on the living room sofa, while Hidden Soul's body lay paralyzed on the living room carpet. At a glance, it looked like something heavy was pressing down on Hidden Soul's body, and no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from her current state. This outcome far exceeded Galaxy Past's expectations, and his mind had difficulty processing this situation. In a situation where both Hidden Soul and S.H.I. plus Feng were at Tier 3, not only did Hidden Soul fail to Sinate S.H.I. plus Feng, but judging by the current situation, it would seem that she didn't even manage to lay a finger on S.H.I. plus Feng. However, after observing this scene for less than half a second, Galaxy Past suddenly felt an unbearably heavy pressure acting on his body, causing him to instantly collapse to the ground. At the same time, he also felt his mind being assaulted by a frighteningly powerful mental attack. Divine Might. Galaxy Past grew even more shocked after falling to the ground. As a Tier 5 player, he would often come into contact with items belonging to G.O.D.S. Hence, Divine Might was something he was incredibly familiar with. Yet, the Divine Might he was familiar with felt incredibly foreign right now. Divine Might was usually used to refer to the mental deterrence created by G.O.D.S. It was something unique to Tier 6 G.O.D.S. Tier 6 G.O.D. ranked experts and possessions of G.O.D.S. Meanwhile, the Divine Might that covered the room right now was so terrifyingly powerful that he felt as if a true Tier 6 G.O.D. was standing before him. Such frightening Divine Might simply wasn't something Tier 3 players could resist. The only thing they could do in this situation was to submit. Even Hidden Soul, someone who had a SSA, signated Tier 6 G, Deranked experts before was no exception. Yet, despite being enveloped by this same divine might S.H.I. Plus Feng remained seated on the sofa nonchalantly, his behavior making it seem as if the divine might in the room did not exist at all. Oh, right. I forgot that the divine might in this room hasn't fully dissipated yet. S.H.I. Plus Feng was a little surprised when he saw the two people collapsed on the ground before him. Then he quickly snapped out of his daze and apologized. Sorry, I was handling something just now. I think it'll be a while longer before this divine might disappears completely. It was indeed tough for players to resist divine might before reaching tier 5 or higher. Not to mention, the divine might the mana protection crystals radiated belonged to that of ancient G. DS. It was also because of this reason that unless one could resist an ancient G. D's divine might, one couldn't even extract the ancient G. D's blood stored inside mana protection crystals. Meanwhile, there existed mental techniques for players in G. D's domain to resist things such as divine might. Only such mental techniques weren't commonly seen in G. D's domain. However, once this G. D's domain gained access to the greater G. D's domain, learning such mental techniques would become a basic requirement. He was handling something. Galaxy Past suddenly felt his mind freezing. He couldn't even begin to imagine what item S.H.I. Plus Feng was handling to fill this room with such frightening divine might. However, after some time had said, the divine might in the room had gradually disappeared, just like S.H.I. Plus Feng said it would. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul had also stood up, her eyes filled with fighting spirit and wariness as she looked at S.H.I. Plus Feng. Hidden Soul, stop messing around. Galaxy Past, who was still stuck on the ground, shouted hurriedly when he noticed Hidden Soul's expression. Hidden Soul? Sin of Pride? S.H.I. Plus Feng was a little surprised when he looked at the woman standing before him. He was well acquainted with Hidden Soul during his previous life. He had even teamed up with the other party for an expedition before. However, it was precisely because of his familiarity with Hidden Soul that he found it hard to believe that the cloaked woman before him was the same Hidden Soul he knew of. Although Hidden Soul's impressive body remained the same, the aura she currently radiated felt completely different. During his previous life, the Hidden Soul he knew of was an outstanding woman with individual strength so strong that she could fight Divine Heart Carbet, one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, to a standstill. Yet now the current Hidden Soul felt like a crazed, hungry wolf, her body radiating a cold and violent aura. That's right, I'm the former Sin of Pride, Hidden Soul. Hidden Soul did not refute S.H.I. Plus Feng's words. However, when she mentioned the words Sin of Pride, a hint of bitterness briefly appeared on her face. Then, she quickly reverted to her normal state, a hint of fear subconsciously appearing in her eyes. I was skeptical when Galaxy Past told me you were powerful before. After all, resisting a dragon's attack only proves that your attacks are strong. It is an entirely different matter for combat standards. Unlike Galaxy Past, who had only come across divine might radiated by items belonging to Geodes, she had fought actual Tier 6G DS before. So, she knew what a Tier 6G D's divine might felt like. Hence, she knew that the divine might she just experienced didn't come from a Tier 6G D, but a much more ancient and powerful being instead. Faced with such a powerful divine might, even a half-step Tier 6G ranked expert like herself was rendered powerless. Yet S.H.I. Plus Feng had behaved nonchalantly while subjected to this same divine might. If she hadn't personally witnessed this scene for herself, she wouldn't have believed it. Now that you've seen me in person, what do you think of my combat standard? S.H.I. Plus Feng asked with a smile. You are very strong, Hidden Soul readily admitted. At the very least, your combat standard ranks within the top 10 of the people I know. Top 10? S.H.I. Plus Phone wasn't particularly surprised by Hidden Soul's appraisal. Then he asked, "So, may I know the purpose of your visit?" "To join Zero Wing. Honestly, I've been on the fence on this matter originally, which is why I decided to come here in person to see if Zero Wing can help me. But after seeing you, I think the likelihood of that happening is low," Hidden Soul bluntly stated. "I've seen several experts of your caliber in other D's domains, but none of the powers backing them can help me reach Tier 6. The strength of an expert could reflect the foundation of the power they belong to. This was also why she wanted to test S.H.I. Plus Phone by launching a sneak attack on him. However, while S.H.I. Plus Phone had displayed extraordinary concentration standard and willpower, his combat standard wasn't any better than the monsters she had come across. At most, he was on par with them. "So, does this mean you don't plan on joining Zero Wing?" S.H.I. Plus Phone asked as he looked at Hidden Soul. "That's right." Hidden Soul nodded. Upon hearing Hidden Soul's response, Galaxy Past, still stuck lying on the floor, immediately grew nervous. If Hidden Soul refused to join Zero Wing, it'd be tough for him to find another Domain Realm expert. After all, he couldn't randomly invite any Domain Realm expert he knew, since he needed to take the Star Alliance's benefit into account. In Hidden Soul's case, she could already be considered an independent player. Even if she joined Zero Wing, it wouldn't disadvantage the Star Alliance in any way. However, just when Hidden Soul was about to leave S.H.I., Plus Phone suddenly smiled and said, "If you were to ask for anything else in this D's domain, Zero Wing might have trouble fulfilling your request. However, if your request is only to reach Tier 6, Zero Wing can help you with that." "Is what you say true?" Hidden Soul couldn't help but turn to S.H.I. Plus Phone, her eyes burning with passion. Honestly, she was already in despair over trying to reach Tier 6. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the miniature ancient world seeking an opportunity. Of course. While scrutinizing Hidden Soul's expression, S.H.I. Plus Phone said, "There are two main conditions players need to fulfill if they wish to reach Tier 6. The first condition is to have sufficient control and understanding over mana. The second condition is to have concentration at the Tier 6 standard. You have clearly fulfilled the first condition already. So the reason why you failed to reach Tier 6 thus far is because of your lacking concentration. Meanwhile, the reason why your concentration has failed to reach the Tier 6 standard is also simple. A strong body requires a strong mind. Likewise, a strong mind requires a strong body. I can see that your mana body is at the peak gold standard, and its completion rate is also very high. Normally, you should have long since reached Tier 6. Yet, the fact that you haven't reached it shows that your mental state is incredibly unstable, so you need an even stronger body to compensate for it. What you say is true. It is also the reason why I came to the miniature ancient world." Hidden Soul was not at all fazed by S.H.I. Plus Feng's words. After all, these were all things she had long since known about. "I've already tried challenging the Colosseum, but my limit is the peak gold standard. My completion rate is also at 100%. I can't make any further progress unless I can obtain a G.O.D. legacy. However, the rarity of G.O.D. legacies goes without saying. Even if someone manages to obtain one, there is no way they will sell it to me. Does Zero Wing have G.O.D. legacies available?" G.O.D. legacies? Hearing Hidden Soul's question, S.H.I. Plus Phone thought of a few G.O.D. legacies that should be undiscovered yet, as of now. Then he shook his head and said, "We do have a few, but as you've said, they are incredibly valuable. They are not things an outer member should think of obtaining." "Zero Wing has G.O.D. legacies?" Galaxy Past couldn't help but lift his head and look at S.H.I. Plus Phone upon hearing S.H.I. Plus Feng's words. If Zero Wing had G.O.D. legacies available for exchange, then Zero Wing's strength was far more frightening than he initially thought. They're available for exchange. At this moment, even Hidden Soul was a little stunned. She could tell that S.H.I. plus Feng wasn't boasting or lying through his tone and facial expression. In that case, how strong must a guild be to have the leeway to offer D legacies for exchange? You shouldn't go thinking about those things right now, S.H.I. plus Feng said, chuckling when he noticed Hidden Soul's fiery gaze. I've already said that they're not things an outer member can obtain. You can only use other methods if you wish to reach Tier 6. Other methods? Hidden Soul grew curious. That's right. While D legacy is indeed your best option, it isn't irreplaceable, S.H.I. plus Feng said, smiling. Then he took out a strand of ancient D's blood from his bag and said, Ancient D's blood, an item that can push your mana body to the next level. Chapter 51, Zero Wings, Outer Member. Chapter 51, Zero Wings, Outer Member, Ancient D's blood! Am I dreaming? Galaxy Past's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the strand of ancient D's blood stored in the crystal vial in S.H.I. plus Feng's hand. In the current era where DS had gone into seclusion, it was incredibly rare to come across even the possession of normal DS. Meanwhile, ancient DS were the most ancient existences among DS, and the possessions of ancient DS were incredibly rare even during the ancient era, let alone the modern era. It was especially true for an ancient D's precious blood. At this time, even the knowledgeable Hidden Soul was shocked and confused by the strand of ancient D's blood before her. Compared to Galaxy Past, Hidden Soul had a much more extensive information network in D's domain. Hence, she knew that there were only a few ancient D's possessions that had been found in the current D's domain. She also knew the tie of these items, but none of them was as precious as the ancient D's blood. Even in the other D's domain she visited, she had never heard of anything like the ancient D's blood. However, just when Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past were about to ask about the ancient D's blood's authenticity, a terrifying divine might suddenly descended upon the room once more. Immediately, both Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past fell flat to the floor again, neither of them able to put up any resistance. Meanwhile, the origin of this divine might was none other than the strand of purple gold blood inside the crystal vial. Seeing the two people before him falling to the floor once more, S.H.I. plus Feng returned the ancient D's blood into his bag and said, You've experienced the divine, might this thing radiates for yourself now. Meanwhile, its effects are what I just told you. It can strengthen a player's mana body once, but to what extent depends on the player using it. At most, it can strengthen a mana body up to the epic rank. This ancient D's blood. After struggling to stand up again, Hidden Soul asked us, H.I. plus Feng, can Zero Wings outer members exchange for it? Hearing Hidden Soul's question, Galaxy Past, who remained lying on the floor, perked up his ears in interest. After all, he'd be lying if he said he wasn't interested in obtaining an epic mana body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned his original level and achievements to restart his progress in the miniature ancient world. Yes, S.H.I. plus Feng said, smiling when he saw Hidden Soul's interest toward the ancient D's blood. Are you interested in joining Zero Wing now? During S.H.I. plus Feng's previous life, Hidden Soul was one of the flower of 7 Sins, 7 Commanders. Back then, her strength ranked at the very top even in the greater D's domain. Although S.H.I. plus Feng didn't know why Hidden Soul would suddenly become a former commander of the flower of 7 Sins in this life, it'd be a huge loss if he let her slip out of his grasp. After all, not only was Hidden Soul a domain realm expert, but she was even someone who had already taken the next step in the domain realm. Even if she wasn't as strong as she was in her previous life, she could still be regarded as a first-rate D-ranked expert in the greater G-D's domain. It should be known that S-H-I plus Fang's current physique in the real world was terrible. The state of his mind was also dragged down because of his poor physique. In a fight of pure skill, he would be no match for Hidden Soul whatsoever. Hence, if he could recruit Hidden Soul into Zero Wing, it'd help him significantly. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested, Hidden Soul said after taking a deep breath. Then she turned to Galaxy Past, who had just stood up, and earnestly said, I will remember the favor you've done for me this time. As per our agreement, I will work together with you to earn points from now on. It's great that you're willing to join, Galaxy Past said with a happy smile. I guess we are allies now. Okay, since you wish to join, here's the contract, S-H-I, plus Fong said, nodding as he said the magic contract he prepared beforehand to Hidden Soul. Then he turned to Galaxy Past and continued, Since you invited a domain realm expert this time, you will receive 50,000 Zero Wing points and 1 additional invitation slot. After saying so, S-H-I, plus Fong took out 2 lists from his bag and handed them to the 2 people before him. These are the items outer members can exchange. There is also a list of tasks and items you can use to acquire points. Take a look at them yourselves. After acquiring the mana protection crystals, S-H-I, plus Fong had drawn up an item exchange list and task list to help create a positive development cycle for Zero Wing, while also ensuring that things didn't get out of his control. Currently, Zero Wing offered 3 services as an alliance. The first service was the exchange of Zero Wing points for items. The second service was the acquisition of points through tasks. The third service was the acquisition of points through item exchanges. As calculating and managing points was a relatively easy task, S-H-I, plus Fong could leave it to the hotel's NPC receptionist, Blake Hanna. So expensive. Galaxy Past was flabbergasted when he saw the list of items available for exchange. Currently, there were only 3 items available for exchange. The first item was the Holy Annihilation Mana Technique. It cost 40 million points, significantly less than his previous predictions. Even so, exchanging for the technique wouldn't be an easy task. After all, 40 million points were equivalent to 40 million gold. It was a significant sum of money that even the various superpowers would need some time to emulate. The second item on the list was the Ancient G-D's Blood. It cost 10 million points to exchange. If converted to coins, it was an amount that would take a top-tier, first-rate guild like the Star Alliance a significant amount of time to exchange. Although it was still incredibly expensive, it was far less unattainable than the Holy Annihilation Technique. The third item up for exchange wasn't exactly an item. Instead, it was an opportunity to receive pointers. Each opportunity cost 1 million points. Although this was an astronomical price to pay for mere guidance, it was a worthwhile exchange if one could receive some inspiration when stuck at a bottleneck. However, the biggest problem here wasn't the cost of these items. Instead, the main problem was the lack of methods S-H-I plus Fong provided to acquire points. Currently, there was only 1 task on the task list, and that was to guide players. They would receive 500,000 points if they could help an appointed player reach the Refinement Realm, 2 million points for reaching the Flowing Water Realm, and 5 million points for reaching the Void Realm. While the rewards of this task might seem lucrative, helping a non-Refinement Realm player reach the Refinement Realm was easier said than done. It was a process highly dependent on luck, and the process could take anywhere from several days to several years. It was even more so for the Flowing Water Realm and Void Realm. Apart from tasks, the only other method of acquiring points was trading in items. Currently, there were only 3 items they could exchange for points. The first item was 7 Luminaries crystals, something which all powers in G-D's domain needed. 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystal could be traded for 5,000 points. In coins, that was the current market rate for 7 luminaries crystals. Only an body would trade 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal for 5,000 coins. The second item was the Holy Sword Broken Steel. It was one of the famed swords in D's domain, and it could be exchanged for 10 million zero wing points. The amount of points SHI plus Feng offered far exceeded the actual value of the Holy Sword. However, Broken Steel was currently in a mighty expert's possession. Even if said expert was no longer using the Holy Sword, it wouldn't be easy to get it off his hands. The third item was legendary materials such as dragon fangs, dragon claws, dragon scales, etc. Each material could be exchanged for 5,000 points. The price could also be considered reasonable. However, such materials typically came from dragons or inferior dragons, so obtaining them would be very challenging. If you wish to trade in items for points, you can do it with me here or Blake Hanna at the front desk, SHI plus Feng said. If you wish to receive pointers, you will have to wait until I am present in the Candlelight Hotel. Afterward, Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past discussed something privately with each other. Then, Hidden Soul chose to accept the teaching job while Galaxy Past logged out of the game immediately. Evidently, Galaxy Past planned to mobilize the Star Alliance to acquire some of the items on the item exchange list. Mr. Blackflame, how many players can I teach at a time for this teaching task? Hidden Soul asked after giving the matter some thought. You can teach at most 5 players at a time, SHI plus Foam explained. You also can't change your students unless they reach one of the 3 milestones. Originally, SHI plus Foam had planned to teach his students himself. However, he simply had too many things to do now that he had just established Zero Wing. Not to mention, he had just gained a domain realm expert like Hidden Soul. It'd be a huge waste not to make proper use of her expertise. Do I instruct them in D's domain? Hidden Soul asked another question. That's right, SHI plus Feng nodded. However, you must keep everything about yourself a secret from these people. All you need to do is instruct them. That won't be a problem. I'll keep my cloak on at all times, Hidden Soul answered without hesitation. Can I start now, then? As a former commander of the Flower of 7 Sins, keeping secrets was her forte. Although she didn't know why SHI plus Feng wasn't doing the teaching himself, she understood that some questions were best left unasked. It was especially true when the questions involved Zero Wing, a guild capable of offering items such as the ancient D's blood and D legacies for exchange. I'm afraid you'll have to wait in the hotel for a bit, SHI plus Foam awkwardly said. I still need to contact the relevant people. All right. Hidden Soul readily agreed with SHI plus Feng's arrangement and went downstairs to wait. Meanwhile, SHI plus Feng hurriedly logged out of the game. D's Domain Academy Advanced Training Hall. At this time, a tall young woman with silver hair and a frosty expression walked out of the advanced reaction tester. Then she looked at the robust man standing beside the tester and coldly said, What did you say? Lingling became a junior instructor student. MHM. That instructor SHI plus used to be the Shadows Guild leader, but he was dismissed because of some matters. I don't know what he said to student Wu Lingling, but she adamantly insists on getting taught by him. Luo Tiancheng hastily replied, his body shuddering involuntarily when subjected to the silver-haired girl's cold gaze. However, he did not feel the slightest bit angry even when faced with the silver-haired girl's rude questioning. On the contrary, he behaved respectfully in front of her. It was especially true after he saw the result displayed on the advanced reaction tester. S rank. Originally, the basic reaction tester the Academy possessed would only have evaluations of basic, intermediate, advanced, excellent, and perfect. However, After receiving a capital injection from various corporations, the Academy had introduced an advanced reaction tester to the advanced training hall. The tester was set to the standards of the various superpowers, and the tester similarly had 5 evaluation ranks: B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, and SSS rank. However, achieving a B rank evaluation in the advanced reaction tester was even more difficult than achieving a perfect evaluation in the basic reaction tester. The advanced reaction tester's testing criteria were so stringent that even some refinement realm experts could only score an A rank evaluation, which was also Wu Xiaoxiao's best score previously. Yet, after leaving the academy for training for a short period, Wu Xiaoxiao was now able to achieve an S rank evaluation. It was simply astounding. She wants only him to teach her. Wu Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes on Luo Tiancheng. Then she grabbed her jacket from the nearby bench and coldly said, "I know what you're up to, Luo Tiancheng. Don't think that I can't see that you're trying to sow discord. Even so, that man should think twice if he thinks he can delude Lingling. I want to see what kind of abilities he has to dare boast about teaching Lingling." Chapter 52, Silver Witch. Chapter 52, Silver Witch. Early morning, D's Domain Academy sports field. Although autumn had yet to arrive, the cooling wind persuaded many students to wear their sports jackets as they did their morning exercise. Some students chatted as they jogged around the field, while some did basic strength training. The lively atmosphere on the field was not at all inferior to that of the Academy's library. "You finished the 9 movement sets so quickly, Yu Heng!" Qin Wuchen exclaimed as he looked at Xiao Yuheng, who was covered in sweat and gasping for air. "Amazing! You finished in just 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Didn't it take you 7 minutes and 52 seconds to finish the whole exercise yesterday?" Wu Lingling said, her mouth gaping slightly as she looked at the time displayed on her stopwatch. The 9 movement sets S, H, I, plus Feng taught them might seem simple, but after combining it with a special breathing method, every movement executed placed a huge strain on their bodies. It even felt like their hearts would explode when they did the exercise. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that completing 1 movement set was akin to running a 1,000-meter lap. By the time they completed all 9 movement sets properly, they would collapse to the ground in exhaustion. If they hadn't been training their bodies since young, they couldn't have completed even 1 repet. 1 tie-in of the exercise at all. After completing 1 repet. 1 tie-in, Xiao Yuheng giggled as she looked at Qin Wuchen and Wu Xiaoxiao. Then she cheekily said, "It's a secret." "That's mean of you, Yuheng. I even shared with you some of the basic techniques Instructor S. H. I. plus taught me before," Wu Lingling said, puffing up her cheeks and pretending to be angry. Although she had managed to shorten her time to 3 minutes and 40 seconds after receiving S. H. I. plus Feng's catered instructions, she was still far from reaching S. H. I. plus Feng's requirement of 3 minutes. If she kept on training at her current pace, it'd take her at least 3 to 5 days to achieve the target. "There's nothing I can do about it." Shrugging helplessly, Xiao Yuheng said, "Only I am suitable to use this method. It's impossible for other people. Only you can use it." After hearing Xiao Yuheng's answer, Wu Lingling understood that Xiao Yuheng wasn't trying to monopolize the secret. Instead, there should be some special reason involved. Feeling a little frustrated, she said, "In that case, I'll probably have to attend another one of Instructor S. H. I plus S lessons before I can hit the 3-minute mark." Upon hearing Wu Lingling's words, Qin Wuchen looked at her aggrievedly and said, "Compared to Yuheng, you're the more ruthless one, Wu Lingling. You wiped out all the points of so many instructors. Now, the rest of us have no choice but to buy points at a higher price from the seniors. Even then, I only managed to secure enough points to attend 1 lesson thus far. Previously, after learning that they needed to pay 6,000 points to attend S. H. I. plus Feng CLA, S. SES, they had tried to purchase points from the other instructors. Yet, when they tried to do so, every instructor they asked responded by saying they had already sold all of their spare points to Wu Lingling. That was more than 80,000 points they were talking about. Meanwhile, due to Wu Lingling's antics, the rest of the CLA S had no choice but to buy points from the seniors. However, even after asking every senior they could find, they only managed to gather enough for each person to have 6,000 points. Hearing Qin Wuchen's words, Xiao Yuheng and the others nodded to express their agreement. Because of Wu Lingling's behavior, not only did they have a difficult time buying points, but the price of points had even inflated. Serves you right. Who told you guys to move so slowly? Wu Lingling said and stuck out her tongue, a hint of pride on her pet. One tea face. She had spent all of her savings to acquire around 80,000 points. With this many points, she shouldn't have to worry about not having enough points for the next 2 months. By the way, about the message Instructor S. HI Plus sent us, he wants the top 5 among us to head to D's Domain's Candlelight Hotel for special training. What do you think Instructor S. HI Plus is planning on doing, Lingling? Xiao Yuheng asked after catching her breath. There was a reason why their whole CLA S had suddenly come to the field early in the morning to exercise. It wasn't because they were diligent. Instead, it was because they were testing the time it took them to complete one repet. One tie-in of SHI plus Feng's exercise and find the top 5 among them as per SHI plus Feng's instructions. I'm not sure, Wu Lingling said, shaking her head. However, I suspect that it has something to do with the visit to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters. The Academy has just informed the instructors that the secret pavilion has decided to increase the number of students allowed to visit its branch headquarters. Instructor S. HI Plus must have received news of this as well, so he's probably conducting special training in preparation for that. After all, there's bound to be a spar between academies once we reach there. We're going to have to fight for our academy's reputation. That's possible. Qin Wuchen nodded. Thanks to the 4 heavenly kings, our academy always managed to rank within the top 8 of the provincial academy compet. 1 Tian. Although the visit to the secret pavilion this time won't involve all academies in the province, I heard that there will still be more than 10 academies partic. 1 P. Aiding in the tour. It'd be disgraceful for our academy if we performed poorly in the spar. An ordinary province would have around 70 or 80 D's domain academies, while larger ones would have over 100. For an academy in a third-tier city like Jinhai City, it was amazing that their academy managed to rank within the top 8 of the province in the past. After all, there was a significant difference between third-tier cities and first- and second-tier cities, since the stronger a guild was in D's domain, the more likely they would have their headquarters set in high-tiered cities. The fact that their academy managed to rank within the top 8 despite this fact was proof of their strength. Naturally, they couldn't sully this reputation during their visit to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters. Subsequently, after everyone completed their test and decided on the top 5 of the CLA the noisy sports field suddenly grew quiet. Confused by this situation, Wu Lingling and the others looked toward the sports field's entrance. At this time, the crowd originally gathered at the sports field's entrance had taken the initiative to separate and open up a path. Meanwhile, every student standing amidst the crowd wore expressions of respect and admiration on their faces. A short moment later, 2 people appeared on the open path, one of them being Luo Tiancheng, a junior instructor of the academy, and the other being a silver-haired girl. What? That's Wu Xiaoxiao. Senior Wu Xiaoxiao is back already. Qin Wuchen and the others promptly grew excited when they saw the approaching silver-haired girl. Wu Xiaoxiao. She was the number 1 genius of Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy. At the same time, she was also the most talented student in the Academy's history. Even though she was still a student, she had already become the vice commander of Dazzle Wave's main force. At the same time, she was also only one step away from entering the professional league's A-League, and she was known as the Silver Witch among D's domain's new generation of experts. Because of Wu Xiaoxiao's presence, Jinhai University managed to rank within the top 5 out of all the province's D's domain academies these past few years. Otherwise, even with the 4 Heavenly Kings' presence, Jinhai University probably couldn't even rank within the top 10. Why are you here, big sis? Wu Lingling obediently walked up to and greeted her sister. Shouldn't you be out training? The special training is already over. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw her cute little sister, her expression softened significantly. My initial plan was to come and see you after the results of my training are out. But do you think I can sit still after learning that you became the student of a junior instructor? Hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's words, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but sneer. Now that Wu Xiaoxiao had made a personal appearance, it wouldn't matter what plus Feng did. Wu Lingling would definitely be changing instructors now. You're overthinking things, big sis. Wu Lingling understood where her elder sister was coming from, so she explained, Instructor S teaching standard is incredible. I'm confident he is in no way inferior to the Academy's senior instructors. Let's hope that's the case, Wu Xiaoxiao said, paying no heed to her little sister's words. Can I meet with your instructor now? You want to meet with Instructor S. After thinking for a moment, Wu Lingling said, Instructor S isn't at school right now. If you want to meet him, you'll have to do so in the miniature ancient world. I just so happen to be in the miniature ancient world. I'll go online in a moment, so take me to him, Wu Xiaoxiao said, her tone allowing no objections. If I deem him inadequate, you must transfer under my instructor. All right then, but you mustn't behave rashly, Wu Lingling said. She knew that she couldn't change her elder sister's mind with words alone, so she had no choice but to agree with her elder sister's demand for now. Wu Xiaoxiao nodded. Afterward, Wu Lingling and the other top 5 students of the CLA S made their way back to the Academy's dormitory and logged into D's domain. Chapter 53, New Era. Chapter 53, New Era 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. Although the sun had already set and the only illumination on the main street came from magic street lamps, the number of players flooding the main street did not decrease in the slightest. Instead, they gathered at the bars and restaurants lining the street to talk and laugh about their harvests and encounters. Did you hear? Many superpowers are now planning to send a large number of experts into the miniature ancient world because of the World Pa-S Sage's opening. I did. According to a friend of mine, this miniature ancient world of ours is very special. It seems to be located at the boundary between 2 D's domains, and players from both D's domains can enter this miniature ancient world. The only reason why we haven't met any players from the other D's domain is because we start in different zones. That's right, but the information I heard is a little more specific. You guys know about the Boundary River Regional Dungeon, right? I heard that so long as we reach level 120 and cross the Boundary River, we'll be able to reach the miniature ancient world's public training zone. There, players of both D's domains won't be subjected to any penalties. We can even freely trade resources between the 2 D's domains. This is definitely a good opportunity to get rich. Nonsense. This is more than just an opportunity to make money. It's a chance for independent players like us to make it big in D's domain. Unlike on the main continent, we get to have the same starting point as the various major powers. If we make good use of this opportunity and seize the public zone's resources and territory ahead of the major powers, we'll be set for life. That's right. I've already gambled all of my life savings into the miniature ancient world. So long as I can get into the public zone ahead of the major powers, I'll be able to secure a plot of land for sure. I bet the income one can generate won't be any lower than that of an imperial capital's golden land. I've decided, other than eating and going to the toilet, I'm spending all of my time playing. Many of the players drinking and dining by the roadside talked about the current status quo in the miniature ancient world with great enthusiasm. Some of these players even wore fanatic looks on their faces. Sis, is what they say true? Wu Lingling, who had overheard the conversation of these players, asked as she looked at Wu Xiaoxiao with deep excitement and expectation in her eyes. The current D's domain could be described as a puddle of stagnant water. In fact, even the real world could be described as such. The various powers of D's domain had long since divided all of the resources available in both worlds among themselves. There were no longer any fights for supremacy like during D's domain's launch. However, if the miniature ancient world was really as these players said, D's domain would be ushering in a new and unprecedented era. New experts would emerge, and old legends would reappear. To members of the new generation like themselves, this was undoubtedly the best stage for them to SHI+NE. After hearing Wu Lingling's question, Qin Wuchen and the others perked up their ears. It was especially true for Lu Yuehang and Lu Wuxuan. The two had struggled greatly to enter the top 5 of the CLA. And their test results were only a few seconds faster than the students ranked behind them. Yet now, not only did they manage to rank within the top 5 of their CLA, but they even got to walk together with Wu Xiaoxiao, the Academy's biggest star. It was simply an unbelievable situation. Meanwhile, as the vice commander of a top-tier first-rate guild's main force, Wu Xiaoxiao naturally had access to more information than the average independent player and executives of small guilds. So, it stood to reason that she should know more about the miniature ancient world. What they say is true, Wu Xiaoxiao said, a hint of fiery Xiaon appearing on her icy face. Currently, all of the new talents nurtured by the various powers are starting to grow restless because of the miniature ancient world. Here, they get to start from the same position as the older generation experts and have a fairer compet. One tie-in. Moreover, there are many more opportunities available in the miniature ancient world than on the main continent. This is also why I entered the miniature ancient world. Moreover, I can tell you now that the various superpowers are recruiting fresh talent right now. Some of them are even going as far as to nurture the talents of first-rate guilds partnered with them. So, you guys must cherish this opportunity. With the arrival of this new era, the various major powers placed unprecedented importance on rookie talents like themselves. Even the various superpowers were no exception. After all, the older generation experts would have most of their advantages wiped out when entering the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, rookies like themselves had much greater growth potential. Their rate of improvement was also much faster compared to older generation experts, whose growths had already stagnated. This was also why Wu Xiaoxiao had met with her little sister in such a hurry. Luo Tiancheng thought that by stirring up trouble, he could make Wu Lingling become Instructor Qi's student. However, little did he know that Wu Xiaoxiao had never set her sights on Instructor Qi at all. Instead, her goal was to turn her little sister into a talent nurtured by a superpower. Meanwhile, after hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's words, Qin Wuchen and the others promptly grew excited, their minds fantasizing about the possibility of class HI+ing against the experts of legends. This is the Candlelight Hotel, sis, Wu Lingling said as she pointed at the tattered, 3-story hotel in front of her. Then, putting on a serious expression, she continued, "Let me make it clear first. You absolutely cannot mess around. I'll ignore you if you make Instructor SHI+ angry." Wu Lingling knew of her elder sister's personality very well. Her elder sister was a brutally straightforward person, and her words would almost always put others into an awkward situation. "You little girl." Wu Xiaoxiao huffed grumpily when she heard her little sister's words. "It's only been a few days since you became his student, yet you're already prioritizing him over me? Do you promise or not?" Wu Lingling said, puffing up her cheeks. "Fine, I promise you," Wu Lingling said, shaking her head helplessly. "However, if I find that he is lacking, you must leave with me. That won't be a problem." Wu Lingling nodded. "Are you that confident in him?" Wu Xiaoxiao was a little surprised to see her little sister agreeing to her demand so readily. She had been close to her little sister since young, so she knew that Wu Lingling had a stubborn personality. Once the girl had decided on something, it'd be nigh impossible to change her mind. However, so long as she promised to do something, she would always keep her promise. Originally, Wu Xiaoxiao had been thinking about how she could get her little sister to agree to her bet. Now, though, she didn't have to go through such troubles anymore. Hearing her elder sister's words, Wu Lingling puffed up her chest and confidently said, "Of course. Even Big Sissio has nothing but praise for Instructor S. HI plus S teaching standard. Zio." Wu Xiaoxiao grew even more surprised after hearing Wu Lingling's words. She naturally knew of Chunzio standards. If SHI plus Feng managed to gain Chunzio's acknowledgement, it meant that he indeed possessed some skill. However, Wu Xiaoxiao subsequently shook her head and said, "All right then, lead the way." Wu Xiaoxiao admitted that Chunzio was a talented individual. Chunzio's strength also went without saying. Before Partik 1P aiding in a superpowers training, she would have needed a long time to beat Chunzio in a fight. However, that was no longer the case. Now, in a situation where they had similar basic attributes, levels, and tiers, Wu Xiaoxiao was confident she could beat Chunzio in 3 moves. Indeed, the superpowers of D's domain were just that powerful. The world of superpowers was something she could have never imagined before receiving priority training from a superpower. Afterward, Wu Lingling led Wu Xiaoxiao into the Candlelight Hotel. CRAP. Isn't the mana density here a little too crazy? Is this the benefit of staying in a hotel in the miniature ancient world? Qin Wuchen and the others were shocked when they entered the hotel's lobby. Mana was the foundation of everything in D's domain, and a good mana environment could provide significant benefits to players. Meanwhile, the density of the mana inside the Candlelight Hotel was on a completely different level compared to the mana outside. After entering the Candlelight Hotel, they could feel their minds gaining unprecedented clarity. They even experienced the feeling of being omnipotent. Interesting. The mana density here is even comparable to some holy lands. Wu Xiaoxiao was shocked after carefully sensing the mana inside the hotel. In D's domain, holy lands were considered the best place for players to train themselves. However, the various superpowers had already monopolized the holy lands on the main continent, and even most first-rate guilds could only dream of visiting these places. While Wu Xiaoxiao and the others were dazed, a low but pleasant voice suddenly entered their ears. "You're finally here." Everyone promptly turned toward the source of the voice upon hearing it. Then they found themselves looking at a cloaked woman with a magnificent body sitting on a couch in the lobby. Chapter 54. This person is a monster. Chapter 54. This person is a monster. Has this person always been here? Qin Wuchen couldn't help but ask the others through the team chat when he saw the cloaked woman sitting on the sofa. Players would have their 5 senses enhanced significantly after reaching Tier 3. Meanwhile, thanks to the combat experience he had racked up during his journey to Tier 3, he would always subconsciously spread out his senses wherever he went to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Yet, before the cloaked woman spoke up, he had failed to notice her presence even at the slightest. This situation was simply Estoni's Plussing. She shouldn't be, right? Xiao Yuhing said hesitantly. No, she should have been there the entire time, Wu Xiaoxiao said, shaking her head. Then, in a wary tone, she continued, It's just that she has hidden her presence very well, and none of us managed to notice her before she spoke up. Upon hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's a lysis, everyone immediately grew cautious of the cloaked woman. An expert capable of coming so close to them without their notice was without a doubt a huge threat to them. After all, there were many red players in D's domain, and a large portion of them were crazy players who piked solely for fun. It would be an absolute nightmare if such a player targeted them. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw the cloaked woman standing up and approaching them, she took the initiative to ask, May I know what business you have with us, ma'am? Mr. Black Flame A.S. signed me to teach you, Hidden Soul, the cloaked woman said. Then she glanced at Wu Lingling's ID of Whimsical Wind and continued in a slightly surprised tone. Your ID matches, but why are there 6 of you? Whatever. 6 is even better. You lot, come with me. Is Instructor Black Flame not in the hotel? Wu Lingling asked. Although S.H.I. Plus Feng had previously stated in his message that someone would be helping them train in D's domain, they didn't come here just to train this time. Instructor Black Flame? Hidden Soul was surprised once more. She didn't think that S.H.I. Plus Feng had taken in students under his wing. However, she quickly concluded that S.H.I. Plus Feng was most likely trying to develop his own troops, so that Zero Wing could have an easier time managing its affairs in this D's domain. Mr. Black Flame has already gone offline because he has something to do. I will be overseeing your training in D's domain in his stead. All right, enough talking and come with me to the combat room. I need to check your actual combat standards before I decide how I should train you. He's leaving the teaching to others? Wu Xiaoxiao inwardly sneered when she heard Hidden Soul's words. It's a clever approach. Unfortunately, you used it in the wrong place. Originally, she thought that S.H.I. Plus Feng possessed some level of skill. However, she didn't think that S.H.I. Plus Feng would have caught wind of her arrival and hired an expert to teach in his place. The method S.H.I. Plus Feng employed could be regarded as perfect. Even if the instructor he hired taught poorly, it couldn't be considered his problem. After all, he wasn't doing the teaching personally. At most, he could give the excuse that he had failed to account for the expert he hired to be bad at teaching. On the other hand, if the hired instructor did well, not only could S.H.I. Plus Feng flaunt his expansive connections, but he could also show off his excellent insight, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, he had met her. Wu Xiaoxiao admitted that the cloaked woman before her was a capable expert, so much so that she had failed to notice the other party's presence immediately. However, she had fought against many such experts in the professional league before. If it were in the past, Wu Xiaoxiao would have had a headache dealing with such concealment experts. After all, as an elementalist, she'd fall into a huge disadvantage if she allowed an South Sin to come close to her. She might even get killed quickly. However, after returning from Crimson Emperor's special training course, her combat standard had undergone a qualitative transformation. Now, she would have no problem dealing with experts like Hidden Soul. It was especially true in the miniature ancient world, where older generation experts and rookie experts had almost no difference in equipment standards. Sis, Instructor S.H.I. Plus isn't here. Will you still be joining us? Wu Lingling whispered to her elder sister. Of course. Since your instructor has hired such an expert, wouldn't it be a waste if I don't take a look at this scheme? Wu Xiaoxiao said nonchalantly. After saying so, Wu Xiaoxiao followed Hidden Soul to the hotel's underground combat room. Meanwhile, when Wu Lingling and the others saw this, they quickly followed the two. Unlike Wu Xiaoxiao, Wu Lingling and the others didn't have any problems with S.H.I. plus Feng finding someone else to teach them. After all, even Southern Tiger, a captain of the Soulfire adventure team, had tried to curry favor with S.H.I. plus Feng. So, it stood to reason that the expert S.H.I. plus Feng hired was someone strong. At the very least, hidden souls should be enough to teach freshmen like them. Candlelight Hotel, Underground Combat Room. The hotel's underground combat room was designed specifically for players. Although it didn't come equipped with as many functions as the combat rooms found in the battle arena, and its size was only a mere 50-yard radius, it was more than enough for players to practice their skills and spells in. Miss Instructor, how will you be testing our actual combat standards? Qin Wuchen curiously asked when he saw the relatively small combat room. This small combat room might be suitable for Tier 2 players to duel in, but it was somewhat lacking for a duel between Tier 3 players. After reaching Tier 3, experts would only need a few steps to cross a distance of 100 yards. A Tier 3 Great Mage could even cover the entire room with their AoE spells. So, for Tier 3 players, a combat room so small was only useful for target practice and nothing more. Just come at me together. Don't worry about anything and attack me with everything you've got, Hidden Soul calmly said as she swept a glance at Wu Xiaoxiao and the others. I won't use any weapons. It's your win, so long as you can land a hit on me. I can give each of you an advanced CLA. S Legacy if you win. I can even give you a peak CLA. S Legacy if you want. Advanced or peak CLA. SS Legacies? The eyes of Qin Wuchen and the others instantly reddened a little when they heard Hidden Soul's words. Hidden CLA. SES were incredibly rare in D's domain, and even a basic hidden CLA. S was worth astronomical amounts of money. In the case of advanced legacies, even first-rate powers would go crazy for them. They weren't items that ordinary experts could get their hands on at all. Is what you say true? At this time, even Wu Xiaoxiao felt a little tempted. After all, she didn't even have an advanced legacy right now, let alone a peak legacy. Instead, she only possessed the basic hidden CLA. S Illusionist. Even though the hidden CLA S only allowed her to create illusions in battle, making it difficult for her opponents to keep track of her, it had still helped her greatly thus far. If she could obtain an advanced legacy, not only would it increase her strength significantly, but it could also help her Ma Sively when she tried to reach Tier 5 in the future. Don't believe me? Seeing the skeptical look on Wu Xiaoxiao's face, Hidden Soul took out a stone tablet that radiated a golden aura from her bag and said, "Take a look at it yourself." An advanced legacy. It's a real advanced legacy. Qin Wuchen's eyes bulged when he saw the stone tablet. I've seen one in a battle video before. In that case, I'll gladly take you up on your offer. Wu Xiaoxiao said, her expression turning serious when she saw the stone tablet. Immediately, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others took out their weapons. Then, without prior discussion, the 6 of them tacitly scattered across the room, fully intent on going all out for Hidden Soul's test. Meanwhile, as soon as everyone was in position, Wu Xiaoxiao waved her epic staff and cast 2 spells simultaneously. Tier 3 spell, Phantom Art. Tier 3 spell, Thunderbolt Lock. Immediately, not only did Wu Xiaoxiao split into more than 10 copies of herself, but every one of them held a chain made of lightning in their hands. It was impossible to distinguish her real body from the fakes at all. As for the others, they coordinated their movements, with Wu Xiaoxiao, with Xiao Yuheng firing a series of arrows at Hidden Soul, Wu Lingling charging forward after using Wind Blade, Lu Wuxuan standing close to Wu Xiaoxiao with his SHI plus ELD raised and his body poised for action, Lu Yueqing casting a Truth SHI plus ELD on Wu Xiaoxiao, and Qin Wuchen secretly entering stealth. Although the 6 of them had no prior experience working with each other before, there wasn't any conflict in their CLA. SSES. On the contrary, their CLA. SES allowed them to make up for each other's flaws, doubling their effective combat power. I already told you to attack me with everything with your full strength. Why are you using a boss rating strategy to fight a player? Hidden Soul said in a slightly frustrated tone when she saw Wu Xiaoxiao and the others scattered around her. Have any of you fought with other players all these years? After letting out a sigh, Hidden Soul took a step forward. Subsequently, Hidden Soul's cloaked figure split into over a dozen indistinguishable copies, each copy charging in different directions. What kind of skill is this? Wu Lingling, who had charged to the forefront, was a little dumbfounded when she looked at the realistic doppelgangers in front of her. Typically, even if a Tier 3A assassin had a doppelganger skill, they could, at most, produce 3 to 5 realistic doppelgangers or a dozen or so false doppelgangers. There shouldn't be a Tier 3 doppelganger skill capable of producing over a dozen realistic doppelgangers. No, this isn't a skill. Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Hidden Soul's doppelgangers. She's using the bronze footwork, 1,000 shadow steps. During her training at Crimson Emperor, the instructor overseeing the training had shown them a video of an expert executing 1,000 shadow steps. So Wu Xiaoxiao could quickly discern the move Hidden Soul used. Meanwhile, the instructor at the time had specifically told them that should they encounter an expert capable of using the bronze combat technique under Tier 5, there was only one thing they should do: run. This was because anyone capable of using 1,000 shadow steps before reaching Tier 5 was essentially invincible among experts beneath the domain realm. Moreover, such an expert could be regarded as a one-man army, their effectiveness in PvP matching that of a 1,000-man team. Meanwhile, as soon as Wu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly entered her ears. Good insight, average talent, a good degree of mana control, and good reaction. Unfortunately, your combat standard is too low, and you didn't even use your berserk skill. You even used double speed casting in this confined SPAC instead of leaving it as a backup plan. If I were to score you out of 100 points, I'd give you only 5 points. As soon as these words entered her ears, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt her vision darkening. Meanwhile, just as Wu Xiaoxiao was about to collapse to the ground, she vaguely saw Wu Lingling and the others collapsing to the ground one after another. A monster. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, Candlelight Hotel, Underground Training Room. Along with the appearance of several bundles of light, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others quickly reverted to their original state, shock and confusion coloring their faces as if they had experienced the same dream. One person. In a situation where everyone was at level 101 and geared in epic weapons and equipment at most, they didn't even know how they lost to Hidden Soul, let alone class. Plussing against her. Meanwhile, all of this ended in an instant. What kind of monster is she? After snapping out of her daze, Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at Hidden Soul in shock. Even the training camp's head instructor doesn't have strength like this. Could she be ranked expert? The various superpowers would typically have Tier 5 experts lead their training camps. Meanwhile, when Partik 1P aiding in Crimson Emperor's training camp for top-tier geniuses, Wu Xiaoxiao had the fortune of meeting Blue Gown, a legendary individual from Crimson Emperor. The glorious Saint Blue Gown was once one of the top 3 geniuses in Crimson Emperor. After becoming a vice guild leader in Crimson Emperor, she even became one of the 12 sacred knights in God's domain. Now that so many years had passed since Blue Gown had made these achievements, she had already become one of the top-ranking players in the A-League. Although she had never reached Tier 6, few under Tier 5 could be her match. Yet, despite Blue Gown being such a strong individual, Wu Xiaoxiao felt that Blue Gown couldn't even hold a candle to the mysterious cloaked woman before her right now. The two were standing on completely different levels. However, Wu Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head and denied the possibility of Hidden Soul being a ranked expert. No matter how she thought about it, there was no way a Tier 6 Deranked expert would come to the miniature ancient world. Moreover, she didn't think that S.H.I. plus Feng, the former guild leader of a second-rate guild, could be acquainted with a Tier 6G deranked expert. Even so, Wu Xiaoxiao still couldn't help but wonder how S.H.I. plus Feng had managed to get acquainted with such a powerful expert. Have you six been sleeping in D's domain all these years? If I were to score your combat standards, I would give the best among you only 5 out of 100 points, while the rest of you won't receive more than 3 points. To make things worse, all 6 of you only have mediocre talent, Hidden Soul said, her eyes filled with frustration when she looked at Wu Xiaoxiao and the others. She had originally thought that S.H.I. plus Feng would surprise her with amazing geniuses. Now, though, it would seem that she was thinking too much. S.H.I. plus Feng had simply found a few trustworthy players to train in the miniature ancient world. Mediocre talent? 5 points? Qin Wuchen and the others couldn't help but look at Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling when they heard Hidden Soul's evaluation. They felt that Hidden Soul was joking with them. After all, Wu Lingling was currently regarded as the D's Domain Academy's #1 genius. Even the Academy's current 4 Heavenly Kings wouldn't be a match for Wu Lingling when they were still in their freshman year. As for Wu Xiaoxiao, not only was she a publicly acknowledged top-tier genius in D's domain, but she was also only half a step away from entering the professional league's A-League. It should be known that the A-League was a stage where many of D's domain's apex experts fought. Anyone capable of setting foot on this stage was a famous big shot in D's domain. Yet, despite Wu Xiaoxiao being such a talented expert, Hidden Soul had written her off as worthless. Instructor, my big sister, definitely isn't. At this time, even Wu Lingling couldn't help but want to refute Hidden Soul's evaluation. She wasn't doing this for her own sake. Instead, she sincerely thought that her elder sister was a true genius. You don't need to defend me, Lingling. Wu Xiaoxiao reached out and interrupted Wu Lingling. What this instructor said is true. My talent is nothing special among the rookies the various superpowers are nurturing. In fact, my talent doesn't even reach the average standard. Wu Xiaoxiao was not the slightest bit surprised by Hidden Soul's evaluation. If it was before Wu Xiaoxiao had partook 1P, aided in Crimson Emperor's special training, she would have most likely tried to refute Hidden Soul's evaluation. However, after seeing the various superpowers and first-rate guild's rookie talents, she came to understand one thing. Her talent was truly mediocre. It was also because Wu Xiaoxiao came to understand this that she wanted to let Wu Lingling partake in Crimson Emperor's special training even more. This was because her little sister was much more talented than her. Despite having only enrolled in the D's Domain Academy recently at 17, Wu Lingling had already mastered Formless Steps, a top-tier basic combat technique. Her talent could be considered rare even among Crimson Emperor's young geniuses. If Wu Lingling could receive Crimson Emperor's priority training, Wu Xiaoxiao was confident that her little sister's future achievements would far surpass hers. Not bad. At least you're self-aware of your weaknesses, Hidden Soul said, a rare smile appearing on her face. Since you know you are mediocre, you need to work even harder if you want to become strong in the future. What you 6 need to do next is simple. Fight me. You will pass when one of you manages to last more than a move against me. We will begin the real training once you pass. After saying so, Hidden Soul vanished from everyone's sights and mental perception once more. Not good. Spread out immediately. Wu Xiaoxiao promptly activated her berserk skill when she saw Hidden Soul disappearing. Then, she cast a magic barrier around herself. Tier 3 spell, Water Barrier. Unfortunately, even though Wu Xiaoxiao had reacted quickly, she saw a dilapidated short sword cutting at her before her water barrier could even finish taking shape. Then, her vision darkened, and her body collapsed to the ground. Moreover, Wu Xiaoxiao wasn't the only one who had collapsed. Wu Lingling and the others had also collapsed to the ground simultaneously. Your response was good this time. It's a pity that your reactions are still too slow, Hidden Soul said as she reappeared in front of everyone once more. Then she shouted again. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. As if entering a cycle of death, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others got slaughtered by Hidden Soul one time after another. The entire process could be summed up as Wu Xiaoxiao and the others trying to escape as soon as they got resurrected. However, even after exhausting all of their strategies, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others were still met with death. At best, they had managed to delay their deaths by 0.5 seconds. Meanwhile, along with their repeated deaths, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others also came to understand the horror of Hidden Soul. Rather than a monster, it would be more appropriate to call Hidden Soul AG. Oh, D of Death! They would die as soon as she laid eyes on them. In the meantime, inside one of the villas, one of the Qingzhou Villa District, S.H.I. Plus Feng leisurely took out a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid from the fridge and drank it. Then he started doing the 9 movement sets he had taught to Wu Lingling and the others. Only the breathing technique he used in conjunction with this exercise was completely different, and its complexity was many times greater. After completing 1 repet, 1, Taiyan S.H.I. Plus Feng approached the fridge again, grabbed another bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid, and emptied the bottle's contents into his stomach. As expected, the recovery effect of A-rank nutrient fluids is lacking. I can only complete the body strengthening technique twice a day. S.H.I. Plus Feng revealed a bitter smile when he looked at his trembling fists. At this rate, it'd take me at least a year or 2 to get my physical fitness to the master standard. The exercise he taught to Wu Lingling and the others was a simplified version of his body strengthening technique. Meanwhile, the body strengthening technique was a training method he developed after combining the training methods he had gathered from other subworlds. The body strengthening technique allowed him to train the muscles throughout his entire body, and it did so by enriching his body cells with oxygen and accelerating his metabolism. This, in turn, helped with improving his physique from all aspects, and these improvements would continue until his physical fitness reached the standard of a Honglian master. Even in the greater D's domain, the body strengthening technique he created was extremely popular. The only problem with the technique was the harm it did to the user's body. Normally, one would need the help of S-rank nutrient fluids to perfectly restore the damage caused by overloading the body. If S.H.I. Plus Feng had enough S-rank nutrient fluids to help him recover, he would only need 1 month to bring his physical fitness to the level of a Honglian master. Just when S.H.I. Plus Feng was about to head to the D's Domain Academy for CLA. After taking a short rest, the doorbell of his villa suddenly rang. Then, the house's smart housekeeper displayed the holographic image of a young man in front of S.H.I. Plus Feng. Meanwhile, this young man was none other than Gu Irin, one of World Domination's internal experts and Shadow's current guild leader. Chapter 56, Secret Discovered. Chapter 56, Secret Discovered. Why is he here? S.H.I. Plus Feng was a little surprised when he saw the white-clad young man in the holographic display. He hadn't really interacted with Gu Irin before. Even before he reincarnated, he had only learned of the other party through reading the files Lon Hailong gave him. According to those files, Gu Irin had said World Domination's internal member trial when he was 17. There had been over 100,000 rookie players partaking in the trial back then. Among them, there were plenty of talented young men and women who could easily get into top-tier schools. Yet, out of the 30 rookies World Domination recruited, Gu Irin managed to come in 4th place. After joining World Domination, Gu Irin's growth accelerated even further. By 20, he had already become a vice commander in World Domination's main force. It should be known that even the minimum requirement to become a vice commander of one of World Domination's frontline teams was to be a Tier 4 Refinement Realm expert. The requirement to become a vice commander in World Domination's main force was even higher. If Gu Irin were to join a first-rate guild, he would instantly be made into an elder-level executive or possibly even a vice guild leader. Currently, due to Gu Irin being Shadow's guild leader, many people have ignored the fact that he was only 21 years old this year. At that age, he would only be a fourth-year student in university. However, compared to Wu Xiaoxiao, the G.O.D's Domain Academy's current star, Gu Irin was definitely superior. Honestly, with Gu Irin's standards, having him serve as a second-rate guild leader was somewhat of an overkill. Can we have a talk, Instructor S. H. I plus? Gu Irin's holographic image asked. Sure, come in, S. H. I. plus Feng said. Then he had the smart housekeeper open the front door. When Gu Irin entered the first-floor living room, S. H. I. plus Feng noticed that the other party didn't come alone. Instead, there was a beautiful girl dressed like a secretary standing behind Gu Irin. It seems I've underestimated the importance Shadow holds in World Domination's eyes. To think it would send two top-tier talents to oversee a mere second-rate guild, S. H. I. plus Feng murmured to himself, feeling a little surprised when he saw the girl dressed like a secretary. Even though the girl looked like she was only 20 years old, her physique was already at the half-step Hunlian master standard. Even in the entire Jinhai University's G.O.D's Domain Academy, N.O. body was capable of rivaling this girl in terms of physique. Moreover, judging by the way she carried herself and the level of alertness she showed, the girl was probably at the Flowing Water Realm already. A 20-year-old Flowing Water Realm expert was an existence only the various superpowers could reliably produce. Such an existence wasn't something the various first-rate powers of G.O.D's domain could hope to produce. Meanwhile, upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's soft mutterings, the girl, Tao Yue, couldn't help but look at S.H.I. plus Feng in surprise and caution. Ever since Tao Yue arrived in Jinhai City, she had disguised herself as Gu Irin's secretary, and not even Lan Hailong, Shadow's president, knew of her actual ident. One Tai. In everyone's eyes, she was nothing but an ordinary secretary. And, body in the city had yet to realize that she, too, was one of World Domination's top-tier geniuses. Yet now, less than 3 seconds after she stepped into this living room, S.H.I. plus Feng, the former guild leader of Shadow, had effortlessly seen through her disguise. This situation was inconceivable, no matter how she thought about it. Ha ha ha. You truly do have great eyes, Instructor S. H. I plus. No wonder why a genius like Wu Lingling insists on having you as her instructor. Gu Irin openly acknowledged S. H. I. plus Feng's words. As you've surmised, this person beside me is Tao Yue. She is my junior sister, and similarly a vice commander of World Domination's main force. Unfazed by this revelation, S.H.I. plus Feng got straight to the point and asked, So, what business do you have with me? Join us, or, more specifically, return to Shadow. I will give you the position of Vice Guild Leader and let you manage all of Shadow's affairs. What do you think? Gu Irin asked with a smile. Of course, I will handle the explanation on Lan Hailong's side. He shouldn't have any qualms with my decision. That easily, S.H.I. plus Feng smiled. Don't I need to do something? Of course, there is a price. However, it is a simple price to pay for you, Gu Irin said, chuckling. Then he earnestly said, so long as you hand over the complete version of your training method, the exercise you taught to Wu Lingling and the others, you can continue being Shadow's guild leader. Yue and I won't remain in Shadow forever, so it is only a matter of time before you get the position back. We can even help you secure Shadow if you want. At that time, Lan Hailong will only be president in name. You will have the final say in shadow. When Gu Yiren spoke up to this point, Tao Yue's eyes briefly sparkled. Before investigating Wu Lingling, they assumed that Wu Lingling was a rare talent in Jinhai City. They had even made plans to recruit Wu Lingling into world domination. However, after investigating deeper into Wu Lingling, they discovered that the girl wasn't as excellent as they thought. Specifically, Wu Lingling didn't use to be as excellent as they thought. However, everything changed on the day Wu Lingling took her enrollment test. Wu Lingling, who should have only received an A-rank evaluation for her enrollment test originally, had unexpectedly received an S-rank evaluation. It might be fine if Wu Lingling was the only person to have made such a sudden improvement. However, after they looked deeper into the matter, they discovered something shocking. Every student who partook 1. P. aided in S.H.I. plus Feng's brief training session had their evaluations increased by 1 rank. Indeed, in only a few short hours, every one of S.H.I. plus Feng students had raised their evaluations by 1 rank. In the eyes of ordinary powers, they would probably only find the situation to be amazing and nothing more. However, it was a completely different story for the various superpowers. The feat of helping someone make visible improvements to their combat standards in a matter of a few hours was something even the various superpowers could not accomplish. It didn't matter even if the person in question had only gone from the trial tower's 5th floor early stage to the 5th floor middle stage. At most, the various superpowers could help bona fide top-tier geniuses achieve such rapid improvement. If a person only had average talent, even the best training methods the various superpowers could offer couldn't help this person make visible improvements in only a few hours. Moreover, Wu Lingling's subsequent performances were even more astonies. H.I. Plussing. Not only did she single-handedly win the freshman compet, 1. Tian, but her combat standard had even reached the 5th floor's late stage already at the time of the compet. 1. Tian. It should be known that the freshman compet 1. Tian was held the day after the enrollment test. Meanwhile, the increase in the difficulty of the trial tower's challenges grew greater and greater the higher one climbed. So, the amount of time one needed to pass each stage would also increase exponentially. Wu Lingling's rate of improvement simply defied common sense. Compared to Wu Lingling, the various superpowers' top-tier geniuses were nothing but a joke. Afterward, they had secretly hired some of the Academy's freshmen to challenge Qin Wuchen, Xiao Yuheng, and the other students under S.H.I. plus Feng to a spar. Meanwhile, they found that every one of S.H.I. plus Feng students had displayed far superior combat standards than what they previously displayed in their enrollment test. Qin Wuchen, in particular, had already reached the 5th floor middle stage standard. It should be known that Qin Wuchen had only scored an A-rank evaluation in his enrollment test. Yet he had already caught up with Gu Tong, who was publicly recognized as a genius. Not to mention, even Gu Tong had only reached the 5th floor's middle stage recently. After racking their heads over the situation, the only explanation Gu Yiren and Tao Yue could come up with for this astonies H.I. plussing situation was the exercise S.H.I. plus Feng had taught to Qin Wuchen and the others. Meanwhile, after coming to this conclusion, the two of them had secretly tried to mimic the exercise. However, even after mimicking the 9 movement sets perfectly, they failed to experience any benefits from the exercise. This meant that there must be a secret to this exercise that they weren't aware of and that blindly copying the movements was useless. In that case, if they wished to obtain the complete version of the exercise, they would have to get it from S.H.I. plus Feng's hands. However, after hearing Gu Yiren's words, S.H.I. plus Feng simply smiled and asked, "What if I refuse?" Chapter 57. The Sky is Falling. Chapter 57. The Sky is Falling. Not interested, are you? Seemingly having expected S.H.I. plus Feng's answer, Gu Iren smiled and said, I'm sure you have many partners you can trade with, Instructor S. H.I. plus, so you don't necessarily have to trade with us. However, I can assure you that we are your best option. It is especially true around this time. I know what you mean. Nonchalantly, S.H.I. plus Feng said, Since you managed to find out about this matter, other people can naturally do so as well. However, those people wouldn't necessarily be as amiable as you, right? I'm glad that you are an understanding person. Instructor S. H.I. plus. Without hiding anything, Gu Iren said, I'll get straight to the point then. The training method you have in your possession is extraordinary, Instructor S. H.I. plus. Once news of it gets out, even Soulfire won't dare to get involved with it, let alone Jinhai University. Meanwhile, once the various superpowers start to take action, what you'll be faced with isn't a transaction offer, but a one-sided offering instead. If handled poorly, you might even get struck down into the abyss. However, if you trade with us now, we will help you fend off all of these problems. You can even return to your previous guild leader position. Moreover, with our support, Shadow will also become your possession. This is a win-win solution for both of us. At this point, Gu Iren was adamant in obtaining the complete version of S.H.I. plus Feng's exercise. Even though this exercise could only help players reach the refinement realm according to their understanding, it was still plenty of stonies. H.I. plus ing to the various superpowers. After all, nurturing a player to the refinement realm wasn't an easy task, as factors such as luck and talent played an important role. Otherwise, the various superpowers would have long since been flooded with refinement realm experts. Meanwhile, if he could acquire this refinement exercise, both he and Tao Yue would instantly become high-level executives in world domination and acquire resources unimaginable to them before. They might even gain access to the legendary Upper Zone. Thank you for your concern, Guild Leader Gu, but I am still uninterested in your offer, S.H.I. plus Feng said, shaking his head. If you really wish to trade, it will cost you 500 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. 500? Are you insane? Tao Yue subconsciously raised her voice when she heard S.H.I. plus Feng's demand. It was impossible to find S-rank nutrient fluids on the open market, although they were privately traded for 1 million credits per bottle. Even the various superpowers could only acquire a limited amount from the various major corporations. Meanwhile, this amount wasn't even enough to satisfy the various superpowers' internal needs. Even though she and Gu Iren were regarded as top-tier talents in world domination, they could only exchange for 5 bottles per year or 10 bottles in total. Yet S.H.I. plus Feng was asking for 500 bottles. This was daylight robbery. If you don't have that many, there's nothing I can do to help you, S.H.I. plus Feng said, shrugging. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He wasn't against selling his exercise if he could get a sufficient amount of S-rank nutrient fluids in exchange. After all this exercise did was lower the bar for players to reach the refinement realm. It didn't mean that anyone who practiced it could reach the refinement realm. Tao Yue grew even more furious after hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's response. She was a top-tier genius in world domination. Never had she suffered such humiliation before. Since you aren't interested in trading, we will be taking our leave first, Instructor S.H.I. plus. But if you change your mind in the future, feel free to contact me at any time, Gu Iren said. Unlike Tao Yue, he did not get angry over S.H.I. plus Feng's response. On the contrary, he politely bid goodbye to S.H.I. plus Feng and dragged Tao Yue out of the villa with him. Meanwhile, after leaving the villa, Tao Yue glared at Gu Iren in dissatisfaction and asked, Why did you stop me just now, senior brother? I was only trying to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he'll really think that he's amazing and that he can trade with us as equals. Teach him a lesson? Gu Irin rolled his eyes at Tao Yue. Then he looked back at the villa with a heavy expression and said, "If I didn't stop you just now, you would have most likely gotten into big trouble by now. Is he that strong?" Tao Yue asked skeptically as she looked at the fearful expression on Gu Irin's face. She had conducted a thorough investigation into S.H.I. plus Feng's history, so she knew he was merely an ordinary person. He did not have any background or powerful experts supporting him. His performance was also extraordinarily mediocre throughout the 10 years he spent in D's domain. She had even looked into S.H.I. plus Feng's friends and knew that all of them were ordinary people. Moreover, because S.H.I. plus Feng had failed to receive systematic training when he was young, even after receiving training resources from Shadow later down the line, his physical fitness was only on the level of first-rate athletes. She would need only one punch to topple such a person. "You know that I've always had a sharp intuition," Gu Irin said. "It is precisely because of my sharp intuition that Teacher chose to take me under his wing. Teacher says that I am extremely gifted when it comes to mental strength. Teacher has even taught me a few meditation techniques that have helped develop my mental strength greatly." Tao Yue silently nodded to Gu Irin's words. She was aware that Gu Irin possessed a sharp intuition. Because of his sharp intuition, Gu Irin had managed to come in 4th place during the rookie test. In comparison, she only managed to come in 10th. My perception of experts is also different from other people. In my eyes, some experts are like household cats, while some are like hungry wolves and lions. However, when I looked at S.H.I. plus Feng before, I couldn't sense anything from him. He felt no different than a tree in my perception. If I hadn't seen him talking, I would have even suspected that he wasn't alive. But the moment you tried to take action, Gu Irin paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point. Then the fear on his face intensified as he continued in a slightly trembling voice. "Do you know what I felt?" "What, a tiger? Or is it a monster Brandis? H.I. plussing its claws?" Tao Yue grew curious when she saw Gu Irin's fear intensifying. She knew that Gu Irin could express the threat he perceived from his opponents in various forms. Meanwhile, if his opponent's threat level manifested in the form of household pets such as cats and dogs, it meant that his opponent was merely an ordinary refinement realm expert or half-step master in the real world, individuals incapable of posing any significant threat to him. However, if the opponent's threat level manifested as a wolf, it was almost certain that the opponent was a martial arts master in the real world. In the case of lions and tigers, these manifestations were reserved for top-tier martial arts masters. "I didn't perceive any animal or monster," Gu Irin said, shaking his head. "That proves he isn't anything, then," Tao Yue said, feeling a little speechless. Ignoring Tao Yue's words, Gu Irin turned around and looked at his junior sister. Then he took a deep breath and whispered, "Instead, what I perceived was the sky falling." Chapter 58. You brought this onto yourself? Chapter 58. You brought this onto yourself. The sky fell. Tao Yue scratched her head, failing to understand Gu Irin's point. "This is also my first time coming across such a situation," Gu Irin said with a bitter smile. "All I know is that the moment you tried to take action, I got the feeling that the sky was falling, and an indescribable sense of death filled the living room." "Are you sure nothing's wrong with your mind, senior brother?" Tao Yue asked when she saw Gu Irin's abnormal behavior. S.H.I. plus Feng was nothing more than a Tier 3 player during his peak. Even if he used to be Shadow's guild leader, Shadow was only a second-rate guild. In the eyes of the various superpowers, S.H.I. plus Feng was nothing more than an insignificant ant. Yet now Gu Irin was describing S.H.I. plus Feng as if he was someone amazing. Those unaware of Gu Irin's abilities might even think that he had gone crazy. "Anyway, we should be more careful of S.H.I. plus Feng," Gu Irin said. "Don't forget that he managed to see through your strength with just a glance. He isn't as simple as he looks. However, I have already told this matter to teacher, and teacher has said that he will make a trip here soon. It wouldn't be late for us to teach S.H.I. plus phone a lesson at that time. Teacher is coming here in person. Tao Yue's eyes lit up when she heard Gu Iren's words. That's wonderful. We'll see how S.H.I. plus phone continues behaving arrogantly at that time. Their teacher was a legendary individual in world domination. If their teacher visited Jinhai City, S.H.I. plus phone would have to hand over the complete version of the refinement realm exercise, even if he didn't want it. Meanwhile, inside S.H.I. plus Feng's villa, after Gu Iren and Tao Yue left, S.H.I. plus phone quietly stood by the window and took an extra look at Gu Iren. It seems I have underestimated the superpowers of this world. I didn't think he would notice my intentions of attacking just now. S.H.I. plus Feng's face took on a slightly serious look as he watched Gu Iren and Tao Yue driving away in their car. I'll have to raise my physical fitness as quickly as possible. On an individual level, S.H.I. plus Feng did not see Gu Iren and Tao Yue as a threat at all. Even if his body was in poor shape right now, he could still beat the two of them effortlessly. After all, he had been a neutralizing grandmaster and a mental strength grandmaster during his previous life. Few people could match him even in the upper zone. While his current physique might be terrible, the skills he honed during his previous life remained. He would have no problems defeating even internal force masters in his current state. Not to mention, neither Gu Iren nor Tao Yue was an internal force master. However, Gu Iren's arrival had also served as a wake-up call for S.H.I. plus Feng. He would probably have a tough time going up against the various superpowers, old monsters. After all, the difference in physical fitness between them was far too massive. It wasn't a gap that could be easily bridged using techniques alone. Hence, he needed to improve his physical fitness as quickly as possible. At the very least, he needed to reach the half-step master standard. If he could accomplish that, he would be able to deal with most problems he would encounter. Thinking up to this point, S.H.I. plus Feng reluctantly put on his jacket and drove his car to Jinhai University. He had to admit that being a teacher was truly a tedious job. However, this was the most reliable way S.H.I. plus Feng could think of to acquire S-rank nutrient fluids. It was true that he had many things he could use to trade with the various superpowers, with many of these things being even better than the exercise Gu Iren and Tao Yue sought. However, all transactions were established based on equality. He would simply be seeking an early death if he tried to trade with the various superpowers without having sufficient strength. Jinhai University, G.O.D's Domain Academy, Teaching Block Number 3. Although SES had only started officially yesterday, many of the Academy's well-known instructors were busy conducting special training with their apprentices outside of the Academy's campus. So they didn't have time to hold SES at all. Even so, students still flooded the teaching block. When S.H.I. plus Feng entered Teaching Block Number 3, he found himself looking at many instructors fighting over the available SES in the lobby. What's going on? Teaching Block Number 3 had over 200 S rooms, yet now only a few were left. Moreover, all of the remaining S rooms were super large S rooms. Not even one small S room remained available right now. The teaching block's super large S rooms were unique compared to the other S rooms available. Apart from being able to accommodate 400 people, the super large S rooms also had state-of-the-art technology that allowed occupants to connect their G.O.D's domain IDs and conduct virtual battles and guidance inside the S room. Only, apart from senior instructors, other instructors wouldn't usually touch these S rooms. The reason for this was simple. These super large S Rooms were simply too expensive to rent. An instructor would have to fork out 30,000 points to hold one lecture in a super large CLA's room. It was simply impossible for junior and intermediate instructors to recuperate such a hefty cost. While SHI Plus Fong was feeling surprised, a tall and robust man approached him. Meanwhile, this man was none other than Luo Tiancheng. Why, if it isn't Instructor SHI Plus? Luo Tiancheng exclaimed with a smile as he looked at SHI Plus Fong. What's wrong? Can't find a CLA's room? Well, I guess that's normal after the recent announcement. With the opportunity to visit the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters presented to them, anyone would at least try to compete for it. If you didn't know, the Secret Pavilion has recently announced that it is letting more students and instructors visit its branch headquarters. So, apart from the senior instructors, our academy is also letting 5 other instructors to take part in the tour. Meanwhile, these 5 instructor slots would be granted to the top 5 performing instructors today. Moreover, junior instructors can even get promoted to intermediate instructors depending on their performances. Of course, while you might be student Wu Lingling's instructor, you won't receive any special treatment. Instructor SHI Plus. If you want to partake 1P8 in the tour, you'll have to compete for these top 5 positions just like everyone else. After all, a student's excellence and a teacher's excellence shouldn't be confused with each other. Only through holding SES can an instructor adequately display their strength. Otherwise, instructors who only have luck to rely on would only bring shame to our Jinhai University if they visited the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. Don't you think so, Instructor SHI Plus? That's right, SHI Plus Fong nodded. Then he looked at Luo Tiancheng with conviction in his eyes, saying, "What you say is very much correct. Such a method of selection will allow the academy to best demonstrate the standard of its instructors. I didn't think our academy would be so generous to its instructors." Originally, SHI Plus Fong had been pondering how he could quickly get promoted to an intermediate instructor. Now he wouldn't have to worry about this problem anymore. After saying so, SHI Plus Fong promptly chose to rent a super large CLA's room via the CLA's room reservation board in the lobby. Then he went upstairs and made his way to the CLA's room he rented, a super large CLA's room. Is he nuts? Luo Tiancheng was momentarily dumbfounded when he saw that SHI Plus Fong had rented a super large CLA's room. However, a moment later he turned to look at SHI Plus Feng's departing figure and sneered, thinking, "You brought this onto yourself. Let's see how you'll enter the top 5 after this crazy stunt." Had SHI Plus Fong chosen to borrow a CLA's room from the other instructors, he might have had a chance to compete for the top 5 instructor spots. After all, he had students such as Wu Lingling, who didn't care about spending large amounts of points. If he managed to rope in 1 or 2 more idiots into his exorbitant CLA's, it was entirely possible for him to rank among the top 5. However, by choosing a super large CLA's room, SHI Plus Fong had put himself at a deficit of 30,000 points right off the bat. In this situation, it'd be a miracle if he could even earn enough points to cover his expenses, let alone compete for the top 5 instructor slots. Not to mention, it wasn't even certain if Wu Lingline would continue attending SHI Plus Feng CLA SSES. After all, Wu Xiaoxiao had no intentions of letting SHI Plus Feng remain as Wu Lingling's instructor, while Luo Tiancheng was secretly snickering and getting ready to head to his CLA's room. A loud commotion suddenly occurred at the teaching block's entrance. Subsequently, a silver-haired girl and a pet tea-looking girl entered the building. Meanwhile, these 2 girls were none other than Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling.